Nigeria, joining us from Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, and beyond. I am excited to welcome you to day 2 of the ISAE West East Africa Regional Workshop. Yesterday was an inspiring beginning. It was a day where science, practice, culture, and compassion met on one platform. And I want to begin by saying thank you. Thank you for your active participation. Thank you for your thoughtful questions. Thank you for your endurance across time zones and locations. Thank you for making day 1 not just successful, but meaningful. Across our physical centers and our virtual audience, the energy was remarkable. Many of you expressed how insightful and enriching the sessions were and how they expanded your understanding of animal welfare challenges and opportunities in Africa. Your enthusiasm gives us confidence that we are not merely running a workshop, we are building a community and igniting a movement. We began with an opening address from the Nigeria country liaison yesterday, and the powerful addresses from the ISAE leaders, the president, Professor Maria Osel, and the development officer, Dr. Oluwaseun Iyashere, reminded us that Africa's growing voice in welfare science is being noticed globally. We then move straight into a series of insightful and practical sessions. We have the teaching modules for animal welfare science. It's a special feature from Vet United, which introduced structured world teaching modules that can strengthen training across universities, farms, and community. Many participants commented on how practical these models will be for capacity building. Professor Emmanuel Ewola delivered an excellent presentation on innovative housing and humane handling system. He reminded us that better welfare improves productivity, reduce losses, and does not have to be expensive, just thoughtful and evidence-based. Dr. Dennis Capon expanded our view on Africans and pets, belief handlings and welfare concerns by exploring how belief systems and cultural practices influence the welfare of pets across Africa. This session helps us appreciate that welfare work must also consider culture, attitude, and community norms. Understanding animal behavior as a tool to enhance animal welfare was delivered by Timothy Chilemba from South Africa, which guided us through how animals express stress, comfort, fear, and well-being through behavior. Understanding behavioral cues help farmers and handlers make better decisions, prevent injury, and promote better welfare outcomes. Integrating indigenous knowledge with science was delivered by Mr. Abdulrafiz, which was a powerful session showing how traditional African knowledge, when combined with modern science, can support truly cruelty-free livestock farming. This theme resonated strongly across participating centers. And at the end of the day, we had a summary of key takeaways from which showcase regional reflections of the lesson of the day which help us see how to apply to each country context and challenges. By the end of day one thing is clear. Africa has the knowledge. Africa has the passion and the commitment to lead a new era of humane, science-based animal farming. For a full rewatch of the yesterday event and for better understanding, or as many have requested for it, please visit our YouTube page to rewatch the yesterday event. And here we are today. Today's session built directly on yesterday foundation, and we will push deeper into the practical and policy dimension of animal welfare. Today, we will explore the veterinary profession roles in advancing welfare, how vets can become champions of humane farming across communities. We will also talk about capacity building and policy advocacy, because transformation must be supported by strong institutions and informed policy. We will also have a special feature which will be on aquatic animal welfare, the fish field too, which will be a powerful reminder that water-dwelling animals also require empathy and science-based care. We also talk about measuring stress and understanding behavior in farm animals, the tools and the techniques that help us assess welfare accurately. We will also talk about the role of community leaders in wildlife conservation, highlighting how chiefs, youth leaders, and local structure influences outcome. Another presentation will talk about focalization as welfare indicator, how innovation, observation, and science can guide the future of livestock system. And we will round it up with welfare concerns related to transportation, marketing, and slaughtering, from which we will learn about the harsh realities many animals face during transport and marketing, and the practical way we can reduce stress and suffering, an issue deeply relevant to our markets and abattoir. And we will not leave here without the summary and recommendations across all participating countries. We will end the workshop with a consolidated summary from representatives from Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria, charting the way forward for our region. I therefore encourage you to participate fully again, ask questions, share experiences, and connect across border. And I want to give a gentle reminder. Before we proceed, I kindly ask all participants, virtual and in-person, to fill the post-event survey that was circulated yesterday. Your feedback helps shape future ISAE programs and strengthen welfare development across Africa. Please complete it during breaks today. This is a QR code, and if you cannot scan this, you can ask for the direct links from the representative coordinator. As we step into the day two, let us carry forward the passion and the curiosity we showed yesterday. Let us strengthen our resolve to promote humane, scientifically grounded, culturally sensitive animal farming practices in Africa. Together, we are shaping something bigger than a workshop. We are shaping a new culture of animal welfare, a new generation of informed practitioners, a new vision for Africa livestock system. On behalf of the International Society for Applied Ethology, West Africa Regional Workshop 2025 Organizing Committee, chaired by Regional Secretary, Dr. Oluwaseun Ojelade, I would like to sincerely appreciate ISAE International leadership through the President, Professor Maria Osel, our founder, the Open Philanthropy, the ISAE Development Officer, and the office. You have been so wonderful. I would also like to appreciate the Department of Animal Science, University of Ibadan, the Center of Excellence for Livestock Innovation and Business at Egerton University in Kenya, University of Pretoria, South Africa, and our venue at Ghana, and other partner institutions. We also appreciate our distinguished speakers, our organizers, and every participant who took the time to be here. Thank you. Welcome to ISAE West Africa Regional Workshop Day 2. Welcome to Transformation. Welcome to the Africa we are building together. Thank you.
Thank you.
After our presentation, after our workshop yesterday, the ISAE president sent a message. She was so pleased with our presentation. Let me quickly read out our message. I watched a few talks on YouTube today. Very good meeting. I love that the speakers and the questions gave a nice Africa perspective. We talk so much about what happens in Europe, USA, and some in Latin America. I like the talk about Africans and pets, and the one about indigenous knowledge. The last one showed that there are some things to change that are relatively easy with education, quality of management. But also, some problems are related to the need to invest in equipment and infrastructure. Thank you all for coming to the workshop. Can we give a round of applause to Professor Maria George, the ISAE president? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful opening remark, and especially a recap about what happened yesterday and what we are expecting today. I hope we are all excited over the world. We have 3 virtual venues, one in Nigeria, one in Ghana, and the third in Kenya. So you are all welcome. To all our virtual participants on Zoom and also on YouTube, you are highly welcome. We really want us to work with the same momentum we did yesterday by asking questions. We love the engagement and we want to really hear from you. Now I'll hand over to Abdul Rahman Safian in Ghana. So what do you have to say about the expectation for today? Hello?
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayola, for your recap, and then also what we expect to have today. Today, like yesterday, we expect that the presentations will be done as smoothly as yesterday, or even better today, with huge participation from both the in-person participants and those joining us virtually. We will be looking at some very interesting topics as veterinary role in improving animal welfare in Africa. If you look at this topic, I believe that a lot of the participants will understand that vet service isn't just about taking care of the health of animals. It also has to do with how veterinarians perceive or handle animals to, first of all, prevent illness and diseases and also treat. Whilst doing that, they will also be encouraged to educate animal owners about animal welfare. So I believe that is going to be packed and very educative. We will also be looking at capacity building in terms of policy around animal welfare. You would realize that the issue of animal welfare, I wouldn't say is quite new in Africa, but then a lot of people are not so much aware of what animal welfare is and what their responsibility is as human beings to animals. So I believe that one is also going to be very educative and insightful. I want to encourage all participants to fully participate. This is a great opportunity for Africa to actually showcase how we understand animal welfare and how the knowledge we are being impacted here is going to be helpful for us in terms of taking care of our animals and all livestock. We will also be looking at fish welfare. In fact, this is very interesting. I'm very interested in that because we're exploring how we can reduce cruelty in aquatic animals. Most people do not understand how we can reduce cruelty in aquatic animals. You just pick a fish, live fish, and then throw it in hot water or what's the name, hot oil. So the presenter, Dr. Oluwaseun, will be educating us on how to deal with that so that these particular species do not feel pain or injured during handling. Stress management and measuring of behavior. In fact, this is also another very important topic that we will be interested in. Yesterday, we had one presenter, I've forgotten the name, from South Africa, who told us that behavior, animals communicate to us through behavior. And so it is time for us to really pay attention to animals, especially on their behavior, to see what they communicate to us so that we will be able to handle them really well. So today's encounter, as I'll call it, is going to be very packed, very insightful, very educative. And I encourage all participants, both in person and virtually, to participate and contribute to this particular discussion. And when we do, we shouldn't just leave this in the confines of these halls or in our laptop. Let us go out there and preach what we have learned. Let the society know that time has come for Africa to deal with animal welfare properly so that animals will at least smile at us and say, thank you, we are all one. Thank you very much. And I expect that the participants will also give us that kind of appreciation.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So the momentum is high. Dr. Ayola, I want to hand over the mic to you so you can introduce the first speaker from Nigeria.
What did you say?
Thank you so much. We have the first here at the venue already. We are having the technical session 5-9 now to be taken by Dr. Omoleye Shegun. He's from the Department of Veterinary Services, Ministry of Agriculture, Ondo State. And he will be presenting on the veterinary role in improving animal welfare in Africa. Join me to welcome Dr. Omoleye Shegun. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to highlight the crucial role of veterinarians in improving animal welfare in Africa. However, in as much as I would not want to be selfish, the role of veterinary officers or the role of other health providers, because most of the time it is erroneously believed that health belongs only to veterinarians. And when it comes to providing health, a lot of personnel are involved. Veterinary officers are just one out of the many. We have veterinary nurses, we have veterinary technologists, we have veterinary technicians, and animal scientists, and a lot of other co-health providers. And like as the topic is directing us, we found out that the crucial role of animal providers, I'm not going to use the word veterinary, because I will be underrating the effect of other health providers. We found out that crucial role of health providers is in promoting animal health, welfare, and treatment. And you will agree with me that the forerunners in ensuring in Africa for the animals to have the best care, respect, kindness that they desire.
Sorry, we can't hear anything online again. Online.
Okay. Sorry for the little. So when we talk about animal welfare in Africa, the health providers are not only the veterinarians, are key and germane to the welfare of the animals. And we cannot talk about the health or the welfare of animal without talking about the 5 freedoms. And when we talk about the 5 freedoms, the five freedoms, we have, out of the 5 freedoms, we have 4 from and just 1 to. We are talking about freedom from hunger, freedom from stress, freedom from pain, and we are talking about freedom to good environment. So in a way, when we talk about the role of veterinarians or animal providers in Africa, we cannot shy away from the fact that removing one of these freedoms, 5 freedoms mentioned, will not give the animal the desired welfare that we are talking here today. And one of the challenges that is currently facing Africa is that as a result of persistent poverty persistent, weak enforcement or non-enforcement of laws, and limited access to health providers, animal health providers, we found out that the animal are seriously suffering. There are laws, but I can bet it, hardly would everybody knows about laws that are protecting the animals, laws that are strictly meant for animal welfare. We have them in Nigeria, but hardly would anybody that are directly involved, even as an health provider, know any of these laws. And it is one of the shortcomings. It is one of the reasons why animals are not really getting the best of care and the best of kindness and the best of respect that they desire from us. And sorry for the inch. Now, we cannot talk about animal welfare without talking about behavior. Behavior is a window into welfare. And when we talk about behavior, we are talking about the first language that animals will always speak to us as an animal provider. And we found out that most of the time, before illness becomes visible, there is always a behavioral changes. And if these changes are not at the best time noticed, it's going to lead to a lot of problems in times of welfare to the animal. And that is why we said that, and when there's going to be a disease, manifestation of any form of disease in an animal, there must always be a sort of behavior that we tend towards that if the providers are very observant. And it means a lot for animal health providers, the owners, to be very, very observant of animal behaviors. And unfortunately, in Africa, what we don't understand is this. If you are not giving the best of welfare to your animal, you are not going to get the best of production. The two goes together. And out of the fact that a lot of farmers, a lot of farm owners, a lot of pet owners do not respect the behavior of animals. That is why most of the time we always have crisis. And I'm not going to deceive us. We will understand that before there's going to be an outbreak, this behavior, if it is not okay. Now, for animal providers to be active, there must be a need for them to detect stress or suffering very early. They must be able to assess the environmental suitability to the animal. They should be able to guide appropriately, handle and evaluate stock person's competence. Those are factors that will determine how the animals are well kept, are well dealt with. And we found that integrating the 5 freedom into routine
veterinary checks allow a disease to cause to a welfare-focused approach. Like I always want to tell any animal provider that cares to listen. The best treatment we animal providers will give to any animal is by providing them the enabling environment for them to produce and survive. I'm going to cite an example here. I once visited a farm, not far from here, in a unit of a pen that's supposed to have like 3 birds. That particular farmer stocked 10. And it was constantly complaining of mortalities. And as a person, I'm not a very good, I'm a vet, but I'm not a very good user of antibiotics. I don't encourage farmers to use antibiotics. Because I found out that usage of antibiotics reduces the care of farmers to the animal. We use antibiotics to cover our sins. That's the language I always want to use. When we want to cover our iniquities, we use antibiotics to cover it. And that is one of the reasons, even in Africa today, we are having a lot of antibiotic resistance rates of a lot. And that's why you find that a lot of antibiotics, they are no longer working as they're supposed to. Why? Because the welfare aspect of the animal is shallow. Now, if somebody is keeping 10 birds, 8 birds in a unit that's supposed to contain 3 birds, then now we will expect the best of productivity. We won't get it. That is a part of the problem. And unfortunately, we found out that as a result of limited access of these farmers to health providers, as a result of limited numbers of health providers, the farmers are not being educated, because as health providers are supposed to be advocates of good animal welfare. We're not supposed, it's not so about needle and syringes. It is about telling farmers, telling animal owners the best way to treat the animal. This leads us to the next slide, veterinarians leading animal welfare. And I want to rewrite animal health providers really leading animal welfare improvement. I will not want to shy away from facts that is really bedeviling animal production in Africa. Our responsibilities as animal provider is to prevent diseases, to control diseases. But I always want to go for prevention, which is, the saying is that prevention is better than cure. In actual fact, I have found that from experience. I once told a farmer, he sold for 20,000 deal sheets, bullets to be specific. And this particular person is well established, a lot of years and experience in animal production, especially birds. And I told him from the one, if you want me to work with you, usage of antibiotics is out of place. He said it's not possible. That how will somebody raise 20,000 birds at a go and you are not going to use antibiotics? I said because your welfare approach to your rearing of birds is poor. And what we don't understand is that when you use too much antibiotics, you will be left close to nothing in terms of your profit. It is veterinary pharmacy that will be eating your money. If as a vet I own a pharmacy, I will be happy. You coming to my shop to buy drugs every other day. Yes. And don't let me deceive you. There is no supplier of drugs that will encourage you not to use medication. Yes, we cannot run away from the fact that we should use medication, but that is when it is needful. You don't use medication because you just feel like now you find out that in some production lines, every month there will be usage of antibiotics, they must give vaccination, they must give multivitamin. It is not done. That is not the best approach to animal welfare. In actual fact, we are killing those animals because most of these drugs react. They find their ways to deliver and they kill. And so, at the end of each usage, you'll be shouting, my animals are not producing. The animals will never produce. When you damage the liver with a lot of over usage of antibiotics. And my little understanding about animal physiology, when we talk about production of eggs, it starts from the liver. The ovary that we are looking at are just deposited organ. And when you now overuse, when you don't give your animal the best of care, you find out that they will not be giving you the best of production. And our responsibility as animal provider, like I said, I want to run away from the use of veterinarians because providing of health services goes beyond pets. Pain management, that's supposed to be our responsibility. Now the question is this: are we managing or allowing these animals to have the best of humane treatment? I wish at times that you see how most of these animals are packed during transportation. People will be moving point of lay in the hot sun. The 3 days, about last week Friday, between Ondo State and Kogi State, in the very hot sun, I find a lorry load of point of lay under the sun around 12. Now, how will you expect those animals to perform? And our services, and you will find out that at each point of entrance to some of those states, we have people that are supposed to check. But you find out that most of the time, unfortunately, people are interested in revenue they want to generate for the government. People are more interested in revenue generation than giving the best to these animals. And honestly, when we talk about human welfare and animal welfare, there is a little difference. Just little difference. Nutritional advance and management. That is part of what responsibilities of animal providers, health providers are supposed to be. I've seen a farm. They were busy feeding their pigs with only wheat oil. And now they will be telling you that breed is not good. That breed is a crossbreed. The supplier of the animals, the winners, are not the liars. How, for crying out loud, will somebody be feeding winners with only wheat over? What do you expect from such an animal? And honestly, do these animals, do they not deserve a very good nutrition like us? They deserve it. And then as an animal health provider, what is my take in an advisor? What is my take in being a very good advocate of animal welfare? It is part of what, we are we are in an environment where we have every resources in abundance. But the problem we have is management of the available resources. Now, when we talk about promoting of appropriate housing and handling practices, that is, in actual fact, it's so, I always tell anybody, if I enter into your penthouse and I find it difficult to eat pounded jam, forget that housing system is a washout. I wish you visit some penthouse, poultry house. I wish you can visit some piggery pen. And people will still want the best out of all these things. No. And as a person that calls myself a veterinarian or as collectively as an health provider, what type of advice are we giving to these farmers? Is my take go inject, collect my money, or my take is for this animal to have the best? So for them to produce, for them to have comfortable life, at least for the little time they are going to spend on the surface of the earth, they should always enjoy now. Definitely at the end of the day, we still enjoy them by eating them. But they have rights. That is why we call it animal rights. They have the right to live a comfortable life. And what is my take in persuading farmers, in persuading animal owners, in doing the right thing? As animal, very sorry to say, but that's just the truth. Most animal providers are only interested in get, collect money, and go. You come tomorrow, you will still go back to them when they have problem. But unfortunately, I found out that most people that never wish to do such are forced to do it. From my own personal experience, I found out that most of the time, if you pay visitation to any particular farm or any particular production line, and on getting there, you only narrow yourself to do this, and you do not make mention of usage of drug or medication. You are not a good animal health provider. Farmers want somebody that will recommend drugs to them. That has been my experience. I went to a farm on Monday. In a particular unit, they are having 5 birds. And the man was complaining on Sunday that he has started losing these animals. And one thing I found out about nature, if you overstock, whether you like it or not, I mean, the scenario will occur that will make those animals to reduce themselves to comfortable numbers. So, if you overstock, what I found out, that's what I found out. Let us suppose in a housing unit that you are supposed to have 5 animals and you put 10. Eventually, they'll just be there one by one. The strongest will survive the situation. And it is not supposed to be so. But in this situation, what is my take as an animal provider in advising the farmer? It's not only advising, in making sure that they did the right thing. Because advising, most of the time when you advise, they don't. But do we do follow up to make sure that this animal have the right care? Do they have, do we show them the right kindness? Those are the things that are very important. And when we're talking about animal welfare, it encompasses a lot of professionals, researchers, animal welfare advocates. We have a lot, the scientists, a lot of people that are involved. But what from each individual, from each unit, of those groups. What exactly are we doing to make sure we give this animal the best of what they deserve? And when we talk about education and training for farmers and community, most trainings that have gone to know, do we cascade downward after each training? I work in the ministry, and I'm not going to shy away from that fact. Do we attend a meeting? The importance of attending a workshop like this, the importance of attending meetings like this, is for you to go back and cascade down what you've learned. Positive or form is a major problem. And don't let me deceive you. You only practice what you know. Most of these animals, most of these farmers, they don't know anything about animal rearing. They have the money to invest, but they don't give a damn what happens after the investment. As long as they are having a little profit, they're okay. I know that if you have an animal like 10,000 layers, you can have about 90% production. It is possible. These are things that I know. If the welfare is right, you have, and the profit margin will be high, but in as much as they could, most of the time when they have 60, I'm producing big. No. Because we don't do maths. Most farmers don't do maths. And we, animal health providers, we are not supplying them with what they're supposed to know to have the best of knowledge. Vaccination, veterinary contribution to livestock health and productivity, vaccination program, parasitic control, clinical examinations. And did you know it is possible? Like I always tell some people, aside vaccination programs and control of parasitic control, most of the time, when your animal is enjoying the best of welfare, they don't fall sick. Definitely. Now you find out that we have problems, especially in the poultry section now. What I know in especially is Southwest, and that's a result of wrong advice. We've gone to the extent of advising. I knew somebody, and I have to question him. Why must you be advising a farmer to use Lasota? I'm very sorry to be specific now. Every 10 days, where is it done? I now asked him a question. You as human being, when last have you vaccinated? When last have you used antibiotics? You don't use it, but you are recommending it because you have a pharmacy shop. It is not right. And I think it is the best time we start to do the right thing and the best way. We are not doing the right thing and the best way. And that's part of the problem that we have. Vaccination program. Why must you be vaccinated every month? In actual fact, once I did the last vaccination for any birds at the point of entry the cage, I don't do it. You cannot force me. There's no amount of money you can offer me to do it because I know it's not right. The animals that are already in seclusion, from time to time, for every time you want to vaccinate any animal, you are double stressing them. And we are not going to take care of the stress as long as they are producing. So we know that for when we talk about animal health providers' contribution to livestock health and productivity, yes, it involves a lot of things. Reproductive management, improved genetic for resilience and productivity, clinical examination, diagnosis, and treatment of illness. Yes. But my take on that is that healthy animals are productive animals. One, veterinarians or health providers are to ensure both. But are we doing the right thing? That is a very good question for everyone to also ask. If yes, you own a farm, you are not an animal health provider. But as much as you own a farm, whether poultry, piggery, whatever you have, whatever you are interested in, the order of the day is that even when you have an animal health provider that is not doing what he's supposed to do, by providing you with the right advice, you are supposed to tell that person to leave. There's no friendship in business. You need to see some dog owners. I always tell people, you are not supposed to go. There are two things. I always tell anybody. As an animal health provider, if you come to my clinic and you ask me, I want a dog. I'm not interested in the amount of money you want to invest. We have some people that have like 10, 15 dogs in their home for 6 hours, but most of them because of the profit they want to make. The first question I'm going to, do you have a wife that loves animals? That's question number one. Because don't let me deceive you. If you buy 100 dogs at home and your wife, in actual fact, one of those things that pisses women off is that you get to I just bought this new puppy. The first question is like, how much? I bought the puppy for 700,000. Okay. I can bet it with you. It is hunger that will kill that animal. I think cases like that. I think I have seen practical cases like that. In actual, it got to a stage after the man lost like $20. Now make a pact with the state government. The veterinary clinic, state government. Anytime this animal is sick, I've instructed my wife to bring the dogs. You will treat. I send you the bill. You know what this man will always do? When that animal is at the point of death, that is when she will remember bringing the animal. And you will not be sure when you find, every parasitic infestation. So when we are talking about that animal health provider contribution to livestock and productivity, we are supposed to ensure both in advising, advocating for the proper animal welfare. But honestly, let me be honest with you, we are short of that. We fall short of that. We don't do most of the time. So we need to do it, in a way for us to move forward. Now, in applying the One Health approach, animal welfare, human health, and the environment, you will agree with me, veterinarian bridges the gap. Unfortunately, of recent, I will be having some serious epidemic outbreak of some diseases. What I found out that of recent, these emerging and re-emerging diseases is a very serious problem that we need to make sure we don't experience it. At the outbreak of AI, a lot of farmers, they knew what they lost. Because there's no government policy that can rejuvenate a farm that's so close to 50,000. There's no amount of compensation that they will give you that will give you the profit, the post-production profit. Now, at the animal health provider, that's going to be bridging that gap. Are we engaging community members? People visit a lot of around Oyo here. Go to most of those communities. That is where we have the largest number of ruminants. But you'll be shocked. Most of them are seriously infected with mange. With skin mange, skin diseases, and all those things. What is our take on the One Health? Are we helping to achieve that oneness? Or are we using ego? Because that's part of the problem. Ego between professionals and this and that. Yes, I will say it. I'm a vet. You are a technologist. At times, the type of damage that we do to the community is greater than what, honestly, is greater than what we can achieve. And as a result, you now find out that this collaboration that is needed between every professionals to ensure better wellness of the animal is not there. It's not there. Very unfortunate. But we need to bridge that gap. We need to bridge it. If we are talking about certification, when it comes to production, certification, it makes no sense. And that's what I always tell anybody. You can be a professor, you can be anything. Forget, when it comes to animal production, when you are going out visiting, you have to put whatever degree you have to keep it at home. Go there as an ordinary person. If you are going to any farm and you are flexing your certificate, I can assure you, a farm manager can finish whatever is your take on any farm. I've seen farms where a manager and the supporting staff, you will ask them to use antibiotics, no problem, okay? The moment you turn your back, they will buy the antibiotics at the expense of the owner. They will cut it, pour it in water, and put it in the drain because they want to prove a point. And that is why I said, ego aside, when you are dealing with other professions. Because animal welfare require a lot of commitment. If you are not committed, and when we talk about animal behavior, we are talking about animal behavior. Let me tell you something today. If especially some breeds of dogs that I know, if you are not giving them the best of welfare, when you are not there, they have the tendency of attacking your words, especially Rottweilers. Treat Rottweiler anyhow. When you are around, because you've created that, it's hierarchy. They see you as the pack leader, they will not talk. But when you are not there, that they become the pack leader against your children, they will definitely attack. So most of the time, when I hear about dog attacking, this one is attacking. I always flash back. There's something wrong in the management of those animals. Animals are very dedicated. Animals are more dedicated to us human beings when you take good care of them. Take good care of your dogs. Nobody can enter into your compound. But if today, because you have your money, you can bring in any security agency into your household. They will leave one day now, and it is those people that leave, they will now go and organize how to come and rob you again. But dogs are always loyal to their debt. Sorry for this. Now, when we are talking about challenges of animal welfare in Africa, like I said at the beginning we have a lot while we're having these problems. The challenges are many, very, very many. Sorry, I think the slide here has stopped. Now, when we're talking about challenges to animal welfare, we have limited resources. When we are talking about limited resources, you will agree with me, the limited resources that we are limited resources and infrastructure, scarcity of veterinary professionals in rural area. It is not even scarcity now. Most of our rural areas, because honestly, most governments, they don't recognize the importance of health providers. They don't. So while employment is going on, they will not employ. I know a lot of ministries in West, Southwest. They don't have, how many animal scientists do they have? 0. How many vet? 0. How many technologists? They can have like 2 when they're supposed to like 60. So when we talk about unemployment, it's not that the employment is not there, but it's just because people are not ready to appreciate the fact that we are having challenges in terms of animal welfare in Africa. A lot of climate change, the has part, long distance trekking and transportation, has its part, weak enforcement of welfare law. In actual fact, there's no enforcement. When we talk about weak, that means they are still enforcing it. There's no what? We have laws in Nigeria. I know that 1990, section 495 of our law talks well about animal welfare, but are we enforcing it? No. The critical task for animal health professionals. I mean, we need to strengthen our preventive care, promote humane handling. There is need to improve housing, ensure ethical transportation and slaughter. We have on transportation and slaughter. We have animal disease acts. But in actual fact, most of us professionals, how many of us knows those acts? We don't know it. It is what you know that you practice. It's what you know that you enforce. Boosting farmers' awareness. Like I said, reducing antimicrobial misuse. Now, if we want to transform
Sorry, we can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you, sir.
we have problems. I mean, the national farm.
That they are not professionals. Don't be surprised if it is an organization of a political body that want to do something. So they will just use that to gather farmers together, and after that, nothing happens. It's very unfortunate. And don't let us forget, knowledge drives compassion and enhances productivity. Legislation and enforcement. Like I said the other time, there is need. We must be an advocate. We must create the awareness. We must let people know the importance of animal welfare. And I can tell you, I know this is going to this is another forum in which we can cascade, in which most of us here we are providing a sort of help to farmers. I know that at the end of the day, most of those things that we gather here can see go ahead to help farmers. But honestly, there is need. And to most of us that are here, that animal welfare advisors, there is need to prioritize the government to really take serious animal welfare. We don't have that for now. In most states of the African region, we don't have that. Enforcement of legislation, we don't have it. And when we have it, people don't enforce it because the personnel to even do that are not there. Movement of animal from one state interstate, it's not being enforced. During when AOI was at the peak, People will move birds from Ondo State to Oyo State, unrestricted. They will move it around 1, 2, 3 in the morning. And those people that are even supposed to enforce, those people that are even supposed to enforce, you understand what I'm saying. They will look the other side. And that is why, that is one of the reasons why AI spread, the way it spreads during the outbreak. And I just pray we don't have such a scenario again. Now, when we talk about, when we talk about innovation and future welfare in Africa, yes, we have a lot of technologies now, mobile, to do that. And I believe that with the usage of some of this new technology in creating awareness, definitely we are going to be successful at the end of the day. And another aspect of it, I think I'm going to employ everybody here seated and those people that are hearing us from other parts of Africa, that we come to a stage where we need to put aside ego. There's a lot of dichotomy within animal health providers, a lot of dichotomy. A veterinarian will not want to reason with an animal scientist. An animal scientist will not want to reason with animal technologist. An animal technologist will not want to reason with an animal technician. No, we have to act as we must act as one. We must all be an advocate of animal welfare. We must all win together. No profession can achieve this transformation alone, but together we can reshape the future of Africa. By conclusion, the future of African livestock depends on the decision we make today. Let us choose welfare. Let us choose science. Let us choose transformation. Thank you very much.
Wow. Go on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moleye, for that passionate delivery. I sincerely I'm loving this. It's a good start. Thank you very much, our dear participants, virtually and across the 4 physical zones. You are powerfully welcome again to today's beautiful edition. I'm sure there are a lot of, let me tell Dr. Moleye, there are so many conversation right here going on in the chat box. A lot of people are saying things. And we have series of questions for you. Before I will come to the physical participants, let me take 1 or 2 virtually, then we'll go to the physical participants across the 4 venues. Dr. Moleye, sincerely, all these questions are coming to you, so get set for us, please. The first question I would like to ask is this. The question is coming from a fish welfare scientist. It's in 2 folds. 1, can we outrightly tell fish farmers not to use antibiotics? Or do you think there are alternatives we can suggest to them instead of the use of antibiotics? That's the first question.
Thank you very much. One thing I found out about fish farmers, in as much as we want to make profit, there is need for us to be careful in terms of usage of antibiotics. You know, every farmer at the back of their mindset, they have this thing that they can never be successful without the use of antibiotics. And that is a problem that is facing every farmer that I've met. I raise a board from aside from the antibiotics that we use in the first 3 days, I raised them for the first 26 weeks without the usage of antibiotics. The farmer was telling me that, how exactly did I do it? He started propagating the news and he said it is not possible. Now, it is not that it's not possible, but it's the approach, the mindset. And one of the problems that most of these fish farmers they had, what of the problem they have is that one fish farmer is a consultant to another fish farmer. That's where the problem is. So whatever happens to them, most of the time they pray it happens to you. So you undergo the same scenario. And I've come to realize that even with the usage of antibiotics, what profits are they really making? They're not making profits. They only ended up giving us products that predisposes the consumers to be antibiotics resistant. And honestly, it is a shame that people don't, and in actual fact, most of the users are educated people. That's just the unfortunate aspect of it. So we can do it if we put our mind in doing it. I have farmers that I consult for, fish farmers, pig farmers, poultry farmers. When I consult for you, it's rule number one. I don't want to send any antibiotics in your stock unless it's under recommendation. But because of the fear,
We can't seem to hear him again. I don't know. Can you hear us from the physical venue at Nigeria?
I think it's frozen for now. Okay, I think we can take some of the comments here in the chat while we're waiting for him. I think that must, of course, we know, network issues. So the main point here is that antibiotics must be used judiciously, appropriately, and when it is necessary. Yeah, one key thing that stood out for me was his honesty in his presentation.
Yeah.
And he actually nailed it, all those ego stuff, vets versus animal scientists stuff versus technicians. He nailed it. And why do we have to vaccinate animals often and often, especially poultry pets? The first time I got to the UK for my project, I was like, are we not vaccinating? Because I have this thing in my mind. They will write this list, every 4 days, 10 days. So I said, what? But when I got there, I was like, what is the vaccination program? They said, nothing. I said, okay, nothing. And that was it. So when you care for the animals, when they're in the appropriate environment, you don't have to spend all this money vaccinating, medication, and everything. And I think that was what he was trying to share with us. And
Yeah.
there is an issue of one welfare that actually came up. If you don't treat your dog properly, your children, they are in danger. I picked that one. So for those of you who are, thank you, you are back, sir. Please unmute from your end there. Okay. Please unmute, sir. All right, you are back.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yeah, before the interlude, we can survive. Farmers can survive without the usage of antibiotics. So
Thank
that is my
you
take.
very much, Dr. Moleye. In fact, you have nailed the point. Definitely we can if we do everything right.
Right,
If
yes.
you give your animals the necessary freedom they deserve, you won't need it. There is another question here, Dr. Moleye, and this is coming from a Kenyan. The question is this: do you think it is possible for all African countries to apply the same level of veterinary services to farmers? Do you think it is possible across Africa? We can't hear you. The volume is not coming up again.
Maybe we can take that during the break time if we have time to discuss afterwards because of time.
Yeah.
We still have time. No, I don't
No,
think we have
we
time.
don't. We don't.
So I believe Doctor is still much with us in the physical venue. So during the coffee break, we can just engage ourselves, and those who are available can listen to him answer some of these questions, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Unfortunately, we may not be able to take more questions now, but keep your questions. We'll still open up some slots for discussion, and you can bring that up again. So the next speaker is, I'll tighten your seatbelt, like I said. So tighten your
We are going to
seatbelt.
South
And we are
Africa
moving
now.
from Nigeria to South Africa.
Wow.
Nigeria to South Africa. Liz, are you available? Yes. Hello. From
Hi.
West Africa to South Africa. All right, you're welcome.
Yeah, I am very excited to be here.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Liz will be talking about stress in animals. So let's understand what stress is and how can we identify stress or things like that. So impact of stress and measuring stress behavior in farm animals. You're welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure, am I clear to everyone?
Yes, please.
Perfect. Okay, good afternoon or good morning, depending on where in our beautiful country you are finding yourself. My name is Lizzie Erasmus, and my talk today will focus on the impact of stress and measuring stress behavior in farm animals, with a particular emphasis on what this looks like in an African production context. During this presentation, I'd like to do three things. Briefly clarify what we mean by stress, show how stress is expressed through behavior in different species, and why that matters for welfare and production. And finally, to discuss what is realistic in Africa in terms of behavioral monitoring and practical improvements, given our unique extensive systems. So I'll move from biology to behavior and then the tools and practical application. To start with, what is stress? Stress is a biological response. It's the way an animal reacts when something in the environment challenges or threatens its internal balance, its homeostasis. A stressor can be anything from heat, handling, social conflict, to disease, hunger, transport, and even housing, anything that pushes the animal away from that balance. When a stressor is perceived, the animal has to respond, either behaviorally or physiologically, to restore its homeostasis. That's why it's helpful for us to distinguish between two different types of stress. The first one is acute stress. This is a short-term stress. It's seconds to minutes. This can be a sudden noise in a pig house or even the brief restraint of cattle for injections. These responses are often adaptive and reversible. In other words, they help the animal to cope in the moment. Chronic stress, on the other hand, is long-term. It's repeated and persistent. This can be hours, days, or even months. When we think about chronic stress in an extensive production system, we think of prolonged heat. We think of ongoing hunger during drought and living with lameness or mastitis. Here, stress stops being protective and starts compromising welfare, affecting the health, behavior, and ultimately the production of the animal. Physiologically, two major pathways drive these responses. First is the sympathetic adrenal medullary system, the classic fight or flight. When a stressor is perceived, the sympathetic nervous system activates and the adrenal medulla releases adrenaline and noradrenaline. Within seconds, we see an increased heart rate, faster breathing, and heightened alertness. This is fast and short-lived, designed for immediate survival. The second, however, is the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, the slower, more sustained response. The hypothalamus releases corticotrophin-releasing hormone. The pituitary releases adrenocorticotropic hormone, and in turn, the adrenal cortex releases cortisol or corticosterone in poultry. This unfolds over minutes to hours, and the cortisol causes a shift in the metabolism, immunity, and behavior of an animal. If this pathway is activated over and over again, we move into chronic stress, And this is where long-term welfare problems occur. When we observe behavior on our farms, we're essentially seeing the outward expression of these internal pathways. It is also important to say, however, that stress is not always bad. Stress actually has a purpose. From an evolutionary perspective, animals need the ability to respond to a challenge. A certain amount of stress keeps the animal alert, adapted, and engaged. This is what we call eustress. Eustress is a positive stress. It helps to improve adaptability, and this can be something like enrichment, as we can see here with a physical enrichment in the form of a brush. Distress, however, is a negative stress. This is where fear and pain dominate. For example, lameness in a production system. When we look at a stress performance curve, at the very low stress, animals might be understimulated, bored, and under challenge, sometimes showing abnormal behavior because the environment is too barren. We often see this in pigs. As stress increases into a moderate zone, the animal reaches an optimum point. This is where eustress lives. They are alert, they are performing well, and they are producing effectively. If stress continues to rise, however, we move into distress, where fear, pain, social tension, heat load, and chronic discomfort dominates. At the far end, we reach breakdown, where welfare is severely compromised and where biological function starts to fail. Our welfare challenge isn't to eliminate stress completely, but to keep animals out of that chronic distress and breakdown zone. On farms, stress comes in several broad categories. The first is environmental stresses. This is where heat and humidity, poor ventilation, noise, dust, mud, and in some semi-intensive systems, poor lighting and poor ventilation dominate. In extensive systems, we are predominantly concerned with heat and drought. Management stresses includes handling, transport, weaning, regrouping, frequent mixing, and even competition and invasive procedures. These, however, are the stresses where we have the most control over, through better stockmanship and system design. Social stresses include unfamiliar animals, crowding, unstable hierarchies, isolation, and maternal separation. Because livestock are social animals, it is important for them not to be separated or put into unfamiliar social settings. We very clearly see this specifically with pigs and poultry. And the final category is our health stresses. This is where pain, lameness, mastitis, parasitism, metabolic diseases, and malnutrition fall. These are often chronic, and behavior is usually the first thing to change when these animals are not feeling well. So why do we need to focus so much on behavior? Well, because stress doesn't just change hormones and physiology, it profoundly alters behavior. Stressed animals may eat less and change their feeding pattern. They will lie down more, or they start moving around more and alter their activity. They can become aggressive, they can vocalize more, and they develop abnormal behaviors like bar biting in pigs or feather pecking in laying hens. Crucially, these behavioral shifts appear early, often before we see big drops in milk yield, growth, or egg production, or before obvious clinical signs. That makes behavior a powerful early warning system, not only for welfare because it tells us that the animal is struggling, but also for production because it predicts where we're going to lose milk, eggs, growth, or fertility. Especially in extensive systems where diagnostics and continuous physiological monitoring may be limited, behavioral observations remains one of our strongest tools. Looking at two key stresses per species that are especially relevant in extensive systems, we see the evidence of behavior's crucial role. In dairy cows, two stresses that repeatedly emerge is heat stress and mastitis. Behaviorally, heat-stressed cows tend to stand more and lie less because this increases its surface area, helping it to cool down faster. The cow will reduce feeding time and feed intake in order to reduce the metabolic load, and it will show signs of panting and shade seeking in an attempt to increase heat dissipation. These behavioral changes appear quickly during hot periods and is seen strongly associated with a decrease in milk yield, So research has seen up to around 10 kilograms less milk per day in high heat stress areas and poor fertility. Mastitis is a significant problem, especially here in South Africa. We see cows with mastitis decreasing their activity, decreasing behavior, and showing signs of increased discomfort. These early behavioral changes signal pain before we even see a dramatic drop in production. Mastitis consistently reduce milk yield and dry matter intake, and it remains one of the most costly welfare problems in our production system. For our beef cattle, specifically in an extensive African system, our two big themes are handling and nutritional stress, especially during drought. When cattle move through unfamiliar or poorly designed facilities, or they are handled roughly, we've seen flight responses, bulking and turning away in an attempt to escape. We see increased agitation and vocalization, which may often result in aggression. We see crowding and rushing, which often causes injuries. These behavioral signs are strongly linked with increased cortisol production, high risk of dark cutting and bruising on the meat, and it may even result in weight loss. Nutritional stress occurs when grazing is not meeting their energy requirements. And as a result, the animals are walking further and spend more time searching for food than they are actually eating. This also places increased stress on their hooves and legs. These behavioral signs precede the decrease in growth or body condition score, decreased fertility, and increased calf mortality, which is also due to immune suppression. In pigs, a lot of our stress observed is tied to social dynamics and changes in the environment. When unfamiliar pigs are mixed, which is often a practice here in South Africa as well, when the pigs are moved from different groups as they aged, we see signs of aggression, fighting, and increased mounting, and this is done in an attempt to re-establish dominance. Vocalization increases, a clear sign of distress, and the feeding and resting patterns are disrupted. Growth can drop as much as 100 to 250 grams per day after mixing, and an increased risk in injury, which can cause a serious health risk. Barren environments are often associated with pigs, which show an increase in tail biting and incidences of bar biting, indicating an increase in overall aggression. They also show less play and exploration behavior, usually out of fear. Tail biting has significant consequences, pain and infection, and it also leads to slower growth and carcass trim losses. So not only are we seeing a decrease in the welfare of the animal, the producer is also feeling it because he's not getting the optimum product that he could. Even simple enrichment, things like straw or chewable material, can dramatically reduce these behavior in pigs. In our small ruminants, namely our pigs, and our sheep and goat, we see lameness and weaning stress. I'm not going to discuss heat stress again in these animals because we've been doing them in quite a few others. So we're branching out and looking at lameness and weaning. So for lameness in our goats and sheep, we will see them limping. They will very clearly favor one leg. We see a decrease in grazing and an increase in lying down, because shifting between lying down and standing up for these animals are quite painful. The other problem with our goats, they are very hardy. So by the time they show a problem, it's quite significant. These behavioral indicators indicate in growth rate, in wool growth, in milk production, and in weight loss. Weaning is when our goats and our kids. Sorry, I hear a reverb. I think it's from someone's mic being on, and that's quite distracting. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Behavioral indicators when weaning occurs is an increase in bleating, and this is usually from the kids as taken away from the sheep or the goat. This is also observed in feed intake and a decrease in play behavior, because the kids are stressed and they do not know the situation becomes very unfamiliar to them. This precedes a decrease in growth, an increase in susceptibility to disease, as well as strong stress response. This increase in cortisol that is observed can have long-term effects. And finally, looking at our poultry, we are looking at heat stress and feather pecking in laying hens. So heat stress is a big concern for our poultry. Our heat-stressed birds will pant and spread their wings to increase the surface area in an attempt to cool down faster. They will become lethargic and they will reduce feed intake while increasing water intake. These behaviors are strongly associated with a decrease in egg production, slower growth, and an increased mortality in heat waves. Feather pecking is a big problem, especially for our laying hens. If you were at the welfare conference yesterday, you would have heard Timothy talking about feather pecking in laying hens. And we see in severe cases, we see cannibalism. These birds show feather pulling, they show restlessness and complete avoidance of those aggressive birds, and their plumage deteriorates, and in severe cases, there's bleeding and mortality can occur. Feather pecking can reduce egg production by up to 20% and show an increase in culling rates. Providing things like foraging can markedly reduce this behavior. Globally, all of these stresses are recognized: lameness, heat stress, aggression, feather pecking, and so on. But when we look at our extensive African production system, a clear pattern emerges. Across all species, a small set of stresses do the most damage. This is heat stress, poor or rough handling, nutritional stress, low enrichment, and social instability. In the table, you can see the behavioral changes brought about by these stresses and how they link to welfare and production outcomes. The theme is consistent across. The welfare implication is observed, and then a significant production implication is observed. Focusing on these African relevant behavioral indicators gives us the best opportunity to improve both welfare and production. So how do we actually measure behavior in practice? At the one end, we have our traditional methods. This is most commonly applied in South Africa and Africa as a whole. We have the direct observation, ethograms, and then we also have the handling and flight test, which is a temperamental test, locomotion and lameness scoring, and then obviously monitoring water and feed intake. These are low cost and flexible tools, but they are quite labor intensive and they depend on training and consistency. Then we have stressor-based tools. These are accelerometers, to track lying, standing, and other activities. The GPS unit for movement and grazing time. And then we also have rumination sensors in our dairy cattle, and thermal cameras are used to detect heat stress a lot quicker than the human eye can. These provide continuous objective data, but they require investment, maintenance, and a trustworthy electrical power source. At the end, we see computer vision and AR system, and these are commonly applied in European production systems. These are cameras that can track the animals, detect aggressive feather pecking and overcrowding, and they quantify activity or stocking density automatically. These work well in intensive, well-equipped systems with proper employment of power sources. As you know, in South Africa, we do have a problem with load shedding every now and again. But if we look at the table, we'll see things like manual observation. And this is great because it is flexible and you are able to train stockmen to do this. However, it is labor intensive and it becomes unfeasible in a farm with 1,500 plus head of cattle. Your environmental sensors are great and they are quite easy. A phone can pick up the current temperature, but these are not directly linked to behavior. They only give us an estimate of the environment. And finally, something like acoustic tools are great, but in an extensive system, you're going to struggle to hear your calf that's about 500 meters away when he starts calling. Our biggest challenge is that most of this technology was developed for intensive systems in our well-developed regions. So in South Africa, in an extensive system, Our animals cover a large grazing area, so cameras and short-range sensors can't cover everything. Connectivity is limited. Here where I am, if the wind blows in the wrong direction, I don't have signal for 5 hours. Outfitting large herds with wearables are quite expensive, and our animals are handled infrequently. So if there's an issue with the technology that we've applied to the animal, it can be quite a task to try and either fix it or refit it. Dust and heat, as well as strong light, make cameras and some sensors less reliable. In extensive systems where trees and shade are quite barren, we struggle to often see the camera or the video feed from the camera because that light is overpowering. So the technologies that work beautifully in European system cannot simply be copied and pasted into our African rangeland. We do not have a one-size-fits-all approach, and we cannot have a one-size approach to welfare. We need to research what is it that we need and how can we apply these technologies that have been developed into our systems. But that is why good stockmanship and structural behavioral observation remain essential for our systems. When we look at our developed versus developing systems, we see a clear contrast. In developed systems, the farms are mostly intensive with reliable power and internet. Precision livestock tools such as cameras, wearables, and automated behavioral analysis can run continuously and feed into real-time management. In many African extensive systems, or in many of our African systems, production is extensive or semi-intensive. Infrastructures are limited and economic margins can be quite tight. Major stresses such as heat, drought, long walking distance, and predators are a big risk, and these are quite common. So while the biology of stress remains the same, the solution to the situation must be adapted. We need approaches that work with low infrastructure, extensive system, and diverse ownership. So the future outlook of measuring behavior in our unique system is that we need to continue using behavior as an early warning system. We need to be able to provide a baseline to the animals and be able to observe changes from this baseline. We need to invest in our people. We need to train farmers and producers to recognize and interpret behavior. And as this is one of our most cost-effective welfare interventions that we have. We can also adapt scalable, low-cost technologies where possible, but these are not faultless. There are instances where we tag a cow for every 15 cows, but these give us a sample indication. They do not give us an individual per cow analysis. And then prioritize heat stress mitigation. We all know that the climate change is very strong here in our African situation, and providing things like shade and water access will have a significant impact. In conclusion, our stress is a biological response, but it can be either adaptive or harmful. In farm animals, stress is written very clearly in behavior, long before we see major drops in production or obvious disease. A small set of stresses, especially heat, handling, nutrition, and low enrichment, drive a large part of our welfare and production risk. If we take behavior seriously as a monitoring tool, invest in our stockmanship, and adapt technologies and research to our local realities, we can make real progress in both animal welfare and production. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. To be sincere, you really captured a lot of thoughts, and I believe we can all we were able to see the flow from the beginning to the end, and we saw the advantages and the disadvantages, right? And any questions, please drop it in the chat. This is absolutely amazing. And thank you so much for pointing out the fact that behavior is the first indicator or the earliest sign that the animal will give to us before things become, goes out of hand or yes. So, and that is why it's so important for us to be able to know how to observe it and understand it. So is there any question for our presenter? Let me check the comments. Yes, ma'am.
Questions from the physical
Any-
venues?
Any question from the physical
Yeah.
venue? Liz, please, can you stop sharing your screen? Thank you, so I can bring everybody together and it's easy for me to see where the people are. Okay, so anybody, any question from the physical venue? We have enough time either for Lizzie or Dr. Omoleye. We have 10 minutes before we go for coffee break. So any question for both of them, we are happy to take that.
Question
All right.
Nigeria.
All right.
Okay.
Please go on.
Yes.
I don't really have questions. I have remarks.
Okay.
If I break it to questions, there'll be so many. But just make my remarks and whatever is in my mind. I want to thank the doctor, the vet doctor that made the first presentation. He was so courageous and very, very, explicit, and with so much emotion. Now, the issue of Nigeria is that we have too many quacks in the industry. In fact, the industry now thrives on quackery. Sincerely, irrespective of which profession you belong, once you are practicing outside your area domain, you are a quack. If an animal scientist is trying to do veterinary work, is a useless quack. And vice versa, when a vet who want to become a nutritionist or an husbandman, then there will be trouble. That is the whole problem about Nigeria. And sincerely, the entire industry is a sorry sight today. When you talk of welfare, the welfare of the animal, yes. Now, let's even from the nutrition aspect. If you do not give the animal the required nutrients, I mean, you are not practicing anything. The industry, as we speak today, do not two levels of broiler starter and the finisher. Is that what the animal that we are handling, is that what they require? No. No, it is not. It's no longer that. The science of poultry has gone beyond two levels of diets for the animals. And we all pretend, we just keep quiet. And somebody is of all the professions in the world, all over the world, the most touted industry and that is easily assailed is nutrition. Everybody is a nutritionist. Very, very sad. And when we talk of animal, where they are most violated has to do with the nutrition. Even because nutrition is about, it takes over 70% of the cost of production. And what are we doing to address that? Everybody is a nutritionist in Nigeria. So, and that is the problem. So also medicine, they are not touting the medical line as much as husbandry and nutrition is being touted in this country. So many people, they require to go take them to correctional center and stay there for some time to maybe they can reset their mind. And so we can, in animal handling too, it's a sorry sight. You see somebody who back a whole goat on Christmas. During Christmas, you will see somebody putting a whole big broiler, properly fed broiler inside nylon bag. And sometimes I look at those people as if I should hit them with a big stick on the head. And that is rampant. You see that every day on the road. you see the truck seriously loaded. And once upon a time, one of our professors here would take the pictures of those animals, and one of the colleagues of this Dr. Ayo work was on it, animal welfare, and it was properly published. So then the product, the quackery, has gone to product also. Who handles the production? In fact, that is where the comfort of humans, because the production of animal for the use of humans is the junction of humans and animal. And at that point is the product we take from the animal. And the product we take also is a sorry sight, because husbandry also gets to the production, the entire processing of the product. Those issues, it's not about professional, it's not about, it's quackery in its the production is quacked, the product, of course, when you put in the junk, you get the junk. The collaboration that the speaker elicited or that he requested for, yes, there's no doubt, it's sincerely because of quackery. The animal scientists, the technology, the veterinarians, they are responsible for the closure of more than 70% of animal establishments in Nigeria. Because of wrong, there's a serious case that just happened in my department, and I frowned at it. I'm not going to say the specifics so much. The student took broiler they took broiler for their research. And at the third week of brooding, the broiler started having dystrophy and all that, you know, all of those problem of cofactor metabolism, specifically vitamin, at the second, third week. That is entirely the purview of animal nutritionists. It has nothing. And I was there in the department. The students took the case to a veterinarian, and the veterinarian recommended drug for them. And when they brought the drug to the country, you know what happened? It aggravated the suffering. And the student came to the center. This is what is happening. What are you doing? About? I said, what is it? I said, and he said they are dying. I said, yes, they will die. I said, what did you do? He said they are taking to bed, and I told them, if they start quacking, yes, it's quacking. If you give the having this trophy, and you have it specific week, you just states it about a particular vitamin. What you should do is to say, please take this to a nutritionist. He did not do that. He recommended what he wanted to sell. And they took it, and the animal, they could not use it for research again. I said, I'm presently writing a book on biochemistry and nutrition of poultry. Can you please go and take as many pictures as possible? And then so that I can use it as a classical something. That's number one. Number two, if I see any of them in my office, because that course ought to be taken by them, they all ran away. Now, if they want to come back to me, they should go and take a card, and each of them should pay 5,000. Yes. Because the way they went to see outside, it took money for registration for them in the clinic. So I also want to take my own registration, and I want to be reported.
in fact, they should go to the DVC account first before I was so angry. So that is the situation on ground. Somebody, if you see lab outside, they want to analyze to recommend their own drug only, and they will tune the analysis to their which country practice that and will go ahead. So quackery is I want to add to your emotion. That's why I'm saying this. It is quackery. And so many of these practicing so-called animal nutritionists, animal husbandman, animal veterinarian, they deserve to go to prison. Yes, they should be arrested. Once caught, don't do anything that is outside your life. As to the what do you call it too? Stress, distress. Nigeria is the home of stress, particularly heat stress, because we are in a hot, humid climate. Very hot, humid climate. Sometimes the ambient temperature in Ibadan could be as high as 45 degrees centigrade for laying chicken and all that. Now, everybody, go to the market, go and see anti-stress. Anything is anti-stress in Nigeria. But when the stress comes, you will know what is stress, you will know what is not anti-stress. And all our animal, go and look at the ambient condition now. It's already beyond 27 degrees, beyond the thermoneutrality of chicken. And what are we doing to that? Everybody wants money, and we are not getting to anywhere. I think we need deliverance. Thank you very much.
That's another speech entirely. It was a good one. Thank you very much, Prof, for that beautiful contribution. I believe with this we are doing, the enlightenment will continue and everybody will get to know what they are supposed to do as at when due. We have some virtual participants who want to ask question. Let me call Zeno Bennett. Zeno Bennett.
Okay, let me just add.
Please unmute yourself and done.
Hold on, please. For those of you on the online, you have to have your name well spelled out. Otherwise, we are not going to pick you. So DI8, whatever numbers you have, kindly go back and rename yourself and come with your real identity before we can allow you into this meeting. So Zeno, kindly unmute.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I want to appreciate the speakers. And from the first speaker, referring to the fact that everybody needs to work together. You know, it's very important. First of all, the roles of each profession needs to be specifically drawn out. That is what leads to what Prof has said is quackery. The roles of each profession needs to be specifically spelled out. And in working together, when you see that someone is questionable in terms of animal behavior, animal welfare, and nothing is being done, whoever has taken note of the situation should report to the appropriate authorities to say that this has been identified. For instance, you see that someone that is just like a farmhand is taking laws into his hands to do this. That person should be reported to the Association of Veterinary Doctors or animal scientists or animal nutritionists so that they can take action. And before this can happen, laws need to be put in place so that when such people are apprehended, they can be given the right punishment or the right condition that can reset whatever they've done. And like I mentioned yesterday, some of the punishments that should be put out for failing to abide by these policies should include working in these areas by strict laws and guidelines for a minimum of 3 months. For people that don't know, like being in the poultry, and you are used to manhandling birds, like layers, broilers, when you are subjected to work in a poultry farm compulsorily for 3 months in your life, you will never treat a bird in a wrong way again. So in working together, we need to help each other. Stay in our lane of profession, but contact whoever is responsible. Like the prof has said, when that situation was reported to the veterinarian should have said, oh, this should be addressed to this. I know someone who is a nutritionist. Let me contact that person. That is helping ourselves, and that is ultimately promoting animal welfare from identifying abnormal behaviors in these animals. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much for your contribution, Zeno. So as we speak, would like to go on a coffee break. However, wherever you're grabbing your coffee, you're stretching your legs, you can still continue to listen to the discussion on the online space. So now, for those of you in the physical venue, we are going on a coffee break, so you have time to do that wherever you are. But because those of us virtually, we have nowhere to go and we need to engage ourselves, we still have people's hands, lifted here, and we want to really continue the discussion. So wherever you are, officially, we are on coffee break, but you can be listening to the discussion where you are. I think that is the best approach to do. So Ahmed, kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, my name is Dogon Frederick from Ghana.
All right.
Yeah. I would like to know, are there other methods that we can use to detect stress early in animals, apart from just observing their behaviors? Thank you.
Is Dr. Lisa still online?
Lisa, actually, behavior is the earliest. If you don't want anything to really affect the animal, Liz, Erasmus, are you still available?
Yeah.
Still here, yes.
Did you get the question?
No, I didn't. Can you repeat that?
His question is, aside behavior, what else can we use to quickly detect stress in animals?
The behavior will be our first obvious response, because if we know what the baseline is, it will be easy for us to see when the animal deviates from that. We cannot rely on production as an indicator for welfare. There are two that affect production. So we see there are cows that are able to maintain their a situation like lameness. So there are other things that we can look at apart from behavior. So you will see things like a decrease in the amount of feed that they are taking in, the amount of milk they are producing, but by far behavior remains our best indicator of stress. Because we also cannot measure their physiology. It's very difficult to measure cortisol, and cortisol is an arousal hormone, so it might not even indicate a proper stress response. So that's why we emphasize behavior, and the fact that behavior needs to be researched more, especially in our African regions, so that we can know what is the baseline, what are the deviations.
Yeah, I agree with you. So, Mansour, kindly unmute yourself, Mansour.
Good morning.
You have
My name is
a noisy background, please. We can't take that. You have a noisy background. Kindly sort that.
Okay.
All right. So, Salamatu, please make sure you don't have a noisy background. Thank you, Salamatu.
Good morning from Nigeria.
Can you speak up a bit?
Yeah, good morning. I'm joining you from Nigeria. I'm really impressed for this today's section. I don't really have a question. It's just a contribution and appreciation at the same time. I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers. And, animal welfareism is one of the really, let me see, in Nigeria, we are left behind when it comes to animal welfareism. And I am a person that's actively involved in effective altruism. And effective altruism core values is animal welfareism. Even if we go for a section, we don't eat meat. Yes, we don't eat meat. We go for other vegetarians practice. And so, as someone who actively really have passion for this animal welfare, I would say I believe that our progress in animal welfare will be a gradual and meaningful journey. Workshop like this is helping us build awareness and capacity for a better practice in the future. I'm grateful to be part of this movement, and I'm really, really happy to be in this section. So I want to say thank you so much. And for the speakers, it's really an interesting section. We look forward to have more section like this in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind words and for your contribution. We really appreciate it. And yeah, of course, we keep on talking about it on our different platforms. And before the end of today's session, the organizers will be giving us a WhatsApp group so that we can continue our engagement afterwards in the WhatsApp. So we still continue, we'll come as a group. So it will not just end here and here alone. So watch out for that. They'll be sharing a WhatsApp group link for us to, engage and still get connected with ourselves. All right.
There is a question in the chat. Do you want us to do that now?
Okay. Well, let's take this person that is raising
Okay.
into the chat. So Ahmed, kindly unmute yourself. Ahmed? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, Liz, for your presentation. I want to ask, the presentation centered on, I think, mostly the farm. I want to know how we can detect stress on animals during transit or on transit. Because most of the people who handle animals through transit are not received trained. How do we, as individuals in the industry or those dealing with animals, detect stress of those animals on transit? Thank you.
Liz, are you available to reply?
Yes, I am. Okay, so if I understand the question correctly, so you are asking how we can measure stress during transit of animals, say from the farm to the slaughterhouse. And I think this is a very important point to raise because there is a very big lack of research in this area. So for years, we've been doing transport in the same way. We've been stacking the cattle in the same way, and we've been driving the same routes without really noticing how it's impacting the animal itself. Because when the animal arrives at the slaughterhouse, we are looking at meat quality rather than the quality of life that that animal experienced. And I think I'm very happy that you raised this point because this is exactly the type of things that we need to look at as researchers and as scientists so that we can know how to approach this. Currently, as far as I know, there are no ways of detecting stress because most of the transport vehicles do not have cameras or any way of observing the animals. And I think in South Africa, they are allowed to be on the road for 18 hours without stopping. So I think this is something that we definitely need to be looking at.
Thank you very much, Liz, for that beautiful response. There is a question in the chat box that we want us to look at before we go to physical venues. If there are questions, The question is asking that what is the society doing to collaborate? I'm not sure this question should go to Lizzie. I think it should be for Dr. Moleye. And I am not sure if he's available now to answer the question. Okay. Do we have any question from our physical venues? Samuel, Kenya, please, do we have any question from your end?
They are on coffee break, please. Don't give them stress. They are on coffee break. We should know that. We are just using this to to hold the things down. They are on coffee break.
Okay. Okay, so we have
somebody online here. Matifa, kindly unmute. Let me see the question.
Good morning. Good
Hello.
morning, colleagues.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm joining you from Ghana.
You're welcome.
My name is, thank you. My name is Jonathan, as you have seen, Matipa, and I'm a veterinary paraprofessional. I'm a principal animal health officer, and I work in a workshop in Ghana, precisely Bunu East region, and in Techiman North district, capital called Tiabodom. I'm very happy with this. I didn't see it on time, but I just put on my data and saw that this special program was going on, which is very educative. It's going to help us to be able to put things together, the mistakes we've been doing, especially in the slaughterhouse, how they manhandle animals and other things. I think this has gone a long way, or will go a long way to help us so that we'll be able to put things right and do the right thing. I encourage the facilitators that often from time to time, they should put us on guard so that we don't deviate from our responsibilities. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you for your contribution. We really appreciate that. And we're so excited you're able to join us. And for you to see this as an important event, we really appreciate it as well. And one thing I want to encourage everybody, after today's meeting is please don't just go back and, forget everything you have learned. Try as much as possible within your corners, using your voice, using your platform to begin to advocate for things like this. I know some people have talked about working in the slaughterhouse. We all have different places or where we work or are concerned with the way animals are treated. We can stand out, we can collaborate to also be part of this. So thank you so much, Rukayat. Kindly unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers of the workshop, the conveners, and everyone. Thank you so much for the insightful sections. And we look forward to more of this in the nearest future. Actually, my question, it's a question. And then it was supposed to be doing the technical. I was supposed to have asked the question during the technical sections, but unfortunately, I had a power failure. I had to get myself. We start over again.
Zoom meeting
So please, I'm very sure that my elders in the house can assist to make the clarification. I just want to do in the section where I got something that we should.
Sorry, who is that?
Sound is coming from somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. I'm trying to sort that out. Ruka, you can go on now.
Of course.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So my clarification is I got that the notion that we should that we can actually have practice zero administration of drugs during the rearing of our livestock. So I want to ask that do we really mean zero drug administration or minimal usage of this drug? If it is minimal usage, I understood that. But if the speaker was actually saying, emphasizing on zero usage, or even someone commented saying free usage, that is, you don't have, that means you don't, during the cycle, you don't administer drug, you don't administer any form of antibiotics or vaccine. I don't know, is it really possible? Can we really do that? I don't know if it is possible, if it has been done. I want to get more enlightenment if it is really possible. Because and what I'm even, I think for drugs, antibiotics, this can be possible. I think I have also tried that once, in one time or the other. But for vaccine specifically, I don't know if it is possible, because for instance, I'm speaking of broiler or turkey, in the rearing of turkey, in the circle of a turkey now, for instance, we know that there will be at a particular stage, there are some vaccines that we have to administer, maybe the Lasota and even maybe the fowl pox vaccine that we'll give. So is it possible that during the circle, is it possible we can rear without giving them that vaccine? Without administering the vaccine, and they will also, the animals will be fine. I don't know of in fishes, if it is possible in fishes, but I'm specifically asking for broiler chickens or turkeys. So is it possible? Can we actually do zero administration? Even in layers too. Even there are some stages that there are some vaccines that we have to give them maybe when they want to start laying, to ensure a seamless laying section when the laying starts. So maybe like the EDS vaccine now. So is it possible that we can boycott such vaccines, and then we say, okay, there are some other measures we can, animal welfare and proper handling or the likes can cover up for it. So I want to get more enlightenment on that, ma. Thank you, ma.
If other countries are doing it to the barest minimum as possible, then we need to work on what is happening, or why do we think we continually have to be giving them vaccines. So I have experienced it in 2 different countries, in the UK and also in Germany, and to the barest minimum, maybe just once, once or twice, that's the maximum. And I have seen, so no issue of even antibiotics and all these, my vitamins and everything. So if it is working, we can as well begin to look into that area. How are they doing it? What is making it to work? Of course, the hygienic environment is very important. Taking biosecurity, very important, is very important. And if we can't keep up to that standard, then probably that's the reason we heavily believe on, vaccination and medication. So it is possible. Sorry, we can't take more questions. We have to go back. Now we are off. The break time is.
Thank you, ma.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. So we have.
I'm sorry, ma. I want to, can I quickly make a little comment, ma? I want to get it very well, ma. Okay, you said something that.
Sorry,
Okay,
Ruka,
ma.
we have to go on with the presentation. We are working with time. Any
All
other
right, ma. Thank you, ma.
the chat? Thank you. So we're going to the presentation now in Kenya. There are different time zones, and we also need to consider others as well. So our next presenter is in Kenya. Are you ready, Samuel? Samuel. Okay. Not sure he's there. Samuel, are you available? Hello, Samuel.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry.
So is the presenter ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Because you already shared the sliders.
Yes, she's here.
All right.
So it should be.
So go ahead to just start introducing her while she joins. Yeah.
Give us a few seconds. So just give us a few seconds.
Buhari, do you want to talk in the next 30 seconds? Are you available to talk in 30 seconds? If your question is going to be more than that, let me know. Buhari Habibu. Buhari Habibu, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. 30 seconds, please, because we are watching the time for the next speaker.
Thank you very much. I just want to say something on these issues raised with respect to antibiotic and vaccine. For antibiotic, yes, we can work towards not using antibiotics at all in any farm system. But when it comes to vaccination, it's something inevitable. The reason is there are some actions we need to take that will help us reduce the number of diseases we vaccinate against, and also the extent to which we vaccinate. The reason in most African countries vaccinate a lot is because we have high disease burden in Africa. And the probably two reasons explain why we have high disease burden. The first is that we most African countries are in regions that the ambient temperature is high. And in most cases, these pathogens proliferate faster. They or their vectors proliferate faster in places with high ambient temperature, which is not the case in most tropical countries. Secondly, and the one that is most important, is that we have not been able to eliminate most of the diseases that are bothering our animals. So our animals are continuously battling with these diseases and dying, which is causing a lot of welfare issues. Now, they over there have eliminated most of their diseases. Take soil, take samples all around the farm. You will not find many pathogens. But for us here, you're going to have very, very, very high load of these pathogens. So since these pathogens are endemic, you have no option. The only thing you could do is, number one, you vaccinate, and number two, you ensure strict biosecurity. And our problem is that we are not too disciplined to follow biosecurity. We end up exposing our animals very often. And at the end of the day, our animals come down with disease. And that is why you realize most people would rather tell you go and vaccinate. Because even if they tell you to follow biosecurity, you may not follow it. If you follow biosecurity strictly, you may not need to vaccinate. But the situation in most African countries is that these biosecurities are difficult to follow. In my farm A, I want to follow biosecurity, but my neighbor is not following. My workers are not following. The best option for me is to vaccinate. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's very informative information about the environment determines how the treatment goes. Thank you so much. And I hope Ruka also got, some tips from that as well. So Samuel, kindly introduce the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yasere. You can hear us clearly?
Yes.
Okay, let me try from here. You can hear us?
I can hear you. It now depends on the speaker.
All right. So I want to introduce our next speaker, who is Aurelia Adiambo. So yesterday we had a discussion on whether you must be an animal scientist, a veterinarian, to be an animal welfare advocate. So our speaker today will probably answer that question because she doesn't have a background in any of those, but she is a prolific animal welfare advocate with many years of advocacy. And she'll be speaking to us today about the present and the future in Africa and how we can build and develop policy advocacy in animal welfare. So Aurelia, you're welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Aurelia, as Dr. Nyaga has introduced, and will be the topic of my presentation. Yes, as he has said, I am an African animal welfare advocate and have been so for the past few years. I work in farm animal welfare through advocacy, corporate outreach work, which means we try to speak to companies to enact animal welfare policies in place. I also advise for the Effective Altruism Animal Welfare Fund, and I also organize animal welfare events, so the whole spectrum. So what will be the topic of my presentation? We'll speak about the current animal welfare landscape in Africa, Africa's challenges pertaining animal welfare, capacity building, that is what is working and what is not working, and what is needed, and then on policy advocacy. And I like to start my presentations with nice quotes. And for me, these quotes resonated, that the way we treat animals is not just a reflection of humanity. We keep hearing about humane, animal welfare, humane. I think it's also a measure of the systems we build and the future we imagine. Can you imagine a future without animals? No. Exactly. So, animal welfare is not new to Africa. Sometimes especially when you go to these maybe global conferences, you may hear animal welfare, and perhaps even the experts or the people from that other side telling us, you should do this, you should do this. But when we come back to Africa, I believe we've interacted with animals for hundreds of years, right? How did our ancestors interact with, let's say, chicken? How did they interact with chicken? Yes?
Chicken, most of the time, they were used as ritual.
Exactly. And even beyond that, if you envision a traditional African homestead, how was it looking like? I believe I'm loud even without this. Okay. If you envision a traditional African homestead, how was it with the animals and everything? Can someone just let me know? Okay. Can someone just volunteer and share? Okay, how did our grandmothers live with the animals? Would we? Yeah, yeah.
They made a shelter within the homestead. I'm saying they had a shelter within the homestead.
Exactly.
They would take them out when it's dawn and enclose them in the evening.
Exactly. Traditionally, many of our animals were revered, even present today. Let me not say tradition. Present today, we find that sometimes, even like when you go to northern Kenya, you find that most of the conflicts are because of animals, right? People take care of animals with their own lives. Their whole livelihood is dependent on their animals. So animal welfare in Africa is not a new idea. It has deep roots in indigenous knowledge. For example, you go to maybe the pastoralist community, you'd find that some of them, even in the evening, they would leave out some water just outside there for the wild animals to come and drink water, right? That is how many of you saw that case of that woman from, was it Garissa, who was petting a cheetah up until KWS came and took the cheetah? So you see, it has deep roots in indigenous knowledge, pastoralist culture, and long-standing human-animal relationships. We did not view animals as commodities to be consumed, right? We took care of them. We lived with them. Some of us even gave our animals their names, right? How many people had cows that had specific names? Exactly. This shows that in Africa, animal welfare was a concept, or is a concept that is rooted in time. However, what is new is the changing context. We have population growth, urbanization, industrial farming, climate pressure, and globalized markets. I like to give the example of chicken. And of course, this does not promote the animal farming or anything. But in the African context, years and years back, you'd imagine that eating chicken or consuming animal products was not something that occurred at a daily, as a daily occurrence, right? This would be something that people would say, oh, Christmas or something. But what has changed today? Nowadays, because more people are consuming animal products, the demand for animal agriculture is rising. And that is changing our relationships and our context and everything pertaining how we relate to animals in Africa. Animal warfare in Africa, as you may know, yes, next slide. Okay, thank you. Yes, is undergoing rapid transformation, driven by demographic growth, urbanization, economic shifts, and increasing global connection. Just one good example is, can you compare the consumption of animal products now versus 10 years ago? What has changed? It has increased, right? We have a dual reality in Africa. We have this long history of human-animal relationships, which you can see with a good example of our pastoralist communities who take good care of their cattle. And number two, emerging animal agriculture, industrial animal agriculture, expanding urban markets, and so forth to cater to this growing demand in the consumption of these products. So why does this matter now? We need to talk about this because the impact of animal agriculture on climate, on public health, economic development, and food systems transformation. So at the present moment, where are we in Africa? There is a famous saying that you cannot know where you're going unless you know where you're coming. That is directly translated from Kiswahili or your mother tongue. So Africa at the present, many of our relationships with our animals are still rooted in daily life. That's why if I just drive or I walk a few kilometers here, I'll find a homestead where they still keep chicken the traditional way, right? Yes. You find that that's why you see Maasai, for example, still moving in their herds of cattle, even in the city. Donkeys supporting entire households, even just here, right? Donkeys are such an integral part of the community. And wildlife shaping our identities. Why do we pay so much money to go and watch wildlife in Masai Mara, for example? However, we have to recognize that in Africa, we are changing quickly. For example, you've already acknowledged that the trends in consumption of animal products now versus 10 years ago are completely different, right? The trends in food systems, for example, now it is perceived, you're eating chicken every day, that is a good thing. But if you tell somebody you're eating vegetables every day, what will they say? You're poor, right? So that shows you even the social conditioning of how that shapes how people are perceiving animals. Today's landscape is a mix of deep heritage and new challenges. We also have it, for example, I've spoken to a few farmers. They keep saying, oh, we don't have space to do this. We don't have space to do our farming and so forth. So in the midst of all this, what am I coming to? We have an opportunity for African-led solutions. We as Africans, can we come up with a solution on how we can tackle all these things in an African way to honor our heritage, where we come from, how we treated our animals with care and compassion, and the future and the growing trends. So in farm animal warfare, you find that, for example, at the moment, there is the growth in poultry and dairy intensification. You all know that you're vet students, right? Yes. I can guarantee you, if I go 10 kilometers both sides, I'll find at least 2 homesteads trying to rear chicken or keeping cows for production, right? Every time I hear, sometimes even, for example, you can see even on TV shows, trying to promote poultry farming or the nets, what do they call it? They say this is one of the ways you can get rich quickly. Another trend at the moment is we don't have regulations. While at the moment in Kenya, there is an animal welfare bill that is underway, we still don't have enough policies and regulations guiding proper animal welfare or the treatment of animals. We also have gaps in enforcement, right? Yes. Why, for example, do we hear issues of, oh, broiler, each time, oh, be careful with broiler? Why? Can someone share why?
The use of steroids and
The use of steroids, right? Or shortcuts, right? Where many, even antibiotic misuse. That's a gap in enforcement because there is lack of control over what is coming to the market. However, there's still a bright spot. And what is the bright spot? This is an example of a bright spot. The fact that we are here together convening as experts, as stakeholders, discussing about animal welfare, that's a good thing, right? It means that we are seeing this as an issue. We're also seeing the growth of animal welfare organizations growing day in, day out. So, for example, this was a recent summit. This happened just this July here in Nairobi, Kenya, not here. And this was the first farm animal welfare conference in Africa. That shows you that there's growing momentum, right? For wildlife, what is an issue pertaining wildlife? Number one is human-wildlife conflict, right? Because of land, there's growing pressure on land. We want more land to build, to urbanize for our farms, but sometimes this land were natural pathways for the animals, and this creates a lot of conflict. We're also having issues to do with illegal trafficking, wildlife tourism, which can be taken overboard, and emerging policy reforms around wildlife protection. Working animals like donkeys, what is the current landscape? We recognize the vital role of animals like donkeys in supporting rural economies, right? Yeah. We also see how welfare challenges can be linked to poverty and lack of vet access. We have good practice examples. For example, the campaign by some organizations like Mtunze Punda Daima, which have proven to be successful, right? Yes. Now more than ever, many people are recognizing that you have to take care of your donkey. You have to take care of your working animal, right? For companion animals like dogs and cats, we have that is still growing. For example, I keep seeing a lot of rabies vaccination drives. I keep seeing, for example, more people, like especially in the urban centers, keeping their nice dogs and taking good care of them. So this shows that there's growing concern about companion animals, right? Yes. How many of us here have cats? You see a good number. And dogs? And pet rabbits? Okay. So all that encompasses the present in terms of Africa's animal welfare. Now we'll speak about the challenges. What are the challenges? I also want to share this quote, that progress begins the moment we stop treating challenges as obstacles and start seeing them as blueprints for change. Our challenges in animal welfare are tied to broader systemic issues. Firstly, policy systems. We all agree that even if there is law pertaining animal welfare, it's not enforced, right? Yes. Right now, if you go to the police station and report an abuse of an animal, will action be taken? Just down here. Very unlikely. Perhaps maybe they may even arrest you for. They may say you're wasting their time, right? That's an example of a policy gap. Resource gaps. We still don't have enough resources, even in terms of the vets, in terms of the training. For example, many people still don't know about animal welfare, right? We may know instinctively that animals are sentient, we need to take care of them, but in terms of knowing, for example, how to take care of an animal, is that knowledge that is common, really? Limited training pipelines, what I'm talking about, and competing developmental priorities. If you go to the government of Kenya and tell them, push a bill on animal welfare, they'll tell you, no, our focus is food security, right? Yeah. They'll tell you, no, our focus is elections, right? Or which government will listen to us about animal welfare? It's not a priority. It's not, many of them will not even perceive it as a priority, right? In fact, for many of our governments, the extent to which we care about animal welfare or they care about animal welfare is related to how it contributes to their economic agendas, right? So once we recognize these challenges as Africa, it's the first step that we can take towards building solutions that can work for us. Challenge is capacity and infrastructure gaps. How many of you feel like there's enough training for vets and paravets and professionals that can take care of animals? Is there enough training? There is not enough training, right? In fact, opportunities like this, even convenience like this, are still very rare. We also have limited funds for enforcement. I wish, for example, we had a 24-hour hotline for reporting animal abuse. Is something like that available? If, for example, we hear that there is a distress call or something or a disease outbreak, how fast does it take for the law enforcement to come and enact change or to address the situation? How long will it take? It will take a while, right? And then we still have poor data. For example, we still don't have data on, let's say, our farm animal landscape in terms of our consumption, in terms of how many farmers are there. Even the supply chain data is weak because we still operate under an informal market. Many of us, for example, many of people still purchase their eggs, for example, from the kiosk as opposed to a supermarket chain. And then the academic programs are still very few and specialized. So another challenge is policy and regulatory weakness. So laws may exist. Even Kenya has some laws on animal welfare. But many of them, if you check our law, you find that someone can advise me, since you're vet students, what is the trend, what is the status of the law in Kenya pertaining to animal welfare? Who can respond? The laws we currently have, the last I checked, they were dating back to even colonial times, right? 1970. And right now we are 40, 50 years later, still operating on the same law. Doesn't that show you that that's a challenge? Yet we've seen today that even the trends between now and 10 years ago are vastly different. We have gaps in standards for slaughter, transport, housing, and handling. How many of us see sometimes a motorbike carrying 100 chicken all upside down, driving or riding at a high speed? Is that proper welfare? How many times do we see that? A lot, right? That shows you there's a gap. And then with political prioritization, how many politicians have spoken about animal welfare in their campaigns manifesto? None, right? Even people from hotspots where there are so many farmers, they barely speak about this issue, right? Another challenge is cultural and socioeconomic realities. As I started my talk, I said, many times we perceive welfare as a Western idea, right? That this comes from the Western world and it's being taught to us as Africans. Is that accurate? No. We've talked and we've seen that even our ancestors, where we came from, all of us instinctively knew how to take care of animals. Another cultural reality is poverty, and sometimes livelihood may override welfare considerations. For example, I remember, was it in 2023 or 2024, there was widespread drought here in Kenya, and many people and livestock were dying. At that particular time, it would have been deemed insensitive if you go and start talking about animal welfare, right? Yes. People will be like, don't you see what is happening? Sometimes traditional practices may conflict with welfare goals, right? For example, I see, I'm not shaming anyone, but sometimes you see, for example, some communities that practice bullfighting as a traditional concept. Is that good for welfare, really? No, right? Industrialization of agriculture, that's another challenge. We are seeing rapid growth of intensive systems. People are prioritizing profit. Oh, get rich quick. Oh, poultry is the new gold. Oh, dairy farming is the new gold. We even see agricultural shows on TV promoting these kinds of farming. We've seen shows even promoting intensive cages. We are seeing external pressure from multinational companies who want to invest more and more. Sometimes we even hear of even importation of cheap fish and whatnot from other countries like China, right? Yeah. And then lack of humane slaughter infrastructure. So knowing our challenges and knowing our present, what is working and what is needed? As I've seen here in my quote, empowerment is the bridge between knowledge and transformation. What is working? I feel like one area that is working is regional collaborations. The fact that we are actively trying to find some synergies and talk about this issue, even if it is at a small capacity, shows that that is working. Training programs, which are still rare but are still happening, even if it's at a small capacity, right? Model farms, I've seen that in some African countries, some partnerships between NGOs and universities. I think this is a good example of what is working. What is not needed most? We need to have welfare integrated in our education system, and not just welfare in terms of what we study. It can come in terms of even what is happening. For example, cage systems. This is a phenomenon that is happening, but is it in our curricula? No, right? So that is what we need. We need the private sector involved. For example, many of these big companies, they use so many eggs. You go walk into a big hotel, how many eggs do you think they use? So much, right? Don't you think they have a role to play? If this hotel comes and says, you know what? I'd like to, we will only source from farmers who practice ethical cage-free farming. Will that cause a change? It will, right? And then government, training, and institutional strengthening. So policy advocacy in Africa, the present and the future. And this is the last section of my talk. So we are seeing growing advocacy by NGOs. We have this Awake platform in Kenya where the Department of Veterinary Services calls different NGOs working in animal welfare in Kenya. That can be Wild Animal Protection, it can be all these NGOs, Utunzi, Animal Welfare, for discussions. And I see this happens at least twice a year. That's a good thing. NGOs are leading the way in terms of advocating for better welfare. For example, the donkey campaign. Who was leading the donkey campaign? Brook East Africa, right? That's an NGO. And that shows you an example of growing advocacy. We need country-level reforms. We need our laws on animal welfare to be reflected, to be changed to reflect present considerations. Also, we need more platforms like this, bringing stakeholders together for discussions on reforms. Our opportunity, of course, we need more funding into this sector. Africa receives the least funding compared to other regions. We need to align with other fields and interests, and we need synergy and collaboration among NGOs. So what is the future? We need more continental frameworks, Africa-wide policies. We can have policies at the country level and at the regional level. We need welfare to be professionalized. For example, I look forward to having animal welfare standards and certifications in place. We also need community-led approaches, right? Can you tell a Maasai how to take care of his cow? Do you know better than him how to take care of his animals? Therefore, any approach that can work for Africa has to be led and indigenous, has to come from the community, right? And then as I conclude, the question is not whether Africa can lead in animal welfare. I think we already are. based on our history, based on how we took care of animals even from our ancestors, it shows that we really care about animals. The question is how we can build a future where we can have people, animals, and ecosystems living together. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and I hope it's been a good discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that beautiful presentation. I must say that was a very good one. Thank you very much for making us to see this from that special angle in which you did. We sincerely appreciate that. Aurelia Adiamo, thank you so much. Please, if you have questions, feel free to drop it in the chat. And if you are a virtual participant, you can also indicate by raising up your hand to ask questions. Let me hand over back to Dr. Yasiri.
So any questions? Samuel, please, can you stop sharing the slide, please? It makes it easy for me to coordinate from here. Please stop sharing the slide. So any question, please, in the chat? That was amazing, Aurelia. Thank you so much for making us understand that you don't have to be a vet or an animal welfare scientist for you to be able to advocate for good animal welfare. Yes, thank you. And that's also my take on it, because we can have people who are just passionate about taking good care of animals, and they don't even belong to any of this field. But that notwithstanding, they can still go ahead to talk about it and, you know, create awareness in this area. And I appreciate the fact that you emphasize that even as Africans, there are ways that our great-grandparents used to take care of their animals. Some even give them names. That you see that when the person is coming, the animals are just running. They know that this person takes good care of them. He's always giving them food. Some will even sing and sit down with them. So they are a good part of it. But where we need to improve, we also need to improve. And maybe I should raise this as well, based on this indigenous or traditional means of animal welfare, where what we see is working. I think we need to revisit it. And if we need to, you know, step it up a bit, we can as well do that. But there are quite a lot of indigenous knowledge in terms of the ways our parents or grandparents used to take care of their animals, which is, I see as is almost getting lost, because we are more of the scientific part, and we tend to condemn what they used to do. But not everything that they do is absolutely wrong. But I think we need to start revisiting those things. And like you said, when it comes to animal welfare, it's not an issue of copy and paste, and no one size fits. No one size fits. We don't have to compare ourselves to the Europeans and things like that. We need to look within our environment and see what works. Samuel, do you want to share something? Yeah? Do you want to share something, Samuel? Anybody in the other physical venue, please let me know. Just notify me. All right.
Yeah, we have some questions from the attendees here. So maybe
Okay.
you can come here. So that,
The presenter, of course, is in your room, so let them ask.
so that at least you can get the question.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, my question is that this issue of some practices which are culturally done, like the one for bullfighting, it's part of the culture of our people. So how can we deal with that, as it poses a lot of welfare issues, and yet you cannot separate it from the community practices?
Okay. Thank you so much. Is Aurelia there? Does she want to take that?
Yes. So one important thing is community education. If we are able to tell our community members that this practice, I know it's been a cultural practice, but it is so harmful to the welfare of these animals. Many of them will listen. A lot of these practices are also built on ignorance because this was a form of entertainment in the past, right?
Yeah.
Because in the past, perhaps we did not have these avenues of entertainment like at the moment, for example, electronic devices and whatnot. So these were practices that were used for entertainment, right? What if we replace with other better forms of entertainment? We can create some good cultural practices in the place of, right? So when we educate our communities, when you tell them this practice is actually very harmful to this animal, it's so bad, it causes pain, cruelty, suffering, and harm. And in essence, we can, instead of doing football fighting, we can do this cultural practice instead, right? And that's how we can effect change.
Thank you very much, Aurelia. Maybe just to add, I think what she has said is really true, because if you don't involve the communities and give them time, so this cannot be one day or you wake up tomorrow, you go to Western Kenya and tell them, stop the bullfighting. That may not work. But if you continuously engage them and show them why this is harmful, then you have greater chances of success. And when you think about this, there are many practices that we as Africans have been doing for years, but then these practices have been challenged and we left them. I mean, we used to practice female genital mutilation. The many other practices that we used to do that many communities have since left. So this is also something that can be done, but you must involve the communities.
Okay, thank you. Let me just add a little bit to it. Yes, there are times research like this or issues like this, which we see that is actually ingrained in our community or in our culture. For us to bring the change, I think we need to work hand in hand with those who are actually practicing it or who are involved in such activities. Something came to my mind. So it's possible you can work with those who are actually organizing this bullfighting stuff. You know, let's have the local communities, representative of the local communities, also be part of our research. So imagine I want to conduct a research which is focusing on what is the impact bullfighting, what is the impact of bullfighting on the welfare of the animals. Now, there is no way I can do such a research without actually having those animals participate in such an activity and then use behavioral, physiological, whatever indicators to assess it. Now, if I approach somebody who runs this as a business and say, let us collaborate, let us do this, because I have the mind that I actually want to let him know that what you are doing has this impact on the animal. Let's look at the condition of the animal before the fight. You can assess the number of injuries, scores, and everything. Sorry. Wounds or marks on the body. And after the fight, look at the animal itself. Does it have any wound? What are the physiological responses? What do you think has changed? Some animals will be wounded to the extent that maybe the first few days, the owner will need to be treating. That's another extra. These are only when you let them see the bigger picture of this. That is when they will understand it. And let them work alongside with you on this project. And that is when it makes sense to them. So let's see how we can involve them, the community or relevant stakeholders in research that is related to it. And at the end of the day, when they see the outcome, it will be easy for them to adopt it and see how they can change such acts or attitude. So that's just what I want to add to it. So Nigeria venue, do we have any question? Please unmute. We've exceeded our time.
We don't have any question.
So Now we are moving to the next presentation. That will be a presentation on fish welfare. I believe everybody's excited to listen to this. Ojelade, this presentation will be delivered by Ojelade Oluwashum. So, do fish feel pain? Do they really feel pain? You need to educate us this afternoon. Are you ready, Dr. Ojelade? Do fish feel to welfare of life beneath the water? Where are you? Kindly unmute yourself. Dr. Ojelade, are you there? Kindly unmute yourself, please. Dr. Ojelade. I hope all is well. Okay, let me see if there's any question while she's, somebody should please help me contact her, but let me check. Okay, there is a common practice across Africa that is the use of bulls as draught animals for plowing farms. How can one, in a democratic way, sensitize the local farmers that the practice is inhumane and against the animal welfare? You need to work with them. You can't just come into their territory and tell them outrightly that what they are doing is absolutely wrong. They will play a defensive game with you on that end, and they begin to share stories and history of how long they have been doing it. So you need to work alongside with them and involve them in whatever activities. Then they begin, that is when you can really be able to make an impact and to change their perspective about things like that. Dr. Ojelade, I can't find you anymore. If you have okay, 30 seconds again. Habibu, you have 30 seconds. Please stick to the time.
Okay, am I being heard? Am I being heard?
30 seconds, please. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just want to make a comment with respect to the role of government in a number of these issues that were discussed. And precisely, I want to mention the bullfight. I want to mention the use of bulls as for traction, for making ridges, and also for transportation, and also use transporting animals from one point to the other. And I want to say the role of government is it cannot be overemphasized. We as advocates really need to draw attention of government that they should do something about this. And it has to be in two ways. One, it has to come with punitive measures, the measures that have to be with punishment. And secondly, intervention. For instance, if you have dilapidated abattoirs that do not have that are not well equipped, the government should build equipped abattoirs. We talk of transportation. The government should on its own, because most of the abattoirs are owned by the government. The government have not provided adequate and appropriate mean of transportation. We should advocate that government should invest and transport these animals in the most humane way. And if we do this, that is when you will have these changes. And also for the use of animals for traction. This is, I don't even know how to describe how primitive this is. But if you discuss with them, it's not their fault. They don't have traction. They don't have tractors. So if you can have tractors, I assure you that the tractors will take the place of traction bulls. It's because they don't have modernized system of doing this, because our governments have not done this. And we need to advocate, make our government see this. Once the better way of doing things come into play, I assure you that the archaic and the inhumane and the stress we put on these animals will disappear over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I understand the fact that the government has a lot to do, but we know how things are rolling, and at times we have to just take action. If you have to wait for the government, at times you wait forever. All right, Dr. Ojelade.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, please, go on.
My system just went off, so apologies for that. Let me welcome everyone to this special feature.
Hold on,
Important
please.
workshop.
Hold on, please. There is echo from your end. Do you have two devices on?
No, just my PC.
Okay, please go on. Go on then. I'll sort it here.
Is it better now?
Yes, please go on. Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. This is a special feature for the two-day workshop. My name is Ojelade Oluwaseun Christiana from Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. I am a fish welfare scientist, and I'll be presenting on Do Fish Feel Too? Caring for life beneath the water. Anytime we mention the word animal welfare, what comes to everybody's mind is poultry, goats, sheep, and several other terrestrial animals. A lot of people forget about the picture of life of animals that are beneath the water surface. Fish and other aquatic creatures are special beings because they inhabit a special environment in which their entire life depends on the environment in which we find ourselves. For instance, as goats, dogs, even human beings or other several terrestrial animals, you eat in your room. At some point when you feel like defecating or going to eat yourself, you excuse yourself and do such. But these important creatures that are living beneath the water do all this within their aquatic environment. We offer them feed, they eat in the water, they grow in the water, they defecate in this water, and every other aspect of their life are done with this aquatic environment. This makes the welfare of fish and other aquatic animals even much more important than what we think or imagine. And fish come in various forms. We have the fin fish, such as our popular tilapia, African catfish, and several others. Then we have the shellfish. All these are important creatures whose entire life activities depend on this rearing medium. Now, this is the great question. We've been talking about fish welfare ever since. We've been talking about animal welfare. Now, what is fish welfare? It's not too far from what we all know as animal welfare. It is just the process of ensuring the fact that our fish in their enclosed environment, especially those of us that are farming them in a controlled environment, that they are totally free from suffering. At any point in time, any creature that we are raising, in order to have the maximum welfare for such, we must ensure that they don't have any form of suffering, that is the removal of negative feelings and assurance of positive feelings within their rearing environment. For instance, let's look at fish that were harvested and clouded in a confined environment. Such group of fish are crying for life. They are gasping for life. So many things are wrong with them at this point in time. But when you ensure the fact that you have given the best positive feelings to your aquatic creatures, then you will always have the best output from such. Now, the next question is going thus. Do fish have feelings at all? Definitely they do. They are normal living creatures. They have the central nervous system. They can feel whatever is going on within their environment. They can tell you when they are happy or sad. It just takes the grace of a special person to listen closely to them through their behavior, through the way they live. I just selected few of some common issues that we have in the aquaculture sectors that pose a lot of health challenge or welfare implication on this fish and other aquatic organisms. Like I said, the water in which they live in is the most important thing that we need to ensure that there is positive feelings in this. We must make sure that the fish in their confined environment are free from thirst. People will be asking questions that, does that mean a fish in water can be thirsty? Definitely yes. When the water in which they are in is not at optimum water quality parameters, then the fish are suffering. They begin to give you different response to this to tell you that this environment in which we are in is not convenient for us. It is not conducive for us. At that point, you see them gasping for air, coming to the surface of the water to take up atmospheric oxygen when they have been so created to make use of the dissolved oxygen in water. At any point that I am handling my fish and I bring the fish out of the water to make use of atmospheric air, that is a level of stress to such fish. At some point, so many fish farmers will believe that they can stock their pond with whatever stocking density they desire, thinking that at the end of the day, they will have maximum gain. No, the fish must be able to express themselves adequately in their rearing environment. They must be stocked at optimum density such that the amount of resources that is available to them in that environment is adequate for the number in which we have stocked. Any overstocked pond will lead to so many health issues. We have talked about the use of antibiotics in the course of this workshop. Yes, when we are not doing things rightly, an overstocked pond can definitely harbor so many things that we have not planned or bargained for. So it is necessary to make sure that you have provided the optimum stocking density to the fish that you are having. Also, the harvesting procedures that we make use of are very sensitive. I can remember that there was a time that I wanted to handle fish when I went for my postdoc in the United Kingdom. And I was told that I cannot handle fish. I looked at myself that I have been handling fish for the past 15 years. Why at this junction are you telling me I cannot handle fish? I had to go for a training and get certified before I was permitted to handle fish. So there are certain handling procedures that we must ensure to make sure that these fish are not suffering at each point in time. They must be handled and make sure that they don't expose them to atmospheric air or any form of hypoxia. Also, in the process of transportation, there are so many things that we do that are causing suffering to these aquatic animals. Look at these bowls of fish. We always like it when we go to the market to point to the biggest fish in the bowl. Please give me that big one. That is the one I want. But we don't know that deep down, those fish species are suffering. They are crowded in a small environment. They don't even have water on them to make them use their atmospheric air. We are now forcing them, pushing them out of their comfort zone to make use of atmospheric air to breathe. At that junction, even when we buy that fish and eat it, we are not getting the best meat quality from such because we have exposed them to stress. They are not passing through humane handling condition at that time. When you see the way we transport fish, we have been talking about how we transport terrestrial animals. Yes, I can also tell you that when you see buses that are transporting fish, African catfish especially, you will be shocked and surprised at the way the fish will be stocked, and you still expect them to give you the maximum quality at the end of the day. So definitely all these aquatic animals can feel this and all this. So also feeding, we must feed our aquatic animals and make sure that they have the appropriate ration. People will also approach and tell you that, can I dump my kitchen waste? Can I dump my rice into a particular aquatic medium? Let me tell you that you are doing more harm than good to these aquatic animals, and you cannot get the best from them doing all this. There are several indicators that we can use to know that our fish is stressed. The first one that I will always preach is the ethological view, the behavior of the fish. They will ask me, are you sure our fish are talking? Yes, they are talking. You are the one that will have to pay good attention to them to listen to what they are saying. For instance, on a normal day, when I go close to my fish pond, the normal thing is for the fish to approach me, they swim towards my direction. It is sending a signal to me that these good fish species are in good and optimum condition. But on approaching your fish pond, and you discover that one or two of them is just hanging somewhere at the corner, sluggish swimming behavior, or probably you're even introducing feed to them and they are not accepting it. It is first sign that is sending signal to you that this fish is not in the best position. Now, as a fish farmer, the best thing we recommend is that try and study the behavior of fish. And this is mostly done during the time of feeding. Take your time to feed each pond and make sure that you observe them as much as possible so that you'll be able to dictate early whatever that is happening to your pond at each point in time. There are several other indicators, but because of time, I will not want to touch so many of these. It is important for us to make sure that we observe this fish because this animal welfare thing, this fish welfare thing is a garbage in, garbage out. The best you give is the best you will get. When your level of handling is bad, then it could lead to reduced or poor growth. Then you start having mortality. At the end of the day, there could be a low return on investment. So it is necessary for us to monitor these indicators because they, at the end of the day, determine the quality of outputs that we are going to have at the end of the day. What is the way forward? Now we have an idea that fish feel pain. We know that we should give them best optimum handling. What do we do going forward? The best thing for us is that everybody that is planning to handle fish should be ready to give them everything they deserve to live conveniently well in their confined aquatic environment. We give them clean water. We make sure that their water is free from anything that could affect them through regular checking of water quality parameters, because each fish species have a desired range of water quality parameters that is suitable for them. Give them good housing. Do not overstock these fish in a small environment. Make sure they have good access to every form of thing they deserve. We should make sure that we introduce minimal stress to them. Even in the process of handling fish, there are some things that stresses them than we imagine. We give them good feeding, not giving them waste rice from the kitchen, and make sure that during daily monitoring, we are ensuring the fact that they are not exposed to stress. These are my selected references. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. I know this topic is going to attract a lot of questions, but we will take that during the lunch break if we can. So we have to quickly move to the next presentation because we have eaten deep into the person's time. So from Nigeria, I'm taking you to Ghana, right? Taking you to Ghana. So just hang on with us. You still have the questions to address after this presentation so we can have everything together. Safian, I would love to have you unmute yourself and introduce the next speaker. Let me know which system you're using. Safian. Thank you so much, Dr. Jelade. Fish do feel. Fish can even, they even know their, their handlers and their keepers. It's amazing to learn all this. Safian, are you ready? Ghana?
Yes, Ghana is ready.
Kindly introduce the next speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much. We are back to Ghana from the long week of flight. From okay, Nigeria, right? So 1 hour journey. Okay, so the next speaker is Mr. Idris AJ Osman. He's a teacher and also the director for Ghana Wildlife. Ghana Wildlife Conservation Advocacy. His work is more into wildlife education and conservation. I think his screen is shared. Share the screen. Yeah, he's ready to make his presentation.
Thank you. This is quite a good one. For those of you that have been asking the questions, how can I advocate for this? This is the presentation you need to listen to. So you're welcome, Mr. Idrisu. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests.
You're welcome.
Respected youth and traditional leaders.
Please, can you be more audible? Please, can you be more audible?
Okay. Representatives of various NGOs, partners in conservation, ladies and gentlemen, those who are here with us, those who are also joining us virtually from other parts of the world. I'm Ajay Idris Osman, the Director of GH Wildlife Nature Conservation Advocacy, commonly known as GELCA. It is an honor and privilege to be here to speak on a subject that is very important to our national environment. This presentation is titled The Impact of Community Leaders in Wildlife Protection and Conservation, a case of a chiefs and youth leaders' contribution in this effort. Let me take you to slide one. In slide one, it highlights how a chief of a community in Brekum municipality called Brekum Snasiakati, how he welcomed us when we presented to him our conservation message. And so it tells us that our community leaders are the custodians of our land, and before you can even communicate to members of any community, they are the very people you have to contact them first before for the approval, before you can even contact the community. Now, the second picture also highlights how the chief joyfully accepted our message when we visited them. The other picture is also telling us how the chief was able to mobilize the community by the power vested in him. He was able to mobilize the community through the youth leaders. And so this shows that the youth leaders are very, very important. They are also helping our chiefs. And so before we move to slide 3, let me take you through these points. That is with the title, The Overview of Ghana's Rich Biodiversity. That is, Ghana is home to rich biodiversity, including mammals, birds, reptiles, plants, and different types of ecological zones. The second point also states that wildlife faces threats from habitat loss, poaching, and bushfire. Now, community leadership is crucial for local conservation success. And so there is a map illustrating the different types of ecological zones that we have in Ghana. So we have 6 of them. And this denotes that Ghana is a natural habitat. Ghana as a nation is a habitat for diverse species or diverse range of wildlife species. So any wildlife that migrate to Ghana will navigate to the kind of ecosystem that may suit it. Okay, so these are some of the picture examples of the ecosystem that we have. This is Sudan savanna. The other one is Guinea savanna. In fact, the environment is very congenial. You can see if any animal that chance to be here will really feel. So we also have forest savanna transitional zone. We have semi-deciduous forest and then rainforest. Yeah. So we also have the coastal savanna. Okay. Aside all these things, we also have mammals. typical example is the Molly National Park. If you get there, you find a lot of beautiful mammals. Yeah. Then also we have different kinds of birds. And then we have trees, different types of trees. And this shows that Ghana is really rich to biodiversity. Now, irrespective of all these, we still have problems. Our wildlife faces stress from habitat loss, poaching, and bushfire. Now, that has been a problem to our wildlife. This man standing here will just they will just cut our trees and without replacing it. Now, if it happened this way, then it makes our wildlife become stranded. They will be stranded, yeah. So deforestation threatens our wildlife. Now, this picture also is illustrating how wicked some of us are as Africans. Some of African Jews are very wicked. You know, if you take a look at this picture, I used to tell my colleagues that monkeys, or let me say the apes, one way or the other, they look like human beings because, in fact, they think as some of us think. They behave as some of us behave. So if you eat them, it's like you're eating human beings. So by still, people will not pay heed to that. Now, bushfire invades our wildlife, and it's very, very, very pathetic. Why am I saying this? Now, the bushfire, whenever it happens this way, most of our animals that are, should I say, that are vulnerable are easily to be bent. So it can easily, so some of these animals, such as tortoise, such as chameleon, and other snails, and other animals that normally move slowly. So you see, we are using bushfire to destroy our wildlife. And so before we move on to this slide, let us appreciate the importance of wildlife conservation. It's very important, and if you are, let me say, wildlife enthusiast, in fact, you will really feel this point. Now, point one states that it maintains ecosystem balance. If we are able to conserve our wildlife, our ecosystem will be balanced. You know, the ecosystem, one way or the other, is like a web. So if a part of it is torn, the other part cannot work effectively. So as the ecosystem. You see, if we use bushfire to destroy the plants, I mean the flora, then what will happen to the fauna? I mean the animals in the forest. You know, the prey will not get food to eat, and if they don't get food to eat, then they will turn against us. They will invade our communities. This is where human wildlife conflict comes in. And so we need to leave them so that they have their peace of mind. Now, this is a community. One thing is that our leaders are really helping us. Why am I saying that? The reason why I'm saying this is that if you take a look at this picture, it shows you how beautiful some of our environments are. This is a Kakum National Park. Now, it is true the part of our community leaders. That is why still the beauty of this environment is still, prevailing. Other than that, we would have used bushfire to burn or destroy it. And if it happened this way, people will not even come and pay visit to us. And if it happened this way, then revenue, we are not going to get any money. So that is how it is. Now, all these are pictures that tells us how beautiful Ghana has different kinds of animals. Okay. Now, let us look at the role of traditional chiefs in environmental stewardship. Now, before we reflect on this point, let us take a look at some of the key points here. Now, chiefs are custodians of land and natural resources. Now, any resource that we have in our ecosystem, it belongs to our chiefs because they are the custodians. So if they are the custodians, then they are the very people who can help to enforce taboos and bylaws against hunting endangered species. Now, this picture is telling us how even a president himself paid a visit to the chief and traditional leaders at Brekun. Look at how he even bowed down. It denotes that they are the owners of the land. The land belongs to them. And so, irrespective of how great you are, if you pay a visit to them, you have to show a sign of respect. So that is how it is. Right. So this is a forest in Brekun. We call it infancy forest. As I said earlier, our community leaders are really helping us. The reason why I'm saying this is that this forest has been there for so many years. This is just because it has been reserved, or it has been reserved as a place where they keep their gods. And so people fear of even cutting tree or even killing any kind of wild animal from this forest. And because of what they have been able to do, it has helped to preserve the forest well. Now, let us look at examples of chief's conservation actions. Now, typical example is Wabin Fima Monkey Sanctuary. Now, the chief over there has been able to ban killing of Mona monkeys. Initially, people were killing Mona monkeys over there, which was very, very pathetic. And so they have banned killing monkeys over there. Now, let us look at point 2. That is Tefi Atome Monkey Sanctuary in the Volta region. The chief over there have declared monkeys sacred, that they are also part of, they are backed by spirits, and so no one should kill them. And as a result of that, people fear of killing them. Now, the same thing is Viesida Monkey Sanctuary. So it is through the help of these community leaders that has helped to preserve our forest. Now, this picture, is very, very bad. It's very, very pathetic. Why? Why am I saying this? The guy had just slaughtered the animal. I told you earlier that these animals that we see, one way or the other, some of them think like human beings. They behave like human beings. Look at the facial distance. It looks like a human being. So if you kill them like this, one way or the other, you can kill human beings. That's right. So we have to abstain from such habits. Now, like I said, the community leaders are really helping us. So this chief is in the process of declaring the monkeys are sacred, and so no one should kill them. So these are some of the things that I was talking about. So it is, this picture also is telling us that the animals that we see, they have sense. They can read your mind. If I say this, then what I mean is that if you kill them, they can sense that. If you do something to them, they can sense that. So after the chiefs had declared a ban for killing these Mona monkeys at the sanctuaries, the monkeys started, coming to human beings. So it has promoted coexistence between human beings and the animals. And so this way that our chiefs, our traditional leaders are really helping as far as conservation of wildlife is concerned. Now, like I said, the title is community leaders' actions in conservation. And so this picture is also telling us how our chiefs in the northern region collaborate with Ghana Forestry Commission during Hamatan season. During this time, with little mistake that you do, the fire was spread go to places and destroy our wildlife. Now, there is also another picture. The chief himself is watering a plant, or let me say, a tree that he has just planted. And there is an example for the youth to copy. And so this is what, if our chiefs are doing this, then why don't we emulate from them? So this is very, very nice example. Now, youth leaders and their roles, we are going to look at that. And so let us take a look at these points. Youth leaders engage school children in conservation practices. Youth groups act as community watchdogs. They engage in tree planting and wildlife awareness programs. They partner with Forestry Commission and NGOs in anti-poaching patrols. So this is an example of a member of GONCA. He is also a teacher. He has been able to gather his students. So there's the chance to get this turtle. And so after they show the turtle to the teacher, they release it back into its natural habitat. And that's what some of the youth are doing to help conservation of wildlife. And so this is a picture myself and other members or students of my school. You know, we have established a wildlife club to promote conservation of wildlife. That's all what we are doing. And there's also another picture, like I said earlier, if you get to some communities, there are clubs of youth that serve as watchdogs. So we chance to meet these people, and then they will patrol to see whether their lands are safe, because people need to, move into their lands to worry their wildlife over there. So there's also another picture of youth leaders engaged in tree planting and wildlife awareness program. Like I said, the youths also have roles to complement what our community leaders are doing. And so this is a typical example of that. A group of youth to embark on tree planting, and is a way of promoting wildlife conservation. Now, there is also youth leaders, like I said earlier, they normally partner with Forestry Commission and NGOs in anti-poaching patrols. But poachers are warning us. You know, I don't know. They will just kill the animal just for money, you know. And so as a result of that, most of our animals are heading towards extinction. And so they are patrolling to curb such situation. Now, this is a collaboration between chiefs and youths. Now, the collaboration between chiefs and youth really help in wildlife conservation. So a typical example of such thing is the picture that you can see over here. Now, these people are also patrolling to see whether their land is protected, because almost the whole place is being burnt. So they are just moving around to see. So through collaboration, if you go to some communities, you see some of the youth, they have formed a committee or club to protect their land. So they are creating fire beds so that the fire will not spread to other parts of their land. So these are some of the activities that we are doing. Now, government and NGO support. Without the government and NGO support, though our leaders are doing their best, but they still need the government support. So Ghana Wildlife Division and GOCA provide conservation training and logistics to communities. So that is what we've been doing. Normally, we move to communities, we teach them how they can, the best way they can, protect their environment against other things that can cause problem to them. Now, NGOs like GELCA, as I said, Wildlife Society, and UNDP strengthen wildlife conservation through publication. So the pictures are just below there. So this is a picture of our training with the Ghana Wildlife. And so That is the picture. And there's another picture of a group of elephants migrated from Burkina Faso. And so they passed through people's farm to destroy their crops. But through multiple education or numerous education that been, we have with the other members of the community, they spare the animals. So our coordinator at Upper East informed Ghana Wildlife, so they came to rescue the animals. They drove them away from there. So this has been one of our achievements. And so, like I said, for publications, we get onto radio stations to create awareness, especially during the Harmattan season. So this is the typical example of that. Now, we still have challenges. So what sort of challenges do we have? Limited funding and inadequate logistics for patrol has been one of our challenges because we don't have the fund. So as the logistics that we have is inadequate. And so as a result of that, people are not getting what they need to guide their environment. Now, illegal mining, that is galamsey, has become a topic of the day. I hope most of you there with me that galamsey people are really worrying us. They will just dig haphazardly without thinking about the future generation. So that has been one of the things that I think. So youth unemployment, fueling poaching. Now, I chanced to meet some group of people here. The picture is here. So they told me because they don't have any work to do, that is why they have engaged into poaching, which is very bad. And so if we are able to provide work, I think those problems will be easily solved. This is what the Galamsey people are doing to warn our wildlife. So that is how it is. And so bringing my this thing to closer, there is a company called From Ghana. From Ghana is a forest plantation management company that was established in Ghana in 2007. In fact, they have branches in Ghana, multiple branches. And so Rekun is a place where one of their offices are. So they have branches over there. And in fact, they are doing well. Why am I saying this? They've been able to employ a large number of the youths who normally engage in poaching activities. And so, as I'm talking right now, the problem of poaching here and there has reduced drastically. And so they are really helping us. So as communities around that place too. Okay, so these are the communities around from Ghana in Brooklyn. Not only in Brooklyn, even those who share boundary with Brooklyn, such as Doma, Sunyai, and other places of Puno region. I think they are all also part of them. This is also a great picture of what Gelka is doing as a wildlife conservation group. Thank you. In fact, we have wildlife clubs in senior high schools. So we've been able to take our students to some interesting or tourist sites for them to have, look at some of these monkeys. So all these things build or promote wildlife conservation. Because if the students are able to interact with these monkeys, surely they will have mercy for the monkeys. So this is my recommendations. I'll be very happy if we could strengthen collaboration between traditional authorities and government. If we are able to do that, I think our wildlife will be saved. At the same time, we need to provide training and incentives for youth eco guards. If we are able to do that, I think that is one of the best ways. We need to promote community eco-tourism ventures. We are able to build different eco-tourisms. I think it will promote wildlife conservation. We need to integrate environmental education into schools. If we are able to do that, they will grow to become a good leaders as far as wildlife conservation is concerned. So it's my pleasure. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
I am sincerely impressed with this level of collaboration between the elders and youths. If this can cut across the African continent, I think then we are moving forward. Thank you very much for that beautiful presentation. It was highly an eye-opener. Please, if you have questions, let's feel free to raise our hands virtually or drop it in the chat box while we attend to it. I don't know if there are from the physical venues. Yes, but let's listen to the physical venues first. If you have any question.
Sorry.
From Nigeria, do we have any question?
One thing, please. Can you stop sharing your screen? It makes it easy from my end. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sharing. Thank you. Thank you. I think we have somebody raised his hand.
Yes.
But we want physical first. Because
yes, I was thinking we should go for the physical participants first. If there are any questions from their hand.
We can take 10 minutes to sort that out because of lunch.
Okay.
Anybody from the physical venue in Kenya, in Nigeria? This is an amazing topic. I don't want to start it because if I want to hear from others. I don't.
Yes. Hello?
Hello, you're welcome. Yeah.
Oh, yes, we have a question on the fish welfare, and so we're going to get that. And then
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for the chance. Today, I learned that fishes also feel pains like any other animal. But my concern is that how do we harvest fish without maltreating them? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that beautiful question. Let me start by saying that at every stages of rearing fish, it is very important for us to make sure that their welfare is not compromised. Now let's run straight to the stage of harvesting fish. Definitely there is no how we can harvest fish without crowding. They will definitely be crowded in the net or whatever gear that we are using in getting them. So as much and as fast as possible, once we have scooped them from the net, we make sure that we release them into a water-filled container. Like all those plates that I showed, whereby the fish were just introduced into the bowls without any form of water, it's a kind of infringement onto their welfare. So I will always advise that before you start harvesting your fish, make sure you have everything handy. The water in which you want to put it, which is adequate for whatever quantity you are bringing out, and be as much as possible very fast to make sure that the period at which you expose them to atmospheric air is very minimal. So my advice, make sure you do this, you bring them out of water and put them back into water so that they won't have too much of suffering. I hope I have answered that.
Okay, I think we still have some more questions.
Go on.
My concern has to do with the way we handle fish. And I just want to find out if there's a way that the way we handle fish, it contributes to their nutritional value, either by reducing it or adding it. Thank you.
Christoph, did you get the question right?
Sincerely, I didn't get that. Can you please make it more audible?
You will do that.
Okay, I don't think you hear me now. Please,
Safian, can you repeat the question for us? We can hear.
Please, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
So my concern has to do with the way we handle fish. whether it has an impact on the nutritional value of the fish. Thank you.
Okay.
The answer to your question is a yes. Anything you do to your fish is coming back to the consumer. The way you handle them is the quality of nutrients that will be available in them that will be released to you at the end of the day. A gentle handle, careful one will definitely give you the maximum nutrients from that fish. Let me give you a good scenario. When you crowd your fish in the process of harvesting, you expose them to a series of, how do I put it now, an handling that is not welfare friendly. Let me say you put them in a bowl that has no water, you leave them unattended to for like minutes, the fish will be trying to struggle to maintain their health. So at that level, they are not having the best nutrients or quality for you that want to consume it again. But when the fish is in the right state and has a good feeling, positive feelings now, then every nutrient that is available for you in that fish will definitely get back to you. So yes, the way you handle affects the nutritional quality of our fish.
Thank you very much. I want to come you myself to ask, even though I don't know, you didn't touch on that, especially on fish slaughter. Yeah. I don't know, apart from the now in developed technical way of stunning fish, is there a way that fish farmers can render fish unconscious before, I don't know, making them fish, because I already say slaughter, okay, before slaughter?
Thank you very much. At African level, yes, we are still developing, and I believe that we'll get there very soon. With this move that we are doing, we'll definitely get there. There are definitely different types of stoning methods that are available that has been used in the developed world. They do electrical stoning. They make sure that they render the fish unconscious before they kill. Well, let me say in Africa, don't let me bring it back to Nigeria now. In Africa, I am not sure we have fully developed any method that can render the fish unconscious before killing. But in a normal thing, for you to kill fish and make sure that you don't give them too much of stress, the best thing you do is to give them a sharp cut immediately, such that they will not suffer to death. When a fish suffers to death, so many things will happen physiologically. So when you have your fish, you bring it out of water immediately, as fast and as rapid as that can be. Give them a sharp cut and make sure you destroy the brain immediately so that they will not feel pain. Once you can do that, then you are giving the fish the best welfare at the point of slaughtering.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we have a question from Nigeria.
Please go on. Yeah.
Thank you very much, the moderator. I like to ask two questions in retrospect. One, I like to have more clarity on the adaptive nature of stress, as noted by the earlier speaker. And I remember that yesterday, the second one now, yesterday, the moderator was talking about cognitive bias method. And I like her to help explain that in vis-a-vis what is known as behavioral modification. I don't know if there's anything like behavioral modification in animal welfare. Thank you very much.
I was about to run into another meeting. 2 minutes is not enough for me to address that question. I'll note it down. When I'm back from my meeting, please, I'll do that, please. Thank you. Sheon, please go on. I need to.
Okay, thank you very much. Then there was the first question you asked that, please, the first one before the behavioral cognitive method. Can you please repeat the question so that we'll know the best speaker to address that will address that question. Dr. Ayola?
Yes, you will ask it again now.
Let him ask the first question again so that we'll know who we will direct the question to.
Thank you very much, ma.
Yes.
Actually, these Erasmus that spoke about stress.
Yes, stress.
So I like to have more about the concept of adaptive nature of stress. And
okay. And what?
The adaptive nature of stress, then also talking about the maladaptive nature of stress as well. Thank you very much.
I'm afraid I'm not sure if we still have Erasmus online. Lizzie, are you available? I am not sure. Lizzie Erasmus? I doubt if that speaker is still available online to attend to that question. But definitely that will be noted and will be addressed before the end of this workshop. We'll reach out to her so that she will try and explain this. I don't know if, Dr. Ayola, you want to say something?
I don't think let me check the chat box. It's like there's a question.
I have a question from.
We have, let's have the questions from the different venues before using the chat box. Let's go to Kenya now. It seems there is a question at their physical venue. Samuel, we are with you.
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Collins and I have a question concerning the fish welfare. My question is about how do we promote this fish welfare in these recreational fishing activities? Like, you know, you have to catch a fish, then you turn it back, and while you're catching it, maybe you're using a rod, so definitely you're going to hurt it. So how do we promote this welfare to them? Thank you.
Dr. Samuel, can you please recap the question? It wasn't clear enough.
So the question is, how do we promote these issues of fish welfare, especially in respect to recreational fishing, where people fish, maybe you use a rod, you catch the fish, and then you return the fish to water.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by saying that most of those things that I mentioned when I was presenting were mostly applicable to the farm fish settings. I did not go into the wild settings too much because I know that is like a more difficult one to convince the farmers. But like we have been saying, continuous preaching of this message, with time, all of them will listen. Definitely in the process of recreational fishing, whereby you harvest a fish for the fun of it, and at the end of the day, you return the fish back to the aquatic environment. That particular fish in hours or even days might not go back to its normal self for a period of time. So definitely, we'll keep preaching this in your own little corner. Tell the next person beside you about what you see that they are doing that is wrong. Once we all do this at our local level, before we know it, the message will spread across to all areas and we'll keep advocating for an improved method of rearing these aquatic animals. It's a serious welfare issue, I must confess, but I know with continuous education, enlightenment, and advocacy, we'll definitely get there. Dr. Samuel, do we have any other question from that side? Oh, you are muted. We need to unmute the Kenyans. We will do that. We'll try and unmute the Kenyans.
Done.
Kenyans. Okay.
So there's another question.
Okay.
Okay, Lincoln, I was asking about sex reversal of fish. Does it affect the welfare of fish? You see it by the usage of overprim.
By the usage of overprim. Let me say we don't use overprim to reverse sex. Overprim will help us in the reproduction process of fish, but there are some reasons why we do sex reversal in fish farming. Let me use tilapia for a very good case study. When you have tilapia in your pond, they are highly fecund, they go into reproduction often, and most times the energy that they are supposed to use for growth that will make them grow big, they will decide to use it for reproduction, which at the end of the day, you have a lot of fish in your pond, but the size might not commensurate with what you have put in so far. So at that level, they will look at it that instead of allowing this fish species to just keep proliferating at this rate, let's reverse all of them to male, so that they will not devote the energy meant for food, they will not devote it to reproduction. Yes, it's in a way, I would say it's a good agenda, it's a good motive for doing this, and I will not say no to that, because we are not doing anything to affect their health, and we are not exposing them to any danger by doing this. Dr. Samuel, do we still have any question from your venue? Thank you very much. Dr. Ayola, we don't have any from your venue. Then let me go back to Ghana. Like our moderator will say, we need to go back. Dr. Sofian, do we have any question from your physical venue before we come back to the virtual space? We want to go for our lunch now, but I want us to be sure we have attended to all questions at the physical venues before we leave. Dr. Sofian, anything from your hand? I cannot hear him speak. Dr. Sofian? I don't think so.
Unmute, Sofian.
Yeah, we do not have questions here anymore.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this junction, let's go at the physical venues, let's go for our lunch break. And please, let's try as much as possible to be back by, this is 1:06. Let's try to be back by 1:40. Thank you very much. So the physical participants, you are on lunch break now. Please go for your break. While those of us at the virtual space, I don't know who is going to serve us our own lunch now.
Okay, Sheung, I am back. Let me quickly take that question. While they are, standing up for a lunch break, so I'm
yes,
back.
you
I
can
had
start
to take
from there.
permission
Good.
from the office.
Good to have you.
Continue here. Yeah. So the question was, what's the difference between behavioral modification and cognitive bias? And behavioral modification is a process whereby you're trying to train an animal either to continue to carry out a positive behavior. Maybe you give it a reward for doing the thing that you want it to do, and then you give it a punishment on one hand. And when I mean punishment, I don't mean you need to cane or strike the animal. It's just that it doesn't get rewarded positively, sort of. So because you're trying to let it learn what to do and what not to do. So that's the aspect of behavioral modification. But definitely, because for you to be able to carry out a cognitive bias test, you need to train the animals on what is positive and what is negative. And definitely you will be using some of this modification. You'll be modifying their behavior in terms of giving them a reward when they carry out the positive activity. Is either you give them more food, mealworms or whatever, something positive, or you groom them or you pet them. And if they go to the negative part, is either you don't reward them or probably they just get empty. It's something that they don't really like. So, but it's not to the extent that you have to beat when we talk about punishments. I'm always careful about that word. At the end of the day, after the animal has actually learned to differentiate between a positive and a negative stimuli, then, because the main aim of using a cognitive bias is to ask the animal that I want you to take a decision based on your emotional state. Now, you could have a group of animals that have actually learned the task. Then after they have learned the task, you divide them into two. half of them would have a positive experience. Maybe you gave them environmental enrichment, maybe you gave them anything positive, and you can have the others that are experiencing something negative. It could be heat stress, it could be hunger, it could be, things like that. And then now give them this decision task, something that is in between what they have learned before. Before, they only learned two things, negative and positive. But now, after you have now subjected them to different conditions, you now want to see how it affects their decision about something that is new that they have never experienced. So you give them cues that determine between the positive and the negative, and their response to it. When you do the analysis, you'll see, is their response similar to the way they responded to the negative stimuli, or is the stimulus rather, or is their response to this neutral cue, is it the same to the positive stimulus? So from there, you will be able to pick whether because you subjected them to a good environmental enrichment, is probably that is what made them interpret an intermediate cue as something positive. Or probably the group you subjected to heat stress was actually interpreting that intermediate cue as something negative. So behavioral modification is part of the process in the training of the animal. That's the initial phase, before the animals are then subjected to the cognitive bias test. I hope I've answered that, and I tried as much as possible not to use complex
words. Thank you very much for bringing it down to our level. There was a question that came up when you stepped aside a bit and was actually directed to Liz Erasmus, but I don't know, this was not available to pick the question, and I don't know if you'll be willing to say something on it. Although
Those
we have questions in the chat box.
Sorry, please. Those in the physical value of Nigeria, please go and eat. Oh. Don't make the mistake you made yesterday. It's time for you to go for lunch. We are just here engaging ourselves in the online space. Don't miss your lunch, please. Okay, go on.
Yeah, the question was all about stress response that Erasmus presented on. And now Erasmus was not available to answer, though I asked the person to wait, that will attend to it before the end of the workshop. But I don't know if the person will be willing to share the question again, because it's better when we listen to the question from the person directly. Now they are on break.
Let them
Maybe
go on break.
Yeah, maybe where we should go back to those questions online. One of the questions online is also directed to Mr. Idrisu from Ghana, and I'm not sure if he'll be available to take it now as well.
I really have questions for him too. I was able to pick a lot of things. And, I've been mentioning this right from the beginning of this workshop, that if you really want to make a change, there is no way. If you don't get the interest of religious leaders, community leaders, you can't make any change.
They can play a major role.
You go nowhere, because most people listen to them. The people listen to them. So the question I wanted to ask is, how did they approach it? How were they able to get them
to get to that level? Yeah,
that is what we need to know.
It's like there is a serious connection between the leaders. In fact,
how can we get to that level? But I think we can, if we too, we all have these communities, that we have meetings. We too, we need to show interest in the community. You can't say because I'm educated, I'm not going for community. Who is that? That's Nigeria, Ben. Is that up Nepa again? God have mercy. So any question for those of you who are online, you want to join this, just share any thoughts, anything, feel free to indicate. So we're getting set. Sean, the next presenters after this, have you reached out to them?
Yes,
so
it's
that we
ready.
have them ready.
That should be
And,
Dr. Duro Sharo, and it's ready.
And for those of you here, if you want to,
although we have a question on fish in the chat box,
you can answer.
Let me address that now. The question is asking that if they want to process fish, let's say our smoked, I don't want us to talk about fish now because my host will start remembering fish again. So I don't want that to remember for now. That if they want to smoke fish, how do they apply this immediate killing of fish? There is a particular practice that is even common in Nigeria settings that they will fold our fish alive. That's a serious level of suffering that we are inflicting on these creatures. A fish that is still alive, folding it and using this broom, or I don't know what I can call it now, to put and join them together. That's a serious one on them. So the best thing you can do to make sure that you are still giving the best level of handling to these aquatic creatures is to make sure that you kill them first, stun them first, make sure that their brain is destroyed. Once you destroy their brain, they won't feel any pain and the death will be in an humane way rather than exposing them to different forms of things. So my best advice to whoever that is going into processing, if you are targeting or trying to make sure that the fish are in good welfare, please stun them. Make sure you render them unconscious, no matter the volume of fish you are dealing with. Don't use this idea of pouring salt on them. I watched a scene, somebody poured salt on African catfish, to be specific. These are fish species that are meant for fresh water. They don't like salt. You're now pouring salt on them. It's like pouring salt to injury. It has serious welfare implication. So please try as much as possible to stun the fish first, render them unconscious before you smoke or apply whatever form of preservation. I hope I have answered that. So,
Sean, let's also let them know that they should also give us their feedback. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. We can. Yes, that's very necessary. Please, our virtual participants, physical participants at the 4 venues, kindly fill the feedback form. It is essential for us to have this information from you. And we appreciate you as you are doing this. Thank you very much. We have the barcode on the screen. I've shared the link in the chat. So whichever one is convenient and accessible for you, make use of it and fill the feedback form. Also, we don't want this discussion to end at this junction. We want to keep engaging ourselves. We want to keep giving ideas on way forward on this welfare issue. So there is an existing WhatsApp group that I have also shared the link in the chat. I will appreciate you if you can also join that so that the discussion will not end here. It will continue at the African level. Thank you very much. We have questions again in the chat box. There is a question from Zeno. What is the situation of cognitive bias test in the aquaculture space, especially in Nigeria? How do farmers apply it as a determinant in promoting animal or aquaculture welfare? Zeno, that's a serious challenge to fish welfare scientists in Nigeria. We are gradually going there. Don't let us forget that compared to the developed world, what we can do in Nigeria, there are still some limitations due to 1 or 2 facilities, but definitely we are not stopping and we are not going to allow all this limitation to be our setback. We are going there. We are doing different research, myself and several other fish welfare scientists across Africa. We are doing different research to promote aquaculture welfare, fish welfare in Africa, Nigeria, and beyond. But in terms of cognitive bias tests, I am not sure if this has been done, but definitely we will get there. We will research on this and be able to pass on the information to our farmers on this. Thank you very much for bringing that. I don't know if there's anybody online that wants to say something, want to add one or two things to what we are saying.
QR code.
Please.
We have scanned the QR code. I can go back to play the short video clip we had at the beginning.
Yeah.
Please scan the QR code before I stop sharing.
Please make use of the QR code.
And give us your
Scan it now. We have the link to become an ISAE member. It has been shared severally. We'll keep sharing it before the end of this. And I'll share the WhatsApp link again. Please make use of all those links and get back to us so that we can know what to improve on and how to get better. Thank you very much.
So let's sit back and watch. I hope I can share this now. Let me know, Sean, if you can see it. Let me know if you can see it, Sean.
Not yet.
Yeah, just a minute.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right, let's dive in.
Yep.
When you hear animals in Africa, what comes to mind? Probably vast savannas, right? Lions, elephants, the whole safari scene. But today, we're going to look past those big headlines. We're getting personal and exploring the really fascinating, complex story of how people live with animals day to day.
So, this gets us to the big question. What does animal welfare even mean in Africa? And let me tell you, it's not some simple idea we can just copy and paste from the West. Nope, it's a living, breathing conversation that's being shaped by culture, by money, and by a continent that is changing at lightning speed.
Okay, so this slide really sets the stage for what we're talking about. On one hand, you've got this old school view, the stereotype, where animals are just, well, for work or for food. But the reality on the ground today, it's a whole different ballgame. We're seeing this massive shift from function to family. For ages, sure, animals were seen as tools, for guarding, hunting, as livestock. But that picture is changing, and believe me, it is changing fast.
So, first up, this changing relationship. And what's really driving it? It's not what you might think. It's not a bunch of outside groups coming in with campaigns. This is a story coming from the inside out. It's about massive social shifts happening across the continent. People's lives are transforming, and guess what? Their connection to animals is transforming right alongside it.
Okay, so what's behind this? A few big things. First, you've got economics. A growing middle class means more people have the income to actually care for a pet. You know, the food, the vet bills, the whole shebang. Then there's the move to cities. Life in a big city can be lonely, right? Old community bonds sometimes fade, and pets step in to fill that gap, offering real companionship. And finally, there's mental health. We're all talking about it more, and people are realizing just how crucial animals are for emotional support. They're not just pets anymore, they're family.
And if you want proof, just look at the numbers. The market for pet vaccines in Africa, it's growing by 6 to 8% every single year. That's huge. This tells us it's not just a niche trend for a few folks in the capital cities. This is a real, measurable economic shift that shows a deep, fundamental change in how much animals are valued.
But, you know, it's not all smooth sailing. These new, modern ideas are crashing right into centuries of tradition and some really deep-seated beliefs. And that brings us to our next section, where things get, well, they get complicated.
One of the biggest hurdles, and it's one you can't always see, is superstition. I mean, in a lot of cultures, certain animals, especially cats, are viewed with total suspicion. We're talking about deep links to witchcraft, to evil spirits. This isn't just someone saying, oh, I'm not a cat person. No, this is a profound cultural fear that has a direct and often tragic impact on how these animals are treated. And listen to this quote from someone at a workshop, it just hits you. The first day I touched a cat, I was like dying. It is something that has been ingrained in our DNA. Can you even imagine that? Feeling like you're literally dying just from touching an animal? That tells you everything. This isn't just a simple opinion, it's a deep, visceral fear, something passed down for generations, and that is incredibly hard to undo.
And this leads to a really tricky situation, a real paradox. In a lot of traditional practices, an animal's life is so valuable that it can be used in a sacred ritual, maybe even a sacrifice, to save a person's life.
So think about that. How do you, as someone who cares about animal welfare, approach that? How do you respectfully engage with these beliefs, but also make the case that if an animal is important enough to be sacrificed, shouldn't it also be treated humanely throughout its life?
Okay, so this is where we get to the breakthrough, the real turning point. If we're ever going to bridge this gap between the old ways and the new, between culture and welfare, here's the secret. We have to stop talking about animals and start actually listening to them. And how do they talk? Well, they talk through their behavior.
And there's a science for this. It's called ethology. But really, you can just think of it as learning the language of animals. It's about getting past our own human ideas of what we think they're feeling, and instead, learning to read their actions to understand what's really going on. Are they comfortable, stressed, scared, sick? Their behavior tells us everything.
Let's make this super practical. Take chickens, for instance. When you see a chicken rolling around in the dirt, it's not just playing. That's a dust bath. It's a sign of a happy, healthy chicken keeping itself clean from parasites. When it tucks itself away in a nest box to lay an egg, that's its way of saying, I need to feel safe. But if you see it pecking at the other birds, that's a huge red flag. It's basically screaming, I'm stressed, I'm bored, it's too crowded in here.
And to see just how big of a deal this is, get a load of this number. In a country like South Africa, 99.8%, that's almost every single egg, comes from a hen kept in a conventional cage. These systems make it basically impossible for a chicken to do any of those natural things we just talked about. They literally can't speak their own language of well-being.
And here is a perfect, heartbreaking example of how a tiny issue can become a huge welfare problem. See these mud balls on this chicken's foot? That starts from something as simple as a leaky water dispenser making the floor wet. But then that wet litter cakes onto their feet, hardens like cement, and becomes this heavy, painful ball. The bird can't walk, it can't perch, it can't dust bathe. A small, fixable management problem turns into nonstop suffering.
So all of this might make you think, well, this sounds expensive, right? There's this huge myth out there that good animal welfare is a luxury, something only rich countries or big wealthy farms can even think about. But what people are discovering on the ground in Africa, that is just plain wrong. So let's just ask the question straight up. Does improving an animal's life have to be expensive? The answer is a huge, emphatic no. It's not always about having deep pockets. It's about knowledge, it's about awareness, it's about making smart, simple changes. So what are we talking about? We're talking about low-cost, high-impact stuff. Instead of pricey imported materials for a shelter, why not use local bamboo? It's right there. Or something as basic as making sure there's always clean water available. Game changer. Or just teaching people how to handle animals without hitting them. See? This is about education and conversation, not building fancy, expensive facilities. These are the kinds of changes that make a massive difference and don't cost a fortune. So where does this all lead? What's the path forward? Well, what's so exciting is that Africa isn't just playing catch-up, trying to copy some Western model. Not at all. There's a real opportunity here to leapfrog past old ideas and create something totally new. A unique approach that works scientifically, makes sense economically, and, this is key, is smart about the local culture.
You know, there's that famous quote from Mahatma Gandhi, and it really feels like it fits perfectly here. As nations across Africa continue to grow and forge their own paths, the way they navigate this complicated, evolving relationship with animals, well, it's going to say a lot about the kind of future they're trying to build for everyone. And that really leaves us with one final big question to chew on. Think about it. By figuring out these clever, low-cost solutions, by finding a way to blend modern science with ancient tradition, by truly listening to the needs of both people and animals, could Africa end up doing more than just solving its own problems? Could it actually pioneer new ways of thinking about animal welfare that the rest of us around the globe could and probably should learn from?
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
That was a good one. I was thinking we'll keep watching, but it stopped suddenly. Yeah, thank you so much. We are gradually going to the end of the lunch, but the lunch break is still on. Anyway, we have about 10, 12 minutes on. So our virtual participants,
Let them
do you have
stretch.
anything?
Stretch their legs.
They want to stretch their leg. Yes, it's allowed. You can stretch your leg, but if you want to say something, please raise up your hand and say something. Raise your hand and feel free to talk.
All right. Dr. Samuel. Sorry. You're welcome.
So I want to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. For the presenter from Ghana, that was a nice presentation. And looking at the synergy between the government, the community chiefs, and people working to protect wildlife, their welfare, and conservation. So I also believe that the religious leaders, they have a lot of role to play. We are Africans and we are religious people. We are either Christian or Muslims, or we have people that are traditional worshippers. So the pastors, the evangelists, the prophets, our imams, they also need to talk about animal welfare because it's very important. It is garbage in, garbage out. Anytime I'm talking to people about animal welfare, I always want to link it with One Health. If you take care of your animals, let's pick their head, for example, and there is no zoonosis, then we have the belief that the handlers are very safe and the community is safe. So it is the health of the animal, the health of the handlers, the health of the community, and the awesomeness of the environment. So if we have any religious leaders in our midst here, it's a good thing to also do. As we talk about Muhammad, we talk about Jesus Christ, we talk about deity, we also need to talk about protecting the welfare of our animals. And when I talk about animal, I'm talking about livestock, our pets, companion animals, wildlife, insects, and a lot of them. That is just what I want to say. Religious leaders, they also have a role to play, not only government and community chiefs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Durosharo, for lending your voice to this important discussion. You can't say anything less than that because sincerely, our religious leaders, they have a major role to play because as Africans, it's like we have a kind of belief in them. And when they tell us to do something, to a much extent, we try to do it. So we are going there gradually. We'll get to that level whereby these things will involve our religious leaders and will progress. When the Ghanaians return from the launch, I'm sure we'll trash the question again, how were they able to get to that level of having a synergy between major stakeholders in animal welfare advocacy? Thank you very much again, Dr. Durosharo, for that wonderful one. We have Christopher Isu raising his hand.
Yeah.
Please unmute yourself and talk. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Doc. My name is Christopher Isu, the co-director Effective Animal Advocacy in Nigeria. So I just wanted to also reiterate that, yeah, it's really interesting to see. I'm maybe looking forward to the presenter from Ghana maybe shedding more light on how they were able to effect those collaborative moves with their religious leader and all that. And also wanting to say in the aspect of wildlife, I think Nigeria have also been making some progress. Recently, there is a law that has been passed, the Endangered Species Law Conservation has been passed, which was sponsored by Honorable Tesi Ubo. So the two House members, both the Senate and Rep, have passed the bill into law, which is also a very wonderful progress in the terms of endangered species and wildlife conservation. And I'm looking forward and being optimistic. Maybe similar law or such bills will also come up in the aspect of farmed animals, like you spoke about the fishes, the poultry, not just the. For me, I see the a law around animal cruelty that was captured in the criminal code as being obsolete, that need that need to be re-amended and all that, so that it capture everything. So I just wanted to say, that we're also some level of progress in terms of wildlife conservation, and maybe we really need to take it up in the aspect of farmed animals as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Christopher, for that submission. It's greatly appreciated. And we cannot stop here. This conversation must continue. That is why it is nice for everyone to use the WhatsApp link, join that platform, so that we'll keep bringing up to the same level at the African level and West Asia region, important updates around animal welfare across Africa and West Asia. If you have not used the link, please click on the link and join the WhatsApp platform. We still have a few minutes left. We have about 5 minutes.
So our presenter from Ghana is here to answer a question. We
Good.
really love your presentation on the community leaders, the youth. The question is, how were you able to have that collaboration with them? Can you share some tips and strategies? Because that's the main thing we need to know, how to approach them, how they can accept us to get to that level. So how did it work?
Of the community.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, in our community, sometimes before you get into the community, before you can interact with the members of the community, you have to humble yourself enough to put the chiefs and the traditional leaders. Now, the moment they see to it that you have accorded them with such respect, they will pay heed to whatever you want to say. And so the only thing is to give respect to them. If you are able to do that, it means you have factored them in whatever you want to do.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. So I also saw the impact of leadership by example in what you showed. You showed that, I don't know whether he's a community leader though, who was actually planting the tree. So it's it's leading by example, which is a good one. Now, they was it actual? Did they actually place a taboo? That you talked about stopping the killing of monkeys at some point. So was it like pronounced as a taboo? What was the punishment they said whoever does it? What kind of punishment did they place on something like that?
Yeah, I get you. You see, they revere the monkeys as sacred. Okay, and so according to the traditional leaders, they said that right after their consultation, this is why the gods told them that if you kill a monkey, then it's your own cup of tea. You die. And so as a result of that, people stop killing them. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Abdulafiz, do you want to say something? We just have 3 minutes before we start again. Abdulafiz?
Thank you, Mom. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Amazing session so far. So, I believe the doctor before Mr. Isu stated that our religious leaders should, kindly influence some of these movements in order to ensure proper animal welfare measures. I also think, aside religion now, we can also leverage on other sectors such as entertainment. For example, there is this environmental agency, Wild Aid. I don't know if anyone has seen their campaigns over time. Wild Aid has been running several campaigns for, let me say, years now, and they've been partnering with top icons in the entertainment industry. For example, Davido. Majority of us if we see Davido in a movement, whether it is, sometimes we don't even want to know what it is, but we want to participate. We want to like also see how we can be a change. So I would suggest initiatives, government agencies also look towards other sectors aside religion, especially entertainment, as it holds a lot of influence too, and it can also drive change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, GOCA as an organization, that is GH Wildlife and Nature Conservation Advocacy. That is what we've been doing. I myself personally, if you come to my house, you see a lot of wild animals that I interact with them. I move with them, they will follow me like domestic animals in the bush. So that is what we're doing. We train animals in such a way that people get to know that the animals are not even harmful, they are not even dangerous as we, we have a lot of perceptions concerning these animals, but they are not like that. That is why most of these animals, people are killing them because of these misconceptions. And so we have been able to educate people on that, so that I think it will be well with such misconceptions.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the insights. Thanks for everybody for your contribution. So we are back. Dr. Jwadi, you have.
Yes, we are back. I want to welcome everybody from the lunch break to the physical participants. I'm sure you really enjoyed yourself. And to those of us that are at this space, I'm sure we are also doing well too. Without wasting much of our time, we want to go to the next speaker for the day, and that will be Dr. Samuel Durosharo. He's the ISAE Assistant Development Officer, Animal Breeding and Genetics Researcher at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. And he'll be talking to us on vocalization, a veritable tool to assess livestock welfare. He's very well with us, and I want to welcome him again to present his speech. Dr. Durosharo, you have the floor. Dr. Durosharo.
You hear me? Am I audible? Let me know.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, and do you have my slide?
Yes.
Good. Thank you so much. Saying good morning to everybody from Indianapolis, United States. And before I start, I want to appreciate the video that we just watched. And I pick out something from that video. And it says, learning the language of animals. That would be so fantastic if we can learn the language of animals. And it's going to be a great advantage to us as livestock producers if we can learn this language. So my name is Samuel Olutunde Durosharo. I work with the Department of Animal Breeding and Genetics, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Ogun State in Nigeria. I'm also a postdoctoral fellow at Department of Biology, Indiana University, Indianapolis in the USA. And I'll be talking about vocalization today. Vocalization in livestock species. That's what I'll be talking on. And we are going to be looking at it as a veritable tool to assess animal welfare, status of animals, and their origin. And for today's presentation, I will be talking about vocalization as a form of communication in animals, vocalization in farm animals. I will talk about sound features, which some people also call acoustic features. I will be talking about tools to analyze vocalizations in animals. And I will be talking about the use of vocalization in the assessment of animal welfare, their status, and ancestry. So we are starting with vocalization as a form of communication in animals. Humans communicate, and animals also communicate. So what is communication? It's just the transmission of information from one animal to another animal. causing some kind of change in the receiving animal. And the receiving animal can become specific. A chicken can communicate with another chicken. The receiving animal can also be heterospecific. That is another species of animal. For example, a chicken can communicate with turkeys. Then the receiving animal can also be the handler. And that is why it is important for us as farmers, livestock producers, to understand what the animal is saying. As handlers, we must understand what each vocalization means. So if I'm producing chicken, when they make a sound, as a producer, I must understand what the sounds mean. But in the definition of communication, there's this controversy. And the controversy is that, does the receiver need to respond or not? That's a controversy. So if my animal is talking to me, do I need to respond? It's important for me as an handler to respond. But sometimes I may decide not to respond. I'll give you an instance. If I just fed my chickens or turkeys, and after eating a bag of feed, they go on to peck the feeder. And I'm like, I just gave you food. And that is all you get for the day. I may decide not to respond. And in animal communication, they use 4 cues or 4 signals. They can use visual cue. They can use chemical. They can use tactile, and they can use sound. For visual, you see those turkeys. Did you see the red neck? That connotes something. When you see your turkey with that red neck, it means a lot. When that neck is brightly red, they may want to fight. They may want to attack. So when you see that, be careful. Don't let them attack you. But if that neck is kind of blue, that means they are scared. Maybe there is a predator around them. That is for visual signal. For chemical signals, we have some chemicals that are produced in the urine, the feces, the cutaneous gland of animals. And when they produce these chemicals, they are perceived by the olfactory system of another animal. And this kind of elicits endocrine response or behavioral response. That is for pheromones. I don't know if you have ever noticed a cattle or goat. You see the male trying to sniff the urine of the female. They do this a lot. Then for the tactile is more of emotional things, bonding, and a lot of other things. If you look at that cow trying to groom the calf, that's a form of emotion. And this involves the use of touch and body contact. And for this to happen, animal must be next to each other. And the last one is auditory, which is the use of sound to convey information. And that is what we'll be talking about today, which is vocalization. And what is vocalization? Vocalizations are sound produced by animals that can provide information about the internal state or likelihood of subsequent actions. So they are basically sounds that are produced by animals. And this sound gives information about the state of the animal, or what the animal is likely to do, or what the animal is experiencing. And we can use vocalization to assess or manage the behavior of animals. So whenever animals vocalize, it means something. Now, what are the uses of vocalization? Animals use vocalization to convey warnings. For chicken producers, if there is presence of any external being in the farm, you see them making noise. Maybe there is lizard, there is a predator. Even when there is smoke, you see chicken making noise. Animals also use vocalization to attract mates. They use that to defend their territory. It's also for pleasure. You see the bird song, they sing melodious songs just to tell you that they are enjoying their life. Animals also use vocalization to display emotion. And what are the advantages of vocalization over the other signals? Don't forget that the signals are chemical, tactile, visual, and sound. So why do we center on vocalization over the other three? The first reason is that sound can travel relatively well across obstacles. So even if there is obstacle, sound can still pass through that obstacle. That's number one. Number two is that conspecific don't need to be close to each other to perceive information encoded in vocalization. So if chicken is maybe 5 meters away, they can still communicate. Then acoustic structure of vocalizations can change very quickly when situation changes. But this is not possible for other ones. And when we talk about sound, how is sound produced? There's a theory called sound filter theory. Vocalization is usually generated at a source. And this source is known as vocal folds. And this vocalization is filtered by some organs in the body known as vocal tract. So vocalization is basically produced through vibration of some organs. For example, the silence in birds, the larynx in mammals, and the blowhole in whales. And vocalization is affected by resonance, articulation, phonation, and respiration. So if the animal has respiratory disease, the vocalization is going to be distorted. And if there's presence of some hard materials around, there may be some resonance, and that may affect vocalization. And what are the common vocalization in farm animals? Let's talk about chicken. We have what we call food call or feed call. We have the alarm call. So if there is presence of food, the mother hen can call the chicks and say, please, we have food. We have some ants, we have some worms, we have some corns. Please come and eat. And the chicks, they understand the sound of their mother. There is alarm call. If there is danger, animals can tell each other. Then in cocks, there is crowing. We are all used to kukuruku. And that is done to advertise ownership of territory. The cock also do that to indicate safety, to attract hen, and to announce daybreak. You can see that vocalization is not also useful for animals, it's also useful for humans. Before the invention of wall clock, the clock on our mobile phone, Yoruba people will tell you that it is the cock crow that used to wake up our fathers. For chicken, they can also cackle after they lay. And when they are frustrated, there is gakel. And we have a lot of other ones. We have like 28 forms of vocalization in chickens. For goats, we have open mouth bleats, and they do this whenever they are in negative situation or when they anticipate food. There's also closed mouth bleats. There's gobbles during sexual behavior and alarm snorts. Then for sheep, we have two types. We have the open mouth, which we also call high frequency. Same for goats. They are used in negative situation. Then for the closed mouth, which we also call rumbles, this is expressed by ew in the presence of alarm. It's a form of contact vocalization. And this kind of vocalization strengthens the bond between the mother and the young one. Now for cattle, the vocalization of cattle is built from four syllables, which is the normal thing we hear when they produce sound. And this M syllable is produced from a closed mouth, Then this EN sound, the two of them are produced with open mouth. And the difference between the two N is the frequency. One is 2 times the other one. So let's talk about sound features. When animals make sound, all we hear is just the sound. But within the sound, there are a lot of things that we can take out. We can look at the number of vocalization. We can look at the number of syllables. For example, if a cock crows kukuruku, kukuruku, each of that is a syllable. We can also look at the frequency. We can look at the pitch, the amplitude, the duration. We can look at a lot of other things like goodness of pitch, amplitude modulation, frequency modulation, entropy, and a lot of other things. These are the things we can pick out from animal vocalization. And one thing that is interesting about vocalization is all our livestock vocalize. So it is very easy. So it is not for one kind of livestock and not present in the other livestock. Cattle, sheep, goat, pig, chicken, turkey, they all vocalize. So let's look at some of these sound features. Syllable. A syllable is a unit of sound, and it's a single segment of uninterrupted sound that is typically produced with a single pulse of air from the lungs. Then we look at the frequency. Like I said, sound is produced by vibration of some organs. And the particle of the medium through which sound vibrates back and forth, that is the frequency. That is back and forth vibration of the sound. That is, if you look at this picture, you see this wave going up and down. And frequency of a sound refers to how often the particle of the medium vibrates when a wave passes through the medium. So then amplitude is the strength of sound, and it is perceived as loudness or volume in our ears as handlers. It is sound pressure level or intensity, and it is usually measured in decibels. Then we have the pitch, which is about how fast or how slow the vocalization is. It's about sensation. And we have these common tools that we can use to analyze animal vocalization. Some of these are free, like SAP 2011 is free. And I like this particular one because I enjoy it. I'm used to this. We have the Raving Light from Cornell University. We have Audacity. So these are tools that we can use in analyzing the vocalization of our animals. So how can we use vocalization to assess animal welfare? Briefly, welfare is how an animal is coping with the environment. And the environment can mean anything. It can be temperature, it can be relative humidity, it can be wind, it can be day length. And there are a lot of interactions between animal and the environment. It can be animal-animal interaction, it can be animal-human, that's animal handlers, it can be animal soil, it can be animal hair. So, and these are the indicators of good welfare. The animal must be healthy, the animal must be well nourished, the animal must be safe, the animal should be able to express natural behavior. So vocalization is a form of natural behavior. Then the animal must be free from pain, disease, injury, and distress. And how do we measure animal welfare? We look at their behavior. So what kind of behavior do they express? Is it stereotypic? Is it welfare specific? But to the farmers, they are interested in the productivity of their animals. How many offspring can they give birth to? How many eggs can they lay? Then we also check their physiological response, the amount of cortisol, and a lot of other things. Although some of these physiological indicators are not good welfare indicators. So let's talk about how we can use vocalization to demonstrate that an animal has disease. Some diseases affecting the respiratory system affect animal vocalization. It's like human being. When I have flu or catarrh, it's going to show in my voice. It's the same thing in animals. So respiratory disease can damage the syrinx. Don't forget that the syrinx is the major organ used by bird to produce sound. Respiratory disease can also damage the trachea. And this researcher, Madavian et al. In 2021, they used vocalization to assess the health of the umbrellas. So they compare the vocalization of healthy umbrellas and the ones that have bronchitis or Newcastle disease virus. And they analyze a lot of acoustic features. And at the end of the day, they found out that out of all the acoustic properties that they studied, that the wavelength entropy and male kestrel coefficient of bird vocalization can be used to detect birds suffering from bronchitis and Newcastle disease. You'll see that this is better. All you need to do is just to record the sound of the bird, analyze the sound using Raven Light, SAP 2011, or Audacity. And you look at the wavelength and see the difference between the wavelength of the healthy chicken and the ones that are suffering from bronchitis or Newcastle. Then one can also infer if an animal is stressed from vocalization. Birds are very vocal animals, and they use their voice for many purposes. And this author, Vanderhoe et al. In 2022, induced a kind of stress in laying hens. All they did was just to open an umbrella to make the animal to kind of fly away. And they recorded the sound of the bird 1 hour before and 1 hour after. And they discovered that the sound frequency, the duration of call, and the minimal energy, they recorded this, all of this. And they discovered that vocalization in bird decrease when after they are stressed. So what we can take home from this is this: when our birds refuse to vocalize, that may indicate stress, because birds are very vocal animals. Then we can also look at the comfort level of our animals based on their vocalization. So we have some vocalizations such as alarm, gake, and these are very correlated with stressful events. So we can use this as stress indicator whenever we are monitoring the welfare of poultry. For example, Drew et al. In 2020 subjected laying hens to different thermal environments. So these authors, they used 3 thermal environments. They use temperature humidity index that is less than 70. They use alert zone, where temperature humidity index is 70 to 75. And they use danger zone, where temperature humidity index was 76 to 81. And they also use emergency zone, which is greater than 81. And they measure the sound of the bird, and they classify this sound into gake, to alarm, to squawk, and all that. And it was revealed that gake sound can predict thermal comfort zone 100% accurately. The squawk can predict thermal comfort at accuracy of 97%, and alarm sound can predict comfort zone at 96.5%. That is that. We can also assess the status of our animals using vocalization. In this work that was done by Gonku and Bokut in 2019, we all need to know that vocalization number can be a solution to help us detect it in cattle. So what did these authors do? They examined vocalization both in pro-estrus, estrus, and post-estrus Holstein cows from February to May in 2017. And they discovered that pro-estrus cow, they vocalized 1,267 times. The estrus cows, they vocalized 6,146 times, and post-estrus cows, they vocalized 2,400 times. That means if our cow are vocalizing a lot, that can indicate that they are on their eat period. So we can use vocalization to determine the status of our animal. Then the correct interpretation of cattle calls under stressful and non-stressful can be used to assess their welfare. We don't need to use any invasive method. For example, Yoshida and Oya in 2021, they characterized and assessed vocalization response of cow to feed anticipation, estrus, parturition, and normal communication. And they found the shortest duration of sound in normal communication. And whenever the cow were anticipating food, the pitch and intensity are intermediate between estrus and normal communication. So for parturition, they discovered the lowest intensity and lowest pitch of vocalization. And for estrus, they have the longest duration of vocalization, which is the same result from the work of Gonku and Boskut in 2019. Then apart from this, we can also use vocalization to know the age and the origin of our animals. For example, we did a study where we use vocalization to differentiate different broiler breeds. And this work, we are trying to publish it now. But for this work done in Turkey by Behaviour et al. In 2020, these authors try to correlate this vocalization produced by Turkey with their body weight and age. And they use 2,200 sand, they use 570 hybrid converter turkeys, and they pick a major acoustic feature. They use peak frequency. So when you subject your vocalization to this software that I've showed you, the software will show you the value of each acoustic feature. It's going to show you the goodness, the frequency, the AM, the FM, the pitch, and a lot of other things. And if you look at the result that these authors got, look at the relationship between peak frequency and age. Look at the coefficient of determination that they have. For the first trial, they have 0.99, which is a very good coefficient of determination. For second trial, 0.99. The third trial, they have 0.98. Then the fourth, 0.99. And when they pull their results, they have 0.97 as their coefficient of determination. This is more or less telling us that when you use vocalization to predict the age of turkeys, we are going to have as much as 97% accuracy. The same authors also got the relationship between peak frequency and body weight. And for their first trial, they have coefficient of determination of 0.97. Second trial, they have 0.98. Third trial, 0.99. Fourth, 0.97. And when they pull all their results, the coefficient of determination was 0.97, which is similar to what they got for prediction of age from peak frequency. So what this is trying to tell us is that we can know the body weight and the age of our turkeys from their vocalization. And this work was done by Colliers in 1987, very fantastic work, in which Colliers recorded and analyzed the cock crow of chickens for 6 years. And Colliers used this to differentiate different strains of jungle fowl. We have 4 types. We have the red, the gray, the Ceylon, and the green jungle fowl. And Colliers found out that the red jungle fowls, they have 4 notes in their vocalization, and the most energy is in the 3rd note. And the sound of a red jungle fowl is kukadu, do, do. That is how they crow. Then for the gray jungle fowl, they also have 4 notes, but the most energy is in the 2nd note. The people that study music will understand it very well. And the sound of gray jungle fowl is kukaya kaya cook, which is different from kukadu do. It is this kukadu do that we hear every day, which we hear as kukuru ku. Then the 2nd jungle fowl has 3 notes, unlike the red jungle fowl that has 4 and gray jungle fowl that has 4. And there is a long interval between the 1st and 2nd note, and the sound is kind of different. And when they crow, their crow is kukjoikosi. That's how they crow. Then the green jungle fowl has 2 notes. And these notes are of higher pitch, and they don't crow like red jungle or gray jungle or Ceylon jungle. And what can we take home from this? The crowing of chicken, it differs in the number of notes, in the length of crowing, in the accent. Accent is synonymous to origin. So when I speak English or when I talk, you can infer my ancestry from the way I talk. If an Indian is talking, you know this is an Indian. If Safian is talking, you know Safian is from Ghana. It's the same thing in animals. So you can, if you don't know the breed of your animal, if you analyze the vocalization, you can know the breed. But we have talked about the good of vocalization. It has some limitations. And these are the limitations. Sometimes animals need to be isolated before their vocalization can be recorded. And isolating animal is not good. You have to isolate before you can record individual animal vocalization. Then there is issue of background noise. For example, in a big farm where we have a lot of equipment, it's so difficult to record the vocalization of animal. There will be fan noise, equipment noise, human noise, and a lot of other things. And there's no best sound feature for analysis. Are you going to pick the frequency? Are you going to pick the pitch? Are you going to pick the AM, FM, entropy, and a lot of other things? That is very difficult. Then some animals can imitate the vocalization of other animals. Then one vocalization can be used in 2 or more situations, like in the case of open mouth bleats in goat and sheep. Then if you record many bouts, like the author that work on turkey did, which one of them are you going to use for your analysis? So, conclusion, vocalization can be recorded non-invasively, and it varies in several quantitative and qualitative dimensions. It reflects a lot of information about the animal, including their welfare status, their physiological status. For example, when cows are on heat, they vocalize a lot. They make a lot of noise. We can also use vocalization to determine the age and ancestry of an animal. Its usage should therefore be encouraged to study issues that are related to animals. So instead of taking blood samples, using a lot of invasive method, so we can use vocalization. So thank you very much. I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you so much for this insightful presentation. You can see those at the Nigerian venue clapping, jamming their hands. So kindly drop your question in the chat for those of you online, and at the physical venue, please, if you have questions, let me know. Dr. Dura, I want to appreciate you for this presentation. I have a question from my end while I'm expecting questions from the other venue. Actually, I found the correlation between vocalization and age and vocalization and body weight quite interesting, but I just have this, maybe I missed it, but I'm not sure what type of vocalization exactly was monitored. Is it the feed call of the turkeys, or which particular vocalization actually gave us this result?
So what they did was just to record
general
sound in the pen.
Okay.
So they subjected this sound to the software. They used different acoustic features, and they discovered that the best correlation or the highest correlation was between peak frequency and body weight and age. There are other acoustic features, but they didn't find a good correlation. Just the general sound.
The different sounds. Okay, thank you, I get it now. Any question from Kenya? Question from Ghana? Question from Nigeria? Questions online? So outstanding presentation here from Favor in the comment, incredible. I think they actually found this quite interesting. Okay.
I think Ayola is trying to talk.
Kindly unmute yourself, Dr. Ayola.
We have questions from Nigeria.
Okay.
All right.
All right, go.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the brilliant delivery. So my question goes thus. It has to do with, because the speakers taught us much about vocalization in chickens, if I'm correct. And I would like to know how it works out in rabbits, particularly.
Thank you so much. So I was talking from my area of strength. So basically, I work on chickens, turkeys, and insects. If it is applicable in chickens, it's going to be applicable in other livestock species. So rabbit is a mini livestock, and I know that they also vocalize. So the next thing is to study what each vocalization means in rabbits. So it's going to be a combination of looking at their behavior and the kind of sound they make when they behave. So that is my belief. So people have studied what each vocalization means in chickens, in cow, in cattle, in sheep, in goat. So we don't have a lot of literature in rabbits, but it's an avenue for scientists to do that. Whenever we spot a research gap, we key into it, we get funding for that, then we solve the problem. So if it is applicable in chicken, in cattle, in other livestock species, I'm very sure it is applicable in rabbits. We just need to venture into that. And I think the person asking the question is a good area to venture into.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we have a question.
Yes, thank you very much. That was a very wonderful presentation, very educative. Now, I want to confirm, is there a difference between communication and vocalization? That's a first question. And then this vocalization you've talked about, is it among same species? I'll explain further. Now, is it possible for a chicken to communicate with a turkey? You said it earlier, but I'm wondering, is it possible? Okay, is it possible for a pig to communicate with a cattle if they're on the same farm? Or this vocalization or communication, is it within the same species? Do they only understand themselves or they understand every other farm animals around?
Thank you so much. So for communication is the transfer of information from the sender to the receiver. And vocalization is a form of communication. We have other forms. We have the visual, we have the tactile, and we have chemicals. So animals use chemicals to communicate. So they also use vocalization. So vocalization is just a form. So animals communicate using 4 signals, and one of them is vocalization. Then for communication among animals, yes, that is possible. There is communication between conspecifics. There is communication between heterospecific. So if you look at the lion, whenever lion roars, every animal in the bush understands what it means. It's the same thing in some other animal species. So it's the same thing for anglers and our farm animals. Whenever they make a certain sound, we know what it means. For example, whenever hen just lays, you know they make this cackle noise. You know, this hen just laid. So that is between human and animal. So it is also possible between one animal and another species of animal. But because we are human, there are a lot of things we don't know. But I know that when one animal communicates, another species of animal may be able to interpret it very well. An example is the issue of lion. Whenever they roar, every other animal in the bush knows what that means, that they are around and they are trying to claim their territory. So it's possible. So it is between conspecific, heterospecific, and between the animal and the handlers.
Okay, let me just add to support what you have said, because that is the way they can survive, especially in the wild. If you don't understand the language and they're attacking you, you are in trouble. So, it's based on survival of the fittest. So, and I know that there are some studies I've read about, some even use that to imitate, just to cover up.
Yes.
And if you have read, some animals, we call them silent animals. Even if they are in pain in the wild, they will not vocalize telling that they are in pain, because it makes them vulnerable to the predator around them. So they rather hide that pain and not vocalize indicating pain at that time. So I want to believe, to some extent, they understand themselves. Thank you.
So, another thing, I work with some cockroaches here in Indiana University. We call them Madagascar eating cockroaches. So these cockroaches, they don't have wings, so they cannot fly. So what they do is to imitate the sound of a snake to scare away predators. So when you touch them, they make this, they hiss. And if you are not conversant with them, you think it is a cat or a snake that is hissing at you. So they imitate the sound of snake or the sound of cat. So they do that a lot.
Okay. Can I?
Yeah.
Okay. Question. My name is Ake Odele. Thank you for your presentation. I want to find out the software that you use. Okay. In counting the number vocalization, how does that work? You were correlating with time of estrus, pre-estrus, and probably post-estrus and all of that. And then I want to find out also, does the time of the day affect the number of vocalization? And during your study, did you put that into consideration? And then for how long did you carry out your study? Thank you.
So thank you very much. So those studies that I presented, I didn't carry them out. The ones I carried out, we are trying to publish them now. So I'm going to talk about the one that we carried out. So this is what we did. We have 4 broiler strains, and we are trying to use their vocalization to separate them into their strains. We want to see if cub, whenever they make sound, their sound is different from that of Aboeka. If cub make sound, is it different from that of Ross? And that worked. And this is what we did. We separated each breed, then we pick out each bird, then we record the vocalization. So after you have recorded, all you need to do is to put this recording into the software. So this software is going to analyze this vocalization for you. These are algorithms that have been programmed into the software. So the software will tell you the peak frequency is going to give you the value in hertz. It's going to give you the pitch. It's going to give you a lot of things. Good. After you have done this, the next thing you now need to do is you have some physical traits that you have measured on the animal. For example, you know their age, you know their body weight. You now do a correlation analysis using any software, maybe SAS, SPSS, or R. Then once you have done this, you will now look at the acoustic feature that has the best correlation with maybe body weight, age. But with the study I conducted, we are trying to look at the correlation between these acoustic features and the breed. And we discovered that acoustic feature of Ross are different from that of Aboeka. And that of Aboeka are different from that of Ubad. That is what we did. Then for the time of the day, that's a wonderful question. For example, I know cock don't crow in the night. I may be wrong. That's number 1. Then number 2, they only crow in the morning. And whenever the environment is not safe.
Daddy from the Department of Agriculture.
Is somebody talking?
Please go on, please go on.
So the time of the day can have effects on, I said I may be wrong, but most times they crow very early in the morning. Am I correct about that? So there is always exception to a lot of things, but most time it is to announce the daybreak. That's what I know about cock crowing. So crowing in the night is not a common thing. So the time of the day can affect all these acoustic features. Thank you.
And we also need to be mindful of the fact that they don't just crow anyhow. They crow because of specific reasons. Feed call is attached to food. They don't give feed call when there is no food. So alarm call is attached to alarm. They can't just give alarm when there is no danger. So we have to be mindful of the context within which these calls are made or what triggers this call as well. So from Nigeria, is it okay? We still have 2 hands up here and I really want to take them before we move on. Can I go on, Dr. Ayola? All right, so Ahmed, please unmute yourself, yes?
Yes, can you hear me, please?
Yes, please, yeah.
Thank you very much. My first question is on the basic sound, or the basic sound. As a forester, I would like to know what is the basic sound knowledge that a forester need in order to locate any wild forest. 2, how can we integrate technology in understanding the sounds of animals and also protecting the visitors, like protecting visitors at our wild forests? Thank you.
So I understand the second question very well. So we can use technology to analyze sound. People use artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a lot of other things to know the situation, the welfare status, or every other status of the animal based on the sound. For example, there is a software known as Raven. Raven was developed by Cornell University, and all you need to do is install this software on your phone. And if you don't know the animal that is making sound, all you need to do is to record this sound and put it on Raven. Raven will tell you that animal. Then in the forest, that is where the research will go into. I work with insects, I work with poultry, I don't work with wildlife. So there may be some question I will not be able to answer on wildlife, but I know that animals vocalize based on a particular condition. If they are in pain, there's this kind of sound that they will make. So, and this is where training, research, and a lot of other things comes in. As somebody that is taking care of wildlife, we should be conversant with different kind of sound and what this sound means to the health, to the welfare, and the status of the animal. So for example, if a chicken is in pain, the kind of sound they produce is what is called squawk. But for lion, for tigers, I don't know. And I must confess. But when they are in pain, I know they make a kind of sound that is different from when they are in pleasure. Ahmed, I hope you understand me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes.
So I think this is an emerging area, and I think for Africans, if we can really go into this and have it documented, because I noticed that what you presented are, documentations from other countries, over the years. So, and Africans, we have large animal breeds, we still have the local ones and in our forest. So we can also go into this and document it. We can even ask the villagers or those who live with this animal. Some of them understand all this, their vocalization. We can tap this knowledge and record and document it for future purpose. Let's take the last one. Maybe it's also got a question from you. Mansour, okay?
Okay.
Please be fast about it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, please. Firstly, I would like to appreciate the presenter on what the research he has made. As said right now, madam, that it is
Sorry, we can't hear you properly. We can't hear you properly.
Needs a lot of research. But quickly, I want to ask on fishing. I said, is it possible that vocalization in marine animals also? Is this something that is possible?
Oh, thank you very much. We have people that specialize in that. We have a friend from Iran. That is what he does. So it is possible. And I know Dr. Ayola was also collaborating with this person on the use of acoustic features in marine animals. So they vocalize, and they have special the researchers have their special microphone that they use to record vocalizations in marine animals. And I've read some studies about this, so it is possible. It is possible in almost all the animals that produce sound.
Let's take this one more. Who is using the name International Center for Applied Mathematics?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Who is behind that name, please? Who is using that?
Yeah, me.
What's your name, please?
Bakari Dolapo.
Okay, please go on.
Concerning the software used for the voice recognition of the animal. So I was just going to ask because I am sure it was actually an algorithm that was probably deployed into a software. So I want to ask, is there any information about the accuracy of this? The accuracy, the specificity, the sensitivity of this? Like, is there any information about that? Over. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I like that question. It's all about AI, machine learning, and it's about recognition of data pattern. So it is what they are put into this software, the kind of algorithm that they put in that they can recognize. And that is why there's always software upgrade and update. For example, if what they have put into Raven is animals from the US, because it's from Cornell University in the US, and we have some animals in Nigeria, Raven may not be able to recognize the voice, the vocalization of these animals. So when we in Nigeria send the vocalization of these animals to people in Cornell, they incorporate it in Raven, then they improve this software, they improve the algorithm, then Raven will be able to do better. So whenever we are using a software, there's always room for improvement. Then for accuracy, for people that have used Raven, I was talking to somebody about it yesterday. They talk about more than 90% accuracy. I was discussing with somebody in my lab yesterday, and this person told me he has used Raven to record vocalization of more than 20 animals. And Raven has predicted more than 18 correctly. That's what this lady told me yesterday. But there's room for improvement in all the software that we use, even in our bank app. They tell us to upgrade it, they tell us to update it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I think they really loved it. So let's see the emojis. Thank you so much, Dr. Durocharo. So we move to the next presenter. Just hold on with us in case there are other questions that come up after this. Let's move on to the next presentation. Dr. Ayola, are you ready to share with us?
Yes. Yes, the next presenter is from Nigeria. She's presenting on welfare concern related to transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa. The person of Dr. Priscilla Lolade Komolafe from the Bamidele Olumiluyan University of Education, Science, and Technology, Ikere, Ekiti. I want you to welcome with me Dr. Komolafe.
I think you're sharing the slide, right?
Ekiti, Nigeria. I am here to present on welfare concerns relating to transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa.
Sorry, we can't see anything here. Dr. Ayola.
Okay.
This is only the YouTube. This is the YouTube link. Okay. All right. Can you increase the volume? I don't know. Can you increase the volume from your end? Is it possible? It's not audible. It's not audible.
Okay, just a few minutes.
Komolafe Pislade from the Department of Agricultural Science and Technology, Bamidele Oluwa University of Education and Technology, Ikere, Ekiti, Nigeria. I am here to present on welfare concerns relating to transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa. Animal welfare is a fast-growing concept in the African livestock industry, and awareness of animal welfare is gradually gaining traction in all the value chains, from transportation, marketing, and even slaughtering. And by definition, animal welfare is the ability that an animal is able to cope physiologically, behaviorally, cognitively. Everyone, I am University of Education Science and Technology, Ikere, Nigeria. I am here to present on welfare concerns relating to transportation, marketing, and slaughtering.
Echo from your end, Ayola.
Animal welfare is a fast-growing concept in the African livestock industry, and awareness of animal welfare is gradually gaining traction in all the value chain, from transportation. Behavioral, cognitive, emotional, physical, and social life environment. There are 5 reasons in animal welfare. The first one is freedom from hunger and thirst, freedom from discomfort, freedom from pain, injury, or disease, freedom to express normal behavior, freedom from fear and distress. However, even when animals what the animal behavior is. To think of it, to appropriate welfare, it must be implemented with what the behavior of an animal, so that we don't mean right and we are
Sorry, we cannot hear anything from here. We cannot hear anything online. We cannot hear anything online, please. Yeah, if you want to present it, I think you're live. Please, it will be better. Dr. Priscilla, can you share your slide?
What I said earlier is that transportation, marketing, and slaughtering.
I cannot hear this.
There's this echo that is coming, and at a point we couldn't hear at all. If she can do the live presentation, I think she's available, then maybe that would be a better option. Okay.
Should I from
I don't know what's happening. There's this echo that is coming. I don't know if you have 2 devices on. So I don't know which one to mute. Is it the one with your name or the one with the ISAE Workshop Nigeria? Maybe it's clashing together. I don't know.
Can she move? Yes, mute the other one.
Africa, that's our current political state. You know, take a talk to see what is happening in the transportation sector, in the marketing sector, and even in the slaughtering sector. In Nigeria, the livestock delivery system during marketing.
Okay, do you want to present? Okay, go on, ma'am.
During loading and offloading of we realize that most animals are stressed out, and it's expected unloaded with the use of mechanical ramp.
No, excuse me, please. Dr. Ayola, are you still sharing the recording?
And even in other parts of African countries, cattle are emaciated or cannot stand on own, maybe as a result of transportation. Because when they are mishandled in this way, they end up depreciating. Some sustain injury in the process, and therefore some of them are aided, to move around within the marketing community. And there was a study we conducted some years back, and different.
Dr. Ayola, please, can you stop that? Can you stop the presentation, please, Dr. Ayola? Please stop the recording, please, Dr. Ayola. Dr. Ayola, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Please stop the recording. I think she wants to do it live. Is that what you want to do, Priscilla?
Yes, if it's possible, since it's echoed.
Yeah. So please stop the recording and let her share from her end.
Can you see my screen?
We can see it. Are you the one sharing this particular one? I don't know if it's the recorded or the real one now.
No. The one that is moving is my own.
We can see this. Please go on. We can see this then.
Okay. So good day, everyone. I am Dr. Komolafe Priscilla Lalate from Bamidele Olumuyiwa University of Education, Science and Technology, Ikere Ekiti. I'll be presenting on welfare concern relating to transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa. Animal welfare is a fast-growing concept in African livestock industry in the recent time, and the awareness of animal welfare is gradually gaining traction in the animal welfare value chain. By definition, animal welfare is the ability of an animal to cope physiologically, behaviorally, cognitively, and emotionally with its physical, chemical, and social life environment. There are 5 freedoms in animal welfare. It is expected that animals should be free from hunger and thirst, from discomfort. They should be free from pain, injury, or diseases. Animals should be free to express normal behavior, and they should also have freedom from fear and distress. And to understand, to be able to appropriate welfare, it is expected that the behavior of an animal should be well understood. And the behavior of an animal will also inform what we also to do to our animals. We might decide to, do some things we expect that it is right, however, we are doing wrong to them. That's why we need to understand of animal behavior. And I know during the course of the workshop, we've heard a lot about behavior and how it relates to animal welfare. And there are practices that people do in Nigeria that is related to animal welfare, that is against animal welfare. We have the 4 highs, which is ignorance. That means some people don't even know what they should do, and some do what they do because they feel it's an age-long process. That's the way our grandfather does it, and we should also do it the same way. Some people do some things because they are actually inexperienced. They know what to do, but they don't have the technical know-how, and in such cases they are not expected to do what they are doing. Then some individuals are incompetent. That is, they don't have the ability, to do what they are doing. Some people are just inconsiderate. They are naturally cruel. They are not caring to animal. They have this kind of lackadaisical attitude, which is not expected. My study will be divided into 3 different categories. Number 1 is transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa, our current critical situation. Number 2 will be transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa, our curious, concerned state. Number 3 will be transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa, our compelling commitment to change. The first one will be transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa, and our current critical situation. Let's take a tour around what transportation is in Nigeria. According to literature, livestock delivery system through transportation, marketing, and abattoir operation in Nigeria is at the base when we compare it to what is happening in other parts of the world. Animals are mostly transported on bad motorable roads, and alongside passengers with them. We see our different animals carried on vehicles that are meant for goods and are meant for even individuals. Transportation of livestock has been tagged by Adekola 2009 that it is the most stressful event in an animal's life. During transportation, it is not just the movement of animal that we talk about transportation, even the process of loading, unloading, and even the movement of the different animals is what we also call transportation. Then Tyrant and Gradin 2000 reported that during loading and unloading of an animal, it is expected that animals should be loaded or offloaded with the use of ramp or mechanical lifter. In a case where an animal is being offloaded or loaded without a ramp, it is expected that their carriage, the size of an animal is such that could be carried by just one man without inflicting pain on the animal. Cattle that are emaciated or cannot stand on hoof are usually transported using omolanke. This is usually done within the premises of the market or from the vehicle to maybe the abattoir where they are going to be terminated. Then cattle headed for loading might be physically challenged or have internal injuries or ailment. Most times when you use this omolanke, you realize that, something is happening to this animal. Most times they cannot walk on their leg. There are studies we carried out in time past where we assessed a particular market in Ibadan as suggested on the screen, and we realized that most of the animals transported were transported on vehicles that were not meant for animals. We have the cars that humans use, we have the trailers, we have the counter pieces, and we have some of it as the lowest vehicle. These are the standard name of the vehicle. When I say counter pieces, these are the name that is common to their environment. However, these are the standard acceptable names of the different vehicles. We realize that most of the animals are densely packed. That means their stocking density is high. I was just like the presenter on fish talked about. It's not only those on fish, even the cattle, different animals, even sheep, goats, chicken, they are densely packed. And this can cause series of injuries. They can be suffocated, they can die, they can even sustain so much injuries that can be lasting in an animal's life. There is an example projected on a vehicle transporting cattle. This is like a normal practice where you see different individuals sitting on animals, standing on them for hours. This can go on for about 14 hours, 2 days, as long as they are transported with the animals. And the funny part of it, the concerned part of it is that those animals are tied down, so they cannot even react or protest against the different handling method. This is an example of one of the vehicle types too, and this is an example of a vehicle used to carry goats. Look at the way the goat was being offloaded. Look at the way it's being handled, and these are major issues of concern. During transportation, we realize that many animals are transported for long hours. It is expected that when an animal is transported for like 8 hours, they should be rested. And and after resting, given water at least during the journey. However, if the journey is not going to last for more than 2 hours again, you can continue to stretch the journey. However, what do we have in Africa? Do we even have where these animals can stop by to relax, to be given water or not? No, we transport them just like that. And I said how many days we can have: a day, 2 days, 3 days journey, depending on which distance they are coming from. During this journey, they are overcrowded, they are under inclement weather, either heavy sunshine, heavy rainfall, and their animals are there. And within the vehicles of the animals, are they given beddings, and are they given space to rest? I said earlier that animals are tied. You realize that about 91% of the animal are tied in transit. This is a major concern. Either chicken or turkey or even cattle or sheep and goat, they are tied. And I said earlier that some of them are not even uploaded without the use of RAM, either loading or offloading. We have about 62% that are not offloaded with the use of RAM. Then you might wonder, why are they not offloaded with the use of RAM? Is it that there are no available RAMs in the study area? You realize that some of those RAMs in the study area are not measurable to the size of the vehicle. According to our study, we realized that it was only the trailers that could accommodate the length of the vehicle. In fact, the length of the RAM, even there were some trailers that could not even meet up with this standard. We realized that even during offloading, there was no animal that was using no vehicle that was using RAM to load. That means the individuals bundle the animal inside the different vehicle. This is a major concern. This is an example of a ramp that is used, in the study area. It's dilapidated, as I wrote, there are dilapidated ramp in the study area. They just have about 2 ramps in the study area. And this is an example of an animal being offloaded. After, going through the stress of transportation for how many hours, for how many days, and being tied, you still have about 12 men that they are dragging the cattle, to just offload them, pulling through the tail, tying the rope around the horn and the like, just to offload. And this is an example of the standard. This is an adjustable ramp. If it is a small vehicle, they adjust. If it is a large vehicle, they adjust. And this is what is actually expected. Then, during offloading, these are major concerns of what happens when you don't use ramp. Sometimes you realize that some of our animals, fall down using their head, some using their back, some on their legs. I've seen cases of how, they started having twisted neck, pain on the neck, and some of them have broken legs on the instant. Very chubby animal, standing animal eventually just fall off and cannot stand again. This could be as a result of ignorance to these people. And we started questioning them. Why can't you use ramp? Then some of them told us that when you offload an animal without the use of ramp, they've been transporting them for some time, then they become lazy. Then they can't stand on their own. But when you offload them and you drop them, bam, then they just stand up. It energizes them. And this is a major issue of concern and, a kind of ignorance on the part of the handlers. Some of these animals, we just jump down and, go into the market. But what they realize at the end of the day is that some of them loses appetite just because they've sustained internal injury, which is not obvious to the handlers. Then this is an example of the study area. This is the offloading side. You realize the 2 ramps that are available. And, when they offload, the animal defecate, urinate on the same spot. Then the question is, who is responsible to pack the feces? Nobody packs the feces. They stampede it, they walk on it, and during the rainy season, the rain starts bringing it up, and the whole feces gets swollen up, and everybody gets to mash, both the animals and humans mash on those deaths, which is a major issue of concern. Before you know it, you realize that many of those animals start developing foot rot. And this is an example of another vehicle, offloading an animal. If you can observe where you see gallery on top of the on top of the vehicle, meaning that some animals are loaded on top of another using the bamboo. The concern here is that those that are upstairs, we urinate on those that are down. They defecate on those that are down. And is this bamboo comfortable? No, but that is how the handlers brings the animal. Most animals that we realized on top of the gallery, we saw that they were not thriving. In fact, many of them were not able to stand. If they were ignorant, if they were knowledgeable, I think they should not do this way. Then this is another a picture of chicken, the way they carry chicken, which is normal in the study area. In different areas, they just tie chickens together, put them all over turn their head under, and this is not expected. This is a standard way of, carrying chicken. This is a way of, a vehicle offloading. I said the other time that some of these vehicles don't even have bedding. You can put sawdust, wood shavings, rice up, or also in the vehicle. The concern here is that when animals are being transported, they defecate inside the vehicle, they urinate inside the vehicle and mess up their body. There's no way urine can, be excreted, be taken away from the vehicle. And during the hot weather, the vehicle, if you touch the vehicle, you see it so hot. And because animals are tight, they cannot even shape, they cannot even turn, and you see that most of these animals have bruised skin. This is an example of a loading vehicle. The guy is just, enjoying himself, sitting comfortably on the animal. This is what is done generally. In fact, it's like a normal practice that nobody is not, correcting and feeling that it's wrong. Now, some of these animals are already weak animals. They are sick animals, and someone will still sit on them for hours. What will they do? Because they are tired, they are handicapped. They cannot complain. Now, this is an example of a bus. All I know about bus is that humans, use it for commuter. And this is, we realize that even animals are put inside buses for transportation. Even before they will get to load these animals is a very major concern. That most times, it stresses the animal and also stresses the individuals too. This is an example of sometimes when they, a vehicle that is supposed to carry 2 animals, and because, of selfish gain, they want to carry 5. Then, meaning that even 4 have been overloaded, they still carry 1 and throw it on top of the other ones. And because the animal is tied, then there's nothing the animals can do. This is a major issue in Africa. This is an example of a cattle being transported on a bike. This is actually risky even for the owner, for the person carrying it. This is a concern. And this is, I would like to show this video. Sorry. Yeah, this is an example of how cattle are being loaded. It takes about 5 men to be able to put just 1 cattle inside a particular vehicle. This is a major issue of concern. These are chicken. I don't know how many numbers, but these are live animals that are being transported, put on top of each other, the wind of the vehicle and everything. In fact, this is, well, let me target cruelty. This is an example of a car that is supposed to carry humans. Maybe so, the cattle are tied on top of the vehicle and even inside the boot and the like. These are concerns that need urgent intervention. This is a pig, and we realize that it's not cattle, it is not sheep alone. Even goats, chicken, both the ruminant and non-ruminant animals are affected in this case. These animals are even live. It's not that they've been slaughtered. They are alive. They are being, tied and taken this way. This is an example of a, cattle on this kind of bike. It's cruelty, it's a major concern. And after transportation, you realize that many of these animals are unable to stand, as I said earlier. And what happens eventually is that some of them are being pulled with the tail. When they refuse to stand, they drag the tail, drag. When the animal is not responding, they twist the tail, trying to inflict pain so that the animals can stand. However, in some cases, when the animal is so stressed out, it refuses to stand, then what do? They decide to use wood. This set of people, they call them chemists in the study area. Then they put wood and start doing, dragging. Then they use it to lift up the animal. While about 2 men are holding the tail at the back to just raise the animal by force. And before you know it, well, in some cases, we have success story like this, that the animal eventually starts. And you wonder, why are they doing all this? It is because if an animal is supposed to be sold for $100, when it does not stand in the study area, not because it has diseases or anything, they can price it for $20. So who is at the loss? It is the owner. So they will now, you have transported badly, then you still want to do everything possible to make sure the animals stand up so that you can get the best out of it. As a result of, the different journeys and the stress, we have series of injured arm, injured legs, twisted neck, bruised skin, and sometimes death. We have records of many animals that were dead in transit. What are the consequences of mishandling? If your animals are for research purposes, even if it is in your lab or in your farm and the like, and you mishandle, you might need to start all over the research again. Yes, you start all over the project again, or sometimes animals don't get attracted to the different customers. Then, if I go somewhere, how will I buy an animal that is runt, an animal that is disabled? No. Everybody that wants to do ceremony in Nigeria wants to, tie the animal somewhere, and people says that, hey, this animal, big, standing and the like. So if you don't handle animals very well, that means we are getting out of the right thing. Then you spend, spending more on feed. When we mishandle our animal in the market area, we realize that they buy drugs. Everybody, the vets, do everything possible to make sure the animals stand, either through concussion or the veterinary drugs or the like. They try to do everything so that they won't be the animals can stand. And sometimes you have death, as I said, injury, some animals get unconscious. There could be transfer of diseases in transit. And for our chicken, the way we slaughter some of these animals are also of concern. By the time we mishandle, we have some meats like this. Sometimes when I go to the market and buy beef, I say that, why is this part so red? They'll say, no, it is just ojuabere, meaning that that's where they injected the animal. Sometimes, how will you inject an animal and you still go and slaughter? If you inject and you observe the withdrawal period about maybe 14 days, I think that spot should have been healed and cured. But we eat junks as a result of their mishandling. This is an example of a broken leg. During transit, no first aid. So what they do is that when there's bleeding, they look for a cloth to tie the animal's leg. Can there not be transfer of diseases? Who will see this and buy? And the normal practice is they compel people in the study area. People run after this kind of animal. In fact, the handlers will convince you to buy this because it's cheap. You have the head, you have the intestine, you have the leg. They will say it's a complete animal. You don't need to just buy beef alone. Buy things like this, and it's a major concern. And this is an example of an animal with a twisted neck. Now they are trying to adjust the neck. Why will you even adjust the neck if you do the right thing in the first place? Is a major issue of concern. These are the way, the way they pack animals in the study area. Look at the animals. They can go on this journey for 20 minutes, 20 hours, 3 days, 4 days like this. And I look at the facial expression of the animal. Can I ask you, are they happy? Are they sad? For people that don't even know what the behavior of an animal is, it's obvious. Do you need anybody to tell you that this animal is stressed out or this animal is undergoing serious pain? These are issues of concern in Nigeria. Then, when they offload, sometimes they try different things, try to give them water, pure water, when they are not even humans, to just resuscitate them. In some cases, they pour water on their head. Maybe, in Nigeria, we know that when they pour water on people's head, maybe the person has fainted. It's because of mishandling. Some of these practices can actually be avoided. Then, as a result of, mishandling of some of these animals, when you take them to the market, they start depreciating. They go off feed, then they stop responding, then they start reducing. In fact, when you go to some market, you see animals placed on tables as if they are dead, but they are living, because they will not slaughter an animal until it is about to give up. And that's a major issue of concern. So also we have different ways. This is just talking about the number of animals that responds to standing up after loading and those that are not offloaded. Now for the structuring aspect, emaciation, according to FAO, is a common illness in food animals that is described by a loss of lipid and meat as a result of starvation or loss of appetite. Now, what causes starvation? What causes appetite loss? Is as a sort of stress that the animals must have been subjected to. Then sometimes we have cases of extreme emaciation, which is a valid reason to consider an animal to be a suspect. And a later in-depth inspection should also be conducted. But when animals are to be slaughtered, what do we see in our different abattoirs? What do we see in our different abattoirs? We realize that some of these animals are still slaughtered without inspection, whether they have diseases, whether they are undergoing pain or whatever. This is not expected. Also, the different animals that are slaughtered in the different areas involves male and female, and I wonder, are we not going into extinction if most of our female animals has been slaughtered? And different sizes. We have the calf, we have the medium animal, we have the adults, and all these categories are slaughtered. We have the status, that is of concern. When an animal cannot stand, it is a suspect. We have to check what could be the problem. Then this is a video of, can we view this? Loading. Loading. They are trying to load. Let's look at the risk that is involved. To cut off, which could affect the animal. Why taking this video? I knew I had even run away myself because I was afraid of what problem could come out of this. Yes, this is another video of, the individual was trying to wash hands with the urine. This is because there is no enough water. Water feed should be made available to animals because there's no clean water. So some of these animals that are reared within the environment just try to drink anyhow water. This is a major issue of concern. This kind of animal can actually contact diseases through this kind of practice. This is also another example of how animals are loaded in the study area. Look at how many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people trying to load just one animal. The individuals are stressed. Even the animals themselves, they are stressed out. And if an animal is loaded this way without the use of ramp and goes to, you still transport this kind of animal for how many hours? For maybe 7 hours, 8 hours. What does the animal comes up with? Then I said abattoir is characterized, with some unhealthy practices. And when some of these animals are taken there, no antemortem, no postmortem inspection. During our study, we realized that some of these animals were brought in and slaughtering is just mostly between 7 and 10 a.m. And the way the slaughter is so swift and fast. And we realized, I said earlier that most of our female animals were being slaughtered in the study area. It was observed that out of all the animals that were brought for slaughtering, just few were standing, meaning that they were trying to do away with those ones that were not good. Okay, either they have internal injury, they have obvious leg injury, or they are even having problem. These are examples of even some other animals that has been slaughtered before getting to the study area. We realized that some animals were live, some were already brought in dead, and they were bringing them for processing. This is an example of an animal that was brought. We see this often. And what happened? What is the concern that I have with this? There's already bloat. The stomach of the animal is swollen. Then what I realized was that the butcher stand on top of this animal and jump. What is he trying to do? To release the hair before processing. Come and see the odor, the disgusting smell that comes out of such animals. Then I asked, okay, how is this LD for consumption? Then they will tell you that once you remove the internal organ, then the other aspect of meat is safe. Tell me, if the internal organ of an animal is already getting rotten, has it not started affecting the carcass? That's a major concern in Nigeria. I said earlier that we have more female, and slaughtering goes on from Mondays to Sunday in the study area. Then we realize that sometimes different animals, I said large, medium, small animals are transported together, same way they are also slaughtered. Then we realize that some animals that are slaughtered, most of them, they are rickety. I tag them rickety, meaning that they are on extreme emaciation. When you see that, I'll show you some pictures briefly, and you have some that were actually good looking. Then during slaughtering, Restraining is a major concern. It's expected that an animal should be placed in live, then restrained before slaughtering. But look at it, we have most of them were not restrained, even those that were, healthy among them. You see animals struggling. Then this is an example of the different slaughtering method. You see open, the open means slashing. That's the halal way of slaughtering, whereby it's supposed to be with, sharp, with sharp knife within seconds, to silence the animal. But in some cases, some animals that were still alive, they just use knife and juggle through the throat. This is it. The second slide, this second one is showing that once they just bring the animal, what they do is to just twist the neck of the animal. After twisting, then they use that knife to start daggling through the throat till the animal gives up. Then after the animal bleeds a little, they just turn the head again and leave the blood to be retained within the carcass. These are standard way of restraining animals during slaughtering. Then what is next? They now start singeing. Singeing is when they pour kerosene, to just burn off the body of the animal, or they scourge. What is the major concern with this? There is indiscriminate use of kerosene. Before I even go into that, look at the environment of slaughtering. On the floor, they slaughter and singe on the same spot. This is a major concern that needs intervention. This is a standard abattoir operation, and can we compare? Then I was trying to talk about this discriminate use of kerosene. I start to watch. I know I'll still conduct a study on that and see how many gallons of kerosene. For big cows, they can use about 4. That means that's about 20 liters. Some, for small animals, they use about 10 liters. And you wonder, what about chemical residue in meat? Now there are diseases everywhere. This one has this one has that. Are we not consuming kerosene? Sometimes when you buy beef in the market, when you start chewing, you are chewing kerosene in it. Even for humans, is a major concern. However, these are part of the type of animals that are slaughtered. They transport healthy ones with unhealthy ones, not knowing that disease can be transferred. Also, when they slaughter things like this. Is this animal supposed not to be taken care of before slaughtering? But when you interact with them, they will tell you that, there's nothing that is wrong with this animal. Once you just slaughter and you pour kerosene and it burns off, and you cook very well, every disease is gone. They don't understand that there are diseases that is, resistant to it. In fact, they thrive more during, when there's heat provision. This is an example of scouting. They just use blade to cut through the body of the animal. Now, I'm to talk about the time. The time of slaughtering. Once an animal gets down, either from the vehicle or from the omolanke, or the animal walks down to the slaughterhouse itself, what they do next is to start slaughtering. And I realized from my study that this, animals are slaughtered within 1 to 5 minutes of arrival at the abattoir. What is the standard practice? An animal is supposed to be what? Placed in live rate between 12 to 24 hours, then taken to somewhere. However, in the study area, within 5 minutes of arrival, no withdrawal from feed, no withdrawal from water, no standard practices. This could be, I'm not condemning the butchers, but this could be as a result of, ignorance of what is expected. Also, I now have another one on the intervals between slaughtering and processing of cattle. You now realize that after slaughtering, the animals are singed, immediately within 5 minutes. Most of them are singed within 5 minutes. Tell me, as the animal dies off, I'm on a life. So as the animal dies off, then you realize that once they are not dead, they still pour kerosene, and you see that the animals are, shaking to till life goes out of them. This is an example of the animals, most of them are common like this. When I say critically emaciated, when you see an animal like this, you cannot even say this animal went through stress. You should know that this animal is a suspect that there's a disease symptom that should be worthy of concern. This is another one. And these are what we struggle with. Yes, this is a video of slaughtering in an unethical way. Let's look through carefully. where this animal is being slaughtered, and because there's no sharp slaughtering, you see the animal will stand up. Can you see? Look at it. Can you see? Yeah. Even although some of them will say that, what about the animal? Animal is just to die now. Shebi is just for us to eat. Is there any big deal with this? No. We can continue. The animal stood up about 3 times before life eventually went out of it. This is a major concern in Africa. Can you see? So I need to move. Yeah, this is an example. Oh, here, this the initial video I'm supposed to share here is search for struggling. Maybe I'll still share it when I finish the presentation. You will see that when an animal they finish slaughtering, then they pour kerosene and you see the animal shaking legs and trying to, battle with life, eventually dies off. This is, a major issue of concern. Then I said my second point will be transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa, our curious concerned state. What should be our concerned state? What are the general practices of handling? An animal handling should start from when the animal is giving birth to till end of life. That's slaughtering. And it's expected that either in the market, transportation, abattoir, accommodation, wherever, the animals should be well taken care of. During marketing, the market environment should be clean enough. There should be provision of clean water, good feed. They should be shared. Most of our cattle markets, they're just open there. During rain falls on the animal, falls on human beings. Although some of our human beings have some shed that they run on. What of the animals? Some said nothing. Animals, especially for cattle, that it doesn't affect them. They thrive well during rain, during sun, and this is not expected to be. Then during transportation, we are expected to have vehicles that are really designed for the different species of animals. They should be loading and unloading, using the real use of ramp. There should be provision of ramp. There should be standard transit. There should be standard way of transiting this animal. Then the speed limits. How do some of the drivers drive? They just drive anyhow, mash brake anyhow, and they bring a lot of agitations through to the animals. When you go for those on animal behavior, you notice that recently I was transporting cattle to my goats, what's it called? Chicken to my school. Then initially when I started the journey, they were making noise. Then at some point, when the journey was stable, then they kept quiet. Then when I mashed brake anyhow, you started, hearing noise, meaning that they are sensitive to the smoothness of the journey. Then stocking density, they should not be overloaded. Then driving should be with skilled driver. During accommodation, there should be proper ways of accommodating them. Give them good water, give them environment that has good ventilation, not a slippery floor whereby they can have dislocation. There should be floor that even human beings these days, you will watch the type of tiles we put in our houses so that we don't fall. The same thing should be applicable to our animals. Then for feeding, the 6 classes of food should be put in place. They should be given carbohydrate, protein, and as listed, And for experimental animals, the test ingredients should be such that must have gone through ethical committee approval and such that will be healthy for the animals. During slaughtering, restraining must be done. Stunning must be carried out, either in our local way. I was just thinking about it. We can have, if we cannot use the standard stunning gun and the like, and it's not available, can we think of a research that we can do to, look at a local way we can also still stun animals so that the pain is reduced and it is also acceptable. Then also, the pattern of slaughtering should also be a major issue of concern. Let's slaughter in the appropriate way. Also, yes, I said slaughtering could be done in the different ways. Then the last part is that transportation, marketing, and slaughtering in Africa, our conscious commitment to change. What should be our commitment to change? We should be conscious and deliberate about it. I'm saying here that everyone has something to offer as a change, and we should be committed to this change. Either the government or the stakeholders, we are supposed to be responsible. The government should help in rehabilitating and updating the market. They should upgrade it. They should update it and, both the abattoir and even the vehicles. I said there are no standard vehicles. In Nigeria, I've not seen one vehicle that is meant for transporting animals in the ethical way. Government can help, to bring these vehicles in, even if it's in a subsidized way, or that people can rent to, do the right thing. Provision of appropriate and standard vehicles, as I said, adequate and adjustable ramp in the different study areas, in the different markets of abattoir. There should be, loading well, offloading well. Clean water source. It's not such that even individual cannot even get water to drink. During some of our study, even to use ourselves is a problem because we don't even have toilets to change. And when you get there, they will tell you, you have to pay to win, you have to pay to poop. Then every water that they are giving to the animal is bought. This is a major issue of concern. Some of these animals are fed with ration. That is just, maintenance. They're just maintaining the animals just to go out of the study, the area. They say that our prayer is that the next 5 minutes, somebody should come and buy the animal. So why should we give them quality feed? This is a major issue of concern. And they don't know that some of these animals end up staying for 2 weeks before they get buyers. Then they start emaciating and depreciating and losing out of pride. I'm saying here that stakeholders should be encouraged to adopt this change. In the recent time, we are talking about the top-bottom approach, and now we are talking about the bottom-top approach, that the people should be carried along with the change. They should adopt these changes. If government goes there and they just put this, organize this, put standard abattoir and this like that, without training this personnel, they are wasting their time. They use it for a short time, but before you know it, they go back to it. Then another concern is that those people offloading the animals, when they put automated system there, what happens to them? They lose out of their job. Then there must be provision of such what we engage them as well, so that they can actually adopt this change to the fullest. They must make sure that when they put these structures in place, there must be proper orientation of how to use it. Make provisions for individuals that will be displaced out of job. I said it then. There must be enforcement in Nigeria. If there's no police anywhere, nobody does, where most people don't do what is right, just in driving. My husband will say, everybody you see on the street, they are mad. You are the only same person. So don't drag with anybody. The same thing with all this. There must be police. In Brazil, I learned that they have police placed in different strategic areas. That once you are transporting animals from one junction to the other, just like a toll gate, they check how many animals are they overloaded? Are there sick animals there? Are there diseased animals there? I know that we'll get there in Nigeria. Our responsibility, what should be our responsibility? We must adopt humane handling of these animals. Then there should be adequate care for our different animal species. There must be prevention from distress. Stress is not a problem. Everything about life is even stressful. However, distress is the problem when we talk of animal welfare. So distress should be prevented. There should be intensification of awareness on animal welfare. We must educate those in secondary school. I'm with the advocacy that they should be caught young, catching them young. Maybe in primary school, we should start giving them education of animal welfare, so that those at home, we don't maltreat our dogs, we don't maltreat our cats, we don't throw stone on them anyhow without, so that we can do the right thing. Then I said that a journey of 1,000 miles starts in a day. Note, it is a garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, garbage in, garbage out. Then I'm having this parting word for us. No hope is lost in Nigeria or in Africa. We will surely get there. So some of our colleagues, they feel, what are you doing in animal welfare? Can things ever change? Can things ever, Nigeria can never be good? Even humans have not gotten welfare, not talk of animals. I'm saying that we will get there someday. Yes, there are a lot to be done. Yes, but with this workshop, with the different trainings that is going on, with the different associations, I know that something has started happening. Then a little drop makes an ocean. This workshop has impacted a lot of people. Yes, and we are carrying this passion outside. So a little drops make the ocean, with collaboration, with investment, with support. We should be sure that great change will be made on the long run. We will surely get there. These are my references. I want to acknowledge the ISAE workshop committee, the regional workshop committee. I want to appreciate the development office of ISAE and even my country liaison, Dr. Ayo Iliemi, for the privilege that has been granted to, present this workshop and even bringing up some this workshop, because I followed most times, yes, and it's been impactful. It's been impactful. Thank you for for all this, and I want to appreciate my school for giving me an environment to thrive and making me available for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's actually the scenario you presented is so pathetic and it's got me so emotional to see how devastating the situation is in those category of circumstances, transportation and the slaughtering. And yes, to be sincere, there is a whole lot to do. But of course, like you said, thanks for the parting words of encouragement that we will get there. It's just one step at a time. And I want to believe that this workshop has really awakened something in each and every one of us, no matter how small or tiny it is. But I don't want that spirit to die down very soon. So I think there is a WhatsApp group that is being created by the organizers for continuous engagement and discussion in this line, and probably they will share that via email again, so you have access to the WhatsApp group. And now, because we have totally exceeded our time, we just need to wrap up. And I want to appreciate everybody that have stayed tuned right from the beginning of today's program and even yesterday. So I want to call on Dr. Samuel. Dr. Samuel, unfortunately, we may not be able to take some questions, but Priscilla, maybe you can drop your email in the chat for those in the virtual event. They can reach out to you. And yeah, unfortunately, we may not be able to take questions. I'm so sorry. We have exceeded our time. We need to respect the time of everybody. We all have other things to attend to. And don't forget, this recording is also on the live stream on YouTube. You can go back and have a rewatch. I was just thinking that if each and every one of us goes back, we can even use these YouTube videos or recordings and share it to our different networks. You can use it even during your teaching. Show your students, let them watch it, engage yourself, discuss, all that is being presented. So you can have this also on YouTube. So Samuel, are you available? We have Samuel and I think Dr. Ajelade left, Samuel Unyanga, and also Safian. And before I hand over for the closing remark, so we need them to give us a summary, a recap, a bit of what the lessons we have learned today. Samuel, are you there? Priscilla, please, can you stop sharing so it makes it easy for me to see all the participants and know who I want?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So Samuel from Kenya and also Safian from Ghana, please. I want the two of you to unmute yourself. Let me know which one I to unmute because I know you are on two different systems. So just let me know which one to unmute. So just a bit of a recap. I know Kenya is about 5 o'clock or almost more than 5 p.m. So we need to respect their time as well. So I'm so sorry if I can't take questions because of other people here. So Samuel, please, you have the mic.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, please, yes.
It's 5:30 here. So I think today, just like yesterday, has been a really engaging day with all the presentations. One thing that has come out very clearly is our role both as professionals and even as animal welfare advocates, that we have a voice and we should use that voice to advance this discussion even beyond this workshop. I think a lot of our participants have also benefited from the behavior studies by Dr. Samuel. I think that should also should challenge us to think in those directions, and especially that is what ISAE deals with in terms of studying behavior, utilizing different to study behavior and then using our knowledge of behavior to improve the welfare of animals. I think that came out very well in Dr. Samuel's Durosaro's presentation. And of course, the question of whether fish also feel, very good discussion there. I think many of us really think about other animals when it comes to welfare, but now all of us have been challenged to think about fish and their welfare. I think I can go on and on and on. Maybe just, I don't know whether it's a question, but the last presentation was really, well, interesting and sad at the same time. But I was just looking up and I was seeing a paper towards what was being presented that was dated 2009. So I just wanted to know from the Nigerians, has this situation changed since that was reported, or is still status quo? So I think I'll stop there so that Safian also has something to recap. Yesterday he said I recapped everything.
Thank you. Safian, over to you. Thank you so much, Samuel. Thank you. Thank you, Kenya participants. Thank you for your patience. We'll be wrapping up very soon. Thank you so much. Safian.
Oh, wrapped up. What should I say? As I indicated in my opening remarks regarding today's presentation, I think everybody is overeducated, kind of, and then overdosed with information and knowledge regarding animal welfare. So I won't be able to touch on each and every presentation. I think that the presenters have done their best, and then the participants have also imbibed whatever the knowledge they particularly asked. So I wish to just say for the ISAE workshop, all the presenters and the participants, both virtual and then in person. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. So I need to hand over to Dr. Samuel Durosharo and Dr. Ayola for the closing remark. I don't know what other. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, we can't hear you. We can't.
Start this, or you want to start?
Let me answer. Dr. Ayola, who wants to go first?
So I can go first so that I can go to the lab. So we want to appreciate everybody. And on behalf of International Society for Applied Ethology, Africa and West Asia region, and ISAE Development Office, we sincerely appreciate the organizers, the participants, and the speakers. Thank you a lot, Dr. Yasere, for taking a lot of your time to stay, moderate these, coordinate a lot of things. Thank you for all the assistance, and thank you for your love for animal welfare and behavior in Nigeria, in Africa, and in the world. And we are grateful to the organizers from Ghana. Safian, thank you so much. From Kenya, Samuel, thank you so much. South Africa, Liz Erasmus. Then from Nigeria, Dr. Ayola, thank you a lot. And to the speakers, we appreciate the talks on teaching modules for animal welfare science, welfare during animal transportation, marketing and slaughtering, handling of African pets, using animal behavior to enhance animal welfare, using indigenous knowledge to improve animal welfare, veterinary roles in improving animal welfare, capacity building and policy advocacy in animal welfare, fish welfare, stress, impact of community leaders in wildlife protection and conservation, and the talk on innovative housing and handling. These are top-notch presentations, and these are going to improve the way we handle our animal and their welfare. Don't forget that whenever we are talking about one welfare, it's not only about the welfare of animals, the welfare of the handlers, the welfare of human beings, the awesomeness of the environment, the way we treat our animals, is the way we treat ourselves. So, and I'm sure of that. And to our people in Africa, let's go back and be advocate for a good animal welfare. And anytime I'm talking about animal, it is more than livestock. We need to include our wildlife, our fish, our pets, companion animals, and insects. All of these animals are possibly sentient. So we need to respect these animals, and we must make sure that we try to improve their welfare. And I say that Africa for Animal Welfare. Thank you, everybody. And for people that are interested in joining our society, International Society for Applied Ethology, please contact Dr. Jelade. He's going to put you through on how to do it. For people in Nigeria, contact Dr. Ayola. He's going to put you through on how to do it. So thank you very much. We appreciate your time, your patience, and giving us a rapt attention. So Dr. Ayola, over to you.
You're muted, Ma. You're muted. Which of them do you need to be? You are muted. Which one? Hello? You are muted.
Can you hear me, please?
Better now. Just a minute before you go on. Just a minute, please. For those of you on the virtual, please kindly, if you are comfortable with it, please turn on your cameras. We need to take a screen, photo sessions as she's giving the final remark. Those of you on the Zoom plan, please. Please go on. Let me see if I can capture it.
Thank you. Rounding up this workshop, I want to appreciate the distinguished colleague, esteemed speakers, participants across Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, and all our virtual attendees. I want to sincerely appreciate you all. We have come to the end of day 2, and with this, the conclusion of ISAE West East Africa Regional Workshop 2025. Over the past 2 days, we have shared knowledge, questioned old assumptions, strengthen regional ties, and renew our commitment to improving animal welfare across the continent. What we have achieved here is truly remarkable. Today's session expanded our thinking even further, from veterinary leadership to policy advocacy, from aquatic welfare to stress indicator, from wildlife conservation to innovative tools like vocalization. Each presentation added depth, clarity, and action points to the foundation we built yesterday. Together, the 2 days created a complete picture of what Africa animal welfare can become when science, compassion, indigenous knowledge, and collaborations meet. I want to express my sincere appreciation to our speakers, our centers, coordinators, and technical teams in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa. I want to also appreciate our virtual audience and every participant, students, researchers, and stakeholders here present. Your passion is a proof that African welfare movement is strong, growing, and ready for transformation. As we end this workshop, let us remember that knowledge alone is not enough. Real transformation requires action. The welfare science we learned here must travel back with us into our universities, our farms, our markets, our veterinary clinics, zoological gardens, our communities, our abattoirs, policy-making spaces, and our daily decisions. If each of us take one lesson back and implement it, we will create a ripple effect that impacts animals, farmers, economics, and ecosystem across Africa. And that is the true goal of this workshop, not just to inform, but to empower, and inspire change. Before we leave, please remember to complete the post-event survey. Your feedback is vital for shaping future ISAE activities and strengthening welfare capacity across Africa. Also, for a rewatch of this two-day event and for better understanding of the topics as we have requested, please visit our YouTube page. I leave you with these thoughts. Africa has everything it needs to lead in humane and sustainable animal farming. The wisdom of its people, the strength of its community, the richness of its culture, and the brilliance of its scientists. What we need now is unity, consistency, and courage. Let us live here as ambassador of animal welfare, companion of humane system, and partners in Africa agricultural transformation. On behalf of the International Society for Applied Ethology, West Africa Regional Workshop 2025 Organizing Committee, chaired by Regional Secretary Dr. Oluwaseun Ojelade, I would like to sincerely appreciate the ISAE President, Professor Maria Jos Osel. She has been with us since yesterday. Our founder, the Open Philanthropy, the ISAE Development Officers, Dr. Oluwaseun Iyasere, and Dr. Samuel Duro-Sharo. I would also like to appreciate the Department of Animal Science, University of Ibadan, the Zoological Garden, University of Ibadan, the Center of Excellence for Livestock Innovation and Business at Egerton University in Kenya, the Poultry Association of Nigeria, Oyo State Chapter, University of Pretoria, South Africa, West Africa Center for Protection of Animal Welfare, Ghana, Ghana Wildlife and Nature Conservation, Veterinary Service Department, and Agricultural Department, Ghana, and our other partner institutions. Thank you to also our distinguished speakers, our organizers, and everyone who has participated in this workshop. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank you once again for your time, for your passion, and your commitment. This workshop may be ending, but our work as a community is only beginning. I wish you safe journey back home, renewed inspiration, and continued collaboration across borders. Thank you, and may we keep transforming Africa animal farming together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I don't want to forget this. The funding for this program actually is from the Open Philanthropy Project, which is now called, just a minute. We got the funds to organize this through the Open Philanthropy Project, and it's now, their new name is Coefficient Giving. So I want to sincerely appreciate coefficient giving, formerly Open Philanthropy, for the support they give ISAE to be able to organize workshops like this in different developing countries. And just to play, put the record straight, let me also use this opportunity to thank Dr. Jeremy Marchand-Ford, because he was actually the one who put the first proposal out to Open Philanthropy to support developing countries. And since then, we have been having the funds to have our activities in different regions. Dr. Sam, do you want to add to this? Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. We are so excited. We are so excited. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Yasin. Thank you, everybody. Because of time, so many things to say. Let's go back with something in our mind that the welfare of these animals is very important. And we must protect these animals, we must conserve them, and we should not be cruel to any animal. And if we see anybody that is cruel to animal, gently, passionately, let's talk to the person to always do the right thing. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Safian from Ghana. Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you so much. So I'm going to be here for the next 10 minutes. If you want to chat with me, feel free. I'm going to put it on so that you can unmute yourself now. Let me see. Let me try that. Please stop sharing the screen. I don't know who is doing this now. Please don't tamper with anything at the moment. Officially, we have closed, but I just want to give you the opportunity to interact in the next 10 minutes. So let me see what I can do so that you can unmute yourself and you don't kindly unmute. Oh, okay. So you can unmute yourself if you want to ask any questions, any connections you need, please feel free. You can unmute yourself now. Officially, we are closed. We've round up. Thank you, Samuel. Let me unmute you, Samuel. Samuel, I just want to hear from you. I just want to hear from you before you go. Thank you. Thank you, all those in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you, Ghana. Thank
everyone.
We did
Thank you,
it. We
everyone.
did it. Yes. Thank you for your support. I appreciate all of you, all the organizers. Thank you so much. Thank you. So you can unmute yourself if you have anything to share. I think I've done that.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon.
My name is Ayaminat.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. An impactful
Come on
training.
cameras, guys. Come on camera, please. Don't give me a headache. I'm looking for who is talking here and there. On your camera.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am. It has been an impactful training, and I'm very much happy to be a part. I've actually sent you a request for connection on LinkedIn. Then when I checked, I realized that you did much of animal behavior. You studied animal behavior and welfare, and I would like to do my PhD. So I've been considering that, probably going into philosophy or physiology or the animal welfare. But I would like to ask you more questions later on. So I'll send a message to you on LinkedIn. But I just need you to accept the request first, ma'am.
I will. And once I see that, don't worry, I'll give you my WhatsApp.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Who else wants to share anything? Please don't let the fire, don't let it die down. Now that it's burning in our hearts, you've learned a lot, you've related with everything. Please let us begin, to advocate for this. No matter how small it is, you have your voice, you have your platform. Unmute yourself, Ajayi. I've given people the opportunity to do that, so you can unmute yourself. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Come on camera, please. Come on camera. You have been seeing my face since yesterday.
My name is Ajayi.
Okay.
I say a big thank you to everyone for giving us this opportunity, and it's good to see some familiar faces like Dr. Priscilla. It was nice hearing from you once more. I was opportunity to learn under Dr. Priscilla during my master's days. So I'd like to say a big thank you to you for that wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, unmute yourself, go on. Unmute yourself, go on. Unmute yourself. Thank you. Unmute yourself, go on, Joy.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to appreciate